Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to this, the fourth and final day of action here in the 2021 IWWF U-21 World Waterski Championships. My name is Tony Lightfoot. The guy sitting next to me, to my left, and to your right on the screen is Glenn Williams. How are you doing this fine morning?
I'm absolutely fine, Tony. Super excited, of course. Finals day at the Under-21 Worlds. Slightly earlier start this morning, 7:30 rather than 8 a.m, and that's to make sure we get through our program. We do, just to add to the excitement, of course, we do have a hurricane heading towards the US, and not actually going to hit us here in Florida, but it is heading towards Louisiana, which is not all that far away. Just looking at our program for today, because women's slalom final up first, followed by the men's slalom final. The women's jump, the men's jump, and they will definitely have a headwind, I can confirm that. It's just a matter of how strong it is. And then later on, of course, to finish off the program, women's trick and men's trick final. We're going to do the jump before the trick because the wind is forecast to build.
All right, Nautique towboat makes its way back to the dock. We've got Sadie Ferguson, a tremendously brave performance yesterday to make it to this round of the competition. We'll be out skiing first there, Glenn.
Absolute sensation. I mean, I can't begin to describe what sort of pain she's in. I've been watching her now for the best part of a week, hobbling around on crutches. She's non-weight bearing on her left knee after not really a jump crash, but an awkward landing on jump in the last practice session. And she fronted up yesterday. She slalommed in the under-17s trying to make the final. I think she fell around 2-ball at 12, so she was only a couple of boys off making that final, but she rocked up in the under-21 final. And, sounds like we're going to pause now for the national anthem, Tony.
Indeed. So let's play the Star Spangled Banner. Right then, folks, and I tell you what, over the last few weeks and months, the whole concept of representing one's country has really taken on significant meaning, and great to hear that start to the final rounds of the event as we get ready to bring to you the 6 finals, the slalom, the tricks, and the jump, men's and women's.
Super emotional stuff there. We saw our chief judge, assistant chief judge on the dock, standing for the national anthem, and it stirs me up a little bit, Tony. As you say, it's super hard to get to the Worlds from certain parts of the globe. I know from New Zealand it's taken a lot of sacrifices to get here. Makes me proud to be a Kiwi, though, with just the team. We've only had 2 skiers in this Worlds, but makes me think of Sadie Ferguson, who is the only Australian to make a final in the under-21s at these Worlds. She's done it with a bung knee. She's going to be first up this morning, and what a proud nation, and of course Australia is in water skiing. And I think it's probably around 10:30 in the evening in Australia, and hopefully there's plenty of those Aussies tuning in, because this is a big moment. This is a gutsy effort from Sadie Ferguson.
Okay, as we get ready for the women's slalom final, let's bring you up to speed so far as our other events are concerned, namely the overall battle. We see Brooke Baldwin in the lead with 2,810 points, but right on her tail, within about 100 points or so, is a Paige Reedy from Canada, who could see some significant movement, provided that she improves her score in the slalom event to try and narrow down that gap. Kennedy Hansen a little ways back with 26.90 in third place right now. And, the overall battle for the women's is basically going to be centered upon those three individuals.
Absolutely. I mean, three superstars of under 21 women's overall, of course. I think Brooke Baldwin always was the favourite, and she's in the lead at the moment. But when you look at, of course, Paige Reedy and Kennedy Hansen, of course, the under 17 world junior champion, they're breathing down her neck. Great pictures here of Sadie Ferguson. They're just feverishly trying to tape her together. Lots of tape holding that knee together. This really is some people, medical type people, or some people on site are possibly thinking, they wouldn't say it publicly, they're possibly thinking this is, when she entered this event, she went and skied in the elimination round, and maybe this was just a little bit silly here with a torn ACL. But knowing the way Australians are, of course, and Sadie Ferguson's mentality, and just the sheer fact she made her way into the final shows that she's able to do this, Tony. And don't count her out, don't count her out in this final, because she's a great skier, and she looked like she could have run that 11.25 in that runoff last night.
All right, then, as we continue to move on into the women's competition, let's have a look at the under-21 male competition right now. And out in the lead with 2,898 points is Alexander Samulyov of Ukraine. And about I would say a little under 200 points behind him, Edoardo Morenzi of Italy, who has the potential to catch him because Edoardo Morenzi made it through to the finals in tricks, but not with the best score that he could have thrown out there. So we're going to look forward to that, and also seeing him in the jump finals. Tobias Georges, marginally further back, less than 30 points further back in third place. And Martin Labra, don't count him out from seeing any significant movement. Although maybe winning the overall is a little bit of a tall order for him, but placing on the podium will definitely be a good shot in the arm for the Chilean.
Absolutely, and that men's overall battle will unfold as the day goes on. Right now, though, we've got the under-21 women's slalom final. Sadie Ferguson, Australia, first off the dock. We've got the Ukrainian, of course, Valeraya Jaskrava. Sorry, I apologise to everyone in the Ukraine for butchering that name. Then, of course, the United States...
just say Lira.
Just say Lira? That's going to help me a lot. Anne-Marie... there we're going to go. We're going to leave the... order there,
Anne-Marie Robleski will take to the water third, followed by Daniela Kritzmer of Chile, then Neely Ross of Canada, Ali Garcia of the United States, Kennedy Hansen, team member for the United States, Luisa Jaramillo of Colombia, Cassidy Hawkins, individual competitor from the United States. Then we've got the big three. We got Paige Reedy, Jamie Bull, and Brooke Baldwin.
I say this in jest, Tony, but we really do need to talk to the IWWF about some of these names. So very tough to pronounce sometimes, so we need to see if we can get a little bit simpler form of naming skiers for this event. Maybe we could just call them number 1, number 2, number 3. I'm not sure.
You've always had problems with Danjushkaya, right?
Absolutely. My farm boy New Zealand accent struggles with the Eastern European stuff. Here we go. Sadie Ferguson now. 14.25, and I would expect most of these skiers will start on the 14.25 metre line. Heavily strapped left knee, slightly strapped right knee, because she actually was carrying a right knee injury up until about a month or two ago. So 14.25, Sadie Ferguson. She'll have a bit of a headwind on her opening pass. So the wind is blowing from east to west here. So from the start dock end, the skiers will ski into a head breeze, and then they will have a tail breeze coming back down from the eastern end. So Sadie Ferguson, the Aussie, no problems whatsoever. 14.25 metre.
Oh, not looking bad there. A good effort on the opening pass. 72 skiers and counting now from between now and the conclusion of the competition. And here's our first one, Sadie Ferguson, looking in very good shape. And yesterday, I mean, just looking at her slaloming, I mean, no real ill effects from the knee. I'm guessing that she's into pretty much a pain-free zone at this point.
I'm not so sure about that. I'd say she'd still be feeling it, particularly when she goes across the wakes there's a bit of jarring there, but she's probably skiing a little bit more on the back foot than she normally would, but it's not seemed to affect her performance too much. I guess with a torn ACL, slalom is the one event that you can do. There's not too much twisting of the knee in slalom. Obviously, trick and jump, but it would just not be possible. Great shot there, of course. Cole Grant and Joel Poland. Cole Grant, the Canadian team coach, but also works a bit with Sadie when she's in the US. And of course, Joel Poland, the greatest three-event water skier of all time, you'd have to say, with his maybe not on titles won, but with his world record. So great to see him up early watching the slalom.
He's certainly been doing plenty of interaction in the digital realm with his YouTube videos and TikToks and all of that kind of stuff, really pushing the sport forwards and upwards. Here we go, Sadie Ferguson, 13 metres. Yeah,
she's got a slight tailwind here, but there's nothing to worry about at the moment, especially on 13 metre. Maybe a little bit when she gets to the 11.25, as she goes around 5 and out the exit gates.
Certainly some adjustments that she can make between 13 metres and 12.
Actually, it does raise a good point, though, with this tail breeze from the eastern end, Tony. Maybe a 13 metre start or a 16 metre start to get 11.25 into that head breeze.
Of course, there is the opt-up that you can throw into the mix as well.
Well, I wonder if Sadie's considering that. I'm not so sure. She's pretty gutsy, of course, and she does come from the land of the great Emma Shears, of course, who did the most famous opt-up of all time, was the 2003 World Championships, and I think that was at Swiss. And
would that be Queensland?
Yeah, both Queensland. Yeah. Very similar mental hardness out of Sadie Ferguson is what you see as the great Emma Shears. So.
Guess what's coming to Queensland in 2032?
Yeah, the Olympics. Look forward to that.
All right, I'm sure, and if the opportunity presents itself for Sadie Ferguson, I'm sure that she'll grab that with both hands.
Oh, look at that
my
grimace.
word. Even the deep water starts are just agony here.
Yeah, she's in a lot of pain out here, but she's doing it for her country. Great to see. A lot of proud Australians. I've just had a text from Ryan Green, one of the greatest Australian water skiers of all time. He's watching from his home in Perth, and he's a very proud Australian, and he'll be enjoying watching Sadie Ferguson out here. 12-metre line. Into the head breeze. I think this shouldn't be too much of a problem into this headwind. Sadie looked really good running this past twice yesterday evening, both in the irregular event and then, of course, the runoff.
Oh, look at this.
Well, she's in a bit of trouble here, though, on 5.
Yeah,
she's okay.
but
she's fine.
I'll tell you what, she fights this one out.
Yeah, good effort. Now, it's interesting, Tony, that she has to run 11 to get into the medals. I think that's a give me. I think all the medalists will all be on 10.75. Now, she has set herself up here. She's going to have a tail breeze for this 11.25. So it will be a tough ask for Sadie, I think, 11.25 downwind.
And totally focused upon what she's doing out there. And I'm just trying to look to see if there's any visual cues from an expression on her face, whether she's grimacing or just whether she's just going out there and just getting on with it, 4 buoys. Handle on the inside there on number 4, but managing to stabilize things and keep the ship afloat. And there we go. That is a 6-buoy count on 12 meters there for Sadie Ferguson. Now you come down to the pass that she realistically has to run, and needing the full pass here to really put some heat on the challenges to come. So I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Glenn Williams right here in the women's slalom final here at the U-21 World Waterski Championships. Hive of activity here. We've had to accelerate the schedule up by half an hour due to the impending arrival of Hurricane Ida now. They'll be slamming into the Gulf Coast around about Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana coasts.
Oh, geez, here's 11.25 from Sadie. Not a great one ball. She's fighting hard. Oh,
and goes down there on 1.5. It's...
And you feel the pain, don't you? As she breaks forward a little bit there. The strain would have come on that front knee, the left knee, the sore knee, and you really can feel the pain for Sadie. So 1.5 at 11. Just didn't get the start there. Although it's not a huge tailwind, it will be affecting the skiers from that eastern end. But she wants to get down to 11.25.
And actually, the ski came round rather early on her that time. It actually went over the slack line that she generated into that turn. So it looks like it's going to be 1.5 and 11.25 meters. So her championships are essentially done. She can swim in, and
it's been a brave effort though, Tony.
Yeah,
Be
exactly.
a lot of proud Australians watching. Super brave effort with this knee injury to get out and make the slalom final and represent Australia.
And Sadie Ferguson as well, already provisionally on the team for the senior worlds coming up, the Open worlds coming up, I believe. But I don't know whether.
I don't think it's going to happen, Tony. The knee needs surgery, and so Sadie, unfortunately, is kind of stuck now. She can't get surgery in the US because her insurance won't cover it. So she needs to get back to Australia, and she can't get back into Australia because of government, because of COVID. Yeah, border restrictions. So Sadie at the moment is kind of stuck in a no man's land, unfortunately, and you really got to feel for this young lady. Anyway, back on the water, slalom number 2.
All right, there. This is Lera Trubskaya from Belarus. Has been training for the last few months over at Bennett's Waterski School in Zachary, Louisiana, which is about 5 hours to the west of here. And will no doubt in the back of her mind are her thoughts with her teammates at Louisiana Monroe up there about to be hit by that big impending storm, and whether she should actually make her way back to that area of the country within the next few hours, or maybe better off staying here.
Yeah, unfortunately that storm, although I'm grateful it's missing us here in Florida, it doesn't look too good for Louisiana. It's a fairly strong storm, of course. I think I was reading this morning that it's a higher category storm than Katrina was, and it's hitting the same area.
Yeah, I mean, it's likely to have a greater impact than Hurricane Gustav, and could be more problematic than Hurricane Andrew all the way back in 1992. You know, in Louisiana, we do take our hurricane watching very, very seriously indeed, and preparations already being invoked by the state's governor, John Bell Edwards, with the Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness there.
Well, fingers crossed. I'm sure there's been a lot of work done since Katrina to strengthen the defences around New Orleans.
Here we go.
Second pass here. This will be 13-metre line from that eastern end of Lake 2 here at the Curry-Pecos Waterski Centre.
And Lera actually getting injured prior to this competition as well, was actually slated to trick, but because of a back injury, she had to pull out of that event. And there was speculation that there was some kind of political interference involved behind the decision not to go on with that event. But the answer and the reason why that she didn't with tricks is far more simplistic than that.
Yeah, well, your co-commentator in the trick event likes to get a little bit controversial at times, I think.
I think that's fair to say.
You wouldn't believe everything that young Curtis says. But I tell you what, he loves his tricks, so we'll look forward to Curtis's trick commentary later on this afternoon.
And here is Lara here on the 13-metre line, just getting bogged down a little bit on the end of the turns on 135, but she keeps enough of a water speed intact to allow her to get outside buoy width and then just hook up and just continue running. Just like that song from the Spencer Davis group, just keep on running.
We probably should have listened to that, Tony. We might be in a little bit better shape back in the day.
Yeah.
We had kept on running.
All right then, here we go. This is Lera Trubskaya from Belarus. This is now 12 meters.
Yeah, must run past. She's into the head breeze. I don't think she'll have too many problems here. Well, stands up a little bit out of one, though. Not the greatest of starts here. She looks a little bit slow, but she's getting it done. Just going from buoy to buoy here, round 4, across the 5. Oh, pretty nice, really, because I don't think it was a greater start, but
no.
She made sure she completed the pass, and well done to her.
Yeah, and I mean, how a skier reacts to a certain situation tells you a lot about the training and the skill level that goes into these runs. You know, Lyra here wasn't particularly good at the end of the turns, especially here on number 1, going a little bit down course. But instead of rushing the end of the turn, like here on number 2, she allows the ski to run down course and complete its turn, and then be a little bit more resistant behind the boat. And that's the key here. You can make up more time behind the boat than you can with a sharp turn.
Absolutely. And a sharp turn, of course, you run the risk of falling. Sometimes you've just got to do it, but she never got herself in a position where she had to throw herself around the boys too much there. Of course, 11.25 is going to be different. If she gets a start like that at 11, especially with this tail breeze, she's going to struggle.
Working her way down and taking a check of some of our personalities in this event, not only the skiers but also the coaches as well. We check in with our coach from Ukraine, who will no doubt be watching with great interest as to his main skier Alexander Samilov, who is currently in the lead in the men's overall competition and a part of all 3 events going forward. Actually, 2 out of the 3. Here is Lyra Trubskaya. Oh, getting around number 2. That is 11.25 meters. So we got a 2-way tie for the lead after 2 skiers at this point with 1 1/2, Glenn.
Yeah, that's correct. We're reviewing the score here, just checking. I think that she did get out around 2 ball, but either way, it's not going to matter because 1 or 1.5 on the 11.25 38 off is not going to get a medal in this event.
Oh, inside 2.
So 1 will be her score. Tony, I think it's time that some of these skills started to consider starting either on the 16 metre or the 13 metre, or opting up, because I don't think it's going to work trying to run the 11.25 downwind. I have no doubt that Jamie Bull and Brooke Baldwin are good enough to run 11.25 downwind, but I think some of these lower seeds here are going to struggle to run 11 with that tailwind, and if they want to have any chance of being on the final on the podium, they need to run the 11. So I think some of them might be wanting to consider maybe a change in rope length start.
You know, it's the old expression, really: in for the penny, in for the pound.
Yeah.
You know.
Absolutely.
That's a pretty common phrase from where I'm from in England, where we still use pounds. We've never used euros ever.
I mean, if some of these lower seeds, you know, there's no point in finishing 10th or 11th here. You might as well just go, well, you can go for it and finish 10th or 11th, you know. So yeah. I think some of them want to consider getting that 11.25 into that head breeze.
All right, let's see if that happens. Starting with Anne-Marie Wroblewski from the United States, an independent competitor, originally out of Ohio. The Buckeye State of Ohio, where specifically she comes from Toledo and trains over at the April Coble Waterski School over there in Lillington, North Carolina. All right, let's have a look at Anne-Marie Wroblewski again as we get ready to chug down some of these Dutch brothers' cold brew coffee. They've been pretty good so far.
I'll tell you what, after 7 days straight of worlds in the hot Florida sun and some late nights and possibly a little bit of the odd celebratory drink at the end of the day, by this time in the tournament, the Dutch Bros coffee is what gets you going, Tony. You really need it, don't you?
Yeah. You know, as Paul Hogan would used to say years and years ago, it's like an angel crying on your tongue. Though I very much doubt whether any of these individuals around Dockside even know who Paul Hogan is.
No.
All right, then, here we go. Coming into the course, accelerating up to speed, 55k, 34 mile an hour. Anne-Marie Wroblewski. Now, she wanted to invoke the opt-up. It could have happened here, but unfortunately going in with a schedule of passes that will now put her in with 12 meters going into the wind. And there you go, Anne-Marie Wroblewski, good to go on that pass of 13 meters, no worries there, and probably now has a more acute sense of where the wind is blowing and how it's blowing. And we'll see what manifests afterwards based upon that knowledge.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to opt up, Tony. I think she's going to stick with the plan. She probably normally starts at 14 metre, 28 off, and she wants to stick with the plan here. I mean, the girls might be on the dock thinking that there's not much in this wind, and maybe they're right, but just from what I can see, I think it's going to be tough for some of these lower skiers. Some of the skiers that have only run 11 in the tournament, maybe once, twice, 3 times in their career, to run 11 or 38 off with this tail breeze, I think it's going to be quite tough. So we'll just wait and see how this slalom final unravels.
All right, so let's see, shall we? We've got Anne-Marie Wroblewski, who is an incoming student at the University of Louisiana at Lafayette, and joining that powerhouse stable of collegiate athletes alongside the likes of Sage Popbecker and Kennedy Hansen and a whole bunch of others as they get ready for the collegiate season, which will start within about the next few weekends and culminate with the NCWSA Nationals midway through October. Anne-Marie Wroblewski right now with pass number 3. A little on the back of the ski on 12 meters, taking a good hit. Round number 5, broken over a little bit, and round number 6. So there you go, Anne-Marie Wroblewski.
Great shots of USA team coach April Coble Ella on the dock there watching, because there were, it wasn't the greatest 12 metre or 35 off I'm sure this young lady's ever run. There's some times here where you thought she might have been in a fair bit of trouble, but she kept ahead. I mean, she's got a slight headwind on one of the best slalom sites in the world behind the great Nautique towboat, so I guess you can get away with a little bit here, Tony, can't you? It's a fairly forgiving setting to slalom in.
So looking in good shape, the beautifully small wakes there on the Nautique certainly helps our slalom skiers along the way. It reduces that little bump in the middle and any kind of potential obstacles that could stand in the way from one side to the other as we look along the shoreline and see two contenders in the slalom event just trying to relax and take in all that is going on right now. We see Brooke Baldwin, we see Kennedy Hansen. They're just trying to stay calm and relaxed as much as they can. They'll be skiing within about the next hour or so, I would surmise. Here we go. This is Anne-Marie Wroblewski, skier number 3 on your list. Look at her go. This is 11. Oh, and she is most definitely in the lead at this point, but unfortunately will not get beyond 4 buoys, 11.25 meters.
That was a good effort, though. She never, that entire set, she never looked entirely comfortable, but at the end of the day, she's got a pretty good score there. 4 at 11.25, 38 off. She just seemed to keep collecting buoys out there, Tony, which is the aim of the game.
Oh, absolutely. No worries there with that entrance gate. She is right foot forward, which means that she got plenty of turning advantage off that turn into the gate. A subtle number 1 tried to make up for any deficiencies that came by way of number 1 around number 2. Good to go around number 3. And I think by about that time, the tailwind really started to take its toll upon that particular run. A halfway decent start, but only 4 buoys there for her. I'd say only because that's probably one of her better scores in this tournament. And with the wind behind her, it's very credit-worthy to Anne-Marie Wroblewski.
Yeah, she's leading the event at the moment with 3 skiers into this final. And she's got the lead at the moment on the 11.25 metre line. 4 boys.
So now, next competitor from Chile, it's Daniela Kretschmer.
Yeah, starting also, of course, at 28 off, 14.25 metre line into that head breeze.
Daniela Kretzmer doing a fine job. And good skiing for Daniela. Going in on the opening pass. That was 16 metres, right? Or was it?
Oh, I presume 14, to be fair. I didn't actually hear from the boat. Yeah, 14 metre.
Now, as we consider our options, 16 metres suddenly becomes a little bit more viable, I would say. I mean, all the skiers so far are going in on 14.25 metres as a bit of an adrenalizer pass to get the blood flowing and everything going. But maybe if none of the skiers none of the middle pack of skiers are actually prepared to go in on 13, they might as well take a step back and go 16, because the 11.25 metre pass will therefore be into a direct headwind, and it might give them a far better chance going forward with that.
Yeah, it's definitely an option. A lot of these girls, I'm sure, don't really start at 16 metre 22 off too often. They're probably not that used to it. I think what's going to happen is most of these girls will start at 14, and then when we get down to a top 3 or 4, I think you'll see some 13 metre starts. Although, having said that, I don't think this tailwind won't scare Jamie Bull or Brooke Baldwin. They'll be comfortable enough to run 38 off in this tailwind, and then, of course, give themselves 10.75 into the head breeze. So they're not going to be too worried about that.
Okay, we're going to try and get Anne-Marie Robleski onto the mic very soon and get her thoughts on the event. She is the leader with 4 and 11.25 metres, and chasing that score down is Daniela Kretzmer of Chile. Gustav Everton. We actually saw her in the under-17s, one of our younger skiers in this U-21 women's slalom final. Still eligible for at least one more U-17 appearance based upon the information that I have. And, you know, Chile has really come on in leaps and bounds so far as bringing on some great performances, starting off with the likes of the Gonzalezes and the Nassers and the Mirandas, and they just continue just churning out some really high world-class talent.
Chile is the country on the rise at the moment. Second in the under-17s to the USA, but they gave the USA a good fright there. And as I said, I think I was talking with Pepe Miranda 3 or 4 days ago, Chilean water skiing is not just about the Mirandas now. There's a lot of talent coming out of Chile, and a lot of you got to have a lot of time for their program, their coaching program, their training program.
Switch your mic off quickly. All right, then, approaching the pass of now 12 meters, a pass that she knows that she's got to get going. Oh, and unfortunately, is stalling up on buoy number, what was that, 3?
That's a bit of an upset. At first 12 metre line, 35 off, that's not been completed. And there'll be a little bit of disappointment from the Chileans, I'm sure.
All right, they're a little bit disappointing considering that Daniela scored a 2 at 11.25 metres to advance in this round of the competition, and sitting next to us right now with the microphone in her hand and everything switched on is Anne-Marie Robleski. How you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Not too bad. We'll talk at you with some length after we see the look at that off buoy number 2, and just got broken forwards and just didn't have the best of starts, but then just take a look at it from the boat.
Yeah, surprised. I didn't think any of these girls would have any trouble with 12 because it's into the head breeze, and they've all ran 12 quite comfortably to make it into this final. But I guess it is still a very short line, the 12 metre line, 35 off, and she's just got later and later here, and then she needed a huge 3-ball to make it up and couldn't quite get it together.
All right, then. To my left is Glenn Williams. To my right is, hey, Anne-Marie. How you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. And we got your last pass coming up. And let's take a look at this 11.25 meters. Talk us through it a little bit.
My one ball was the best one ball I've had all tournament, and then I told myself, you can't pull long to two ball this time. And so I did my best, and it wasn't pretty, but I got to 4.
Oh, there you go. Excellent stuff. Now, based upon what you scored there and what you're capable of scoring, do you reckon you could have gotten more had you gone in on either 16 meters or, in the more extreme case, 13 meters?
I prefer to start where I'm comfortable, so I wouldn't really change it up usually, but I think that was pretty good for what I had.
All right then, so we'll keep you here for a little while at least and continue rocking along. We've just seen Daniela Kretzmer, what was that, 2 1/2 on 12 meters. You are fairly and squarely in the lead right now with quite a few skiers that are remaining. We've got Neely Ross about to take to water, and she's going to come in on 13 meters.
Yeah, so, I mean, Neely, of course, one of the favourites in this event. A little bit surprising that she's so early on in this event that maybe didn't go quite so well in qualifying. But she is going to start on 13 metre, which I think is a smart play here. I think that will give her 11 metre into the head breeze.
And we'll see what she can do on that Reflex Nirvana slalom ski of hers, a brand that we don't get to see an awful lot of on so far as skis are concerned. Binding's a little bit more popular though.
Well, yeah, Reflex bindings are super popular, but you're right, not too many Reflex slalom skis rocking around. Here's Neely Ross. Wonderful slalom style. She's tall, she moves really well on the ski. This is the 13 metre line, early as you like, out of 4 ball. And that's a beautiful opening pass.
Excellent stuff there, Anne-Marie. And I mean, if you were to look at that pass and pick it apart and say, hey, listen, there are 1 or 2 things that I want to incorporate into my technique, what would they be?
Well, being early on my earlier passes at least.
But what about that number 2 onside turn right there? Just getting the ski out and just whipping it round to go cross course.
That's nice.
All right then, we'll continue on there with Neely Ross, and she doesn't really put that much resistance behind the boat, I find, Glenn, which gets the ski round, holds it, and
she doesn't need to. I mean, if you're going to get the ski around that well, aren't you? At 13 metre, you don't need to pull super hard behind the boat. I guess if she gets to the shorter line lengths and she's possibly running a little bit late, she'll put the effort in. But she's at 32 off. If you're going to turn that like that. There's a great shot of her dad, of course, the great Drew Ross, watching Lakeside. Doesn't matter how good you were as a skier or anyone was as a skier. As a ski dad, it's a whole different dynamic, isn't it? You're still on the banks wishing your child to go well.
All right, then we've got Neely Ross.
Yeah, 12 metre line from the eastern end. She's got a tail breeze behind her here. It's not too bad, but it's definitely there as she makes her way around 3 ball. She's on time and early out of 4. Gets to 5. Cross to 6. Tony, it's good. Pass. She's got 6 boys. I don't know that she would be super happy with it, though. She's probably normally runs 12 metre a little bit earlier than that, but she's got the pass under her belt and now set herself up for this 11.25 into the wind.
All right then, looking in for 11.25. She's about to challenge her score on 11.25 meters. I know you've been in the situation before a number of times where you've put a score up and the other skiers are chasing it down. What would typically be going through your mind at this point?
Well, I want the best for all the rest of the skiers, but I mean, in the back of your mind, you're like, oh man, hopefully I can still stay up there.
I like the honesty. What you're trying to say is you want the best for the skiers that come, but in the back of your mind, you're kind of thinking, fall off.
Oh, no.
No, you can't. I know you can't say that, but let's be honest here.
All right then, let's have a look and see. And Neely Ross. Okay, so
yeah, 11.25 metre line from the start dock in. Must run past, I think. I think if you're going to be on the podium in this event, you've got to run the 11.25. She's got the head breeze. She's done the hard work. She's run 12 downwind. She's got 11.25 into the breeze. Here she goes. Neely Ross from Canada, one of the favourites in this event.
And having run 2.5 in the previous round, if she runs more than that, the implications for Team Canada are also there
big
as well.
moment for Team Canada. You're right, in the team points. She didn't slalom well on the opening round. Can she get some more points? She's looking pretty good here out of 3. She's getting a bit down. Oh, no, she's trying to handle, and she looked good. I thought into 3, but out of 3 was not good, and that is an uncharacteristic miss ski there, you'd have to say, from Neely Ross, because 3 on 11.25, she's better than that, Tony, and I think she'll be a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, even though she scored 3, which is the improvement on the previous round, she's going to be acutely disappointed with that effort.
You can't sugarcoat it. This is she expected more, I'm sure, Neely Ross. I mean, I thought she was okay till here.
Mm-hmm.
Coming into 3, something happened here at 3 ball.
And I think something happened a little bit further back on 2, which might have prevented her from taking that number 3 with all the poise that we've known her for.
Well, heart goes out to Canada and Neely Ross. You would wonder in the teams event, it's tough enough to beat the US in any teams event, but you would think that the Canadian team would need Neely Ross to probably run the 11.25 to give them a good chance in the teams event, and that's has not happened here, unfortunately, for Neely and Canada.
All right, and we're approaching the halfway mark in this women's slalom final, and still out in the lead is Anne-Marie.
Hey.
Yeah, so there you go. Hanging in there, 4 of the 11.25. Great shot there, of course, of Ali Garcia down there on the start dock. She's possibly a little bit worried about the... is that because she's a little worried about sunstrike out there, do you think? She's put the black paint under the eyes. Isn't that what football players do or something?
I think it's a fashion statement.
Is it?
I agree. I think it's just to look cool, because why not?
Absolutely. Ali Garcia, she will be joining you at UL Lafayette, you know, and how do you feel being part of that team? You know, I mean, there's you, there's Sage, there's Kennedy, there's Ali, you know, I mean, just all in that same environment on the same team.
I am super excited, and we're going to have a super strong team this year, so I'm really looking forward to that.
Excellent, and that all culminates in the NCWSA National Waterski Championships, the Collegiate Nationals, which will take place in Louisiana in October, you know, so you don't have to travel too far for that. But let's see what your collegiate teammate does, Anne-Marie. It's going to be a 13-meter start. Let's see if this tactic pays off for her going forwards. Ali Garcia.
Yeah, 13 metre to start, which will set her up, of course, to get 11.25 into the head breeze, which we believe is the pass that you must run to get on the podium in this under-21 women's slalom final. Out of Orlando, of course, in Florida, and that's a wonderful opening pass. That's 32 off, 13 metre.
Mm-hmm. And so Ali Garcia in this women's slalom final. You'll find that among our competitors in the slalom final that most of them are collegiate athletes during the fall. I mean, you just saw Ali Garcia go through that opening pass on 13 meters. Then you look down to Kennedy Hansen. She's a collegiate skier. Cassidy Hawkins, the likes of Jamie Bull and Brooke Baldwin. So a good cadre of skiers in this section of the competition. And with Ali Garcia, she's looking very, very smooth out there. And, you know, she's only been realistically on the girls slalom skiing for maybe about 3-4 years. I mean, she didn't really take to it instantly as a brother did, Taylor Garcia. And then she thought one day, you know what, I might as well give my brother a run for his money too, you know, and give this whole high echelon tournament skiing a try.
I mean, go for it. I personally also like challenging my brother in pretty much everything, even though he's older and a little bit bigger.
So in a little bit of a similar situation there. I didn't quite know about that about your family there, Anne-Marie.
Ellie Garcia, sorry Tony, Ellie Garcia, what has happened here? This is 12-metre line. She has completely missed 2 ball. I'm not sure what's happened here, Tony. This is,
wow,
a super strange thing has happened here. It's like 2 ball wasn't where she thought it was going to be there for a second.
Okay. I'm miffed.
We'll watch the
totally
replay.
Miffed. And so is she.
Oh, no, picture tells 1,000 words. It's a distraught face there of Ellie Garcia. Heart goes out to her. I'm not quite sure what happened here.
Let's have a look around buoy number 1. A little bit down course, but nothing that she couldn't have handled.
Wow.
Oh, that's what happened. She didn't counter-rotate enough into number 2 and hold that ski out on the outside of the buoy line. I don't know. I mean, that could be something just as simple as that. Just a 1 in a million technical flaw coming off the second wake.
Well,
Ski just kicking in.
It's nothing to do with sunstroke because the sun is behind her. And if there's any issues with sunstroke, it would be going the other way. So. Geez, that's devastation. Well, the last 2 skiers who we thought were both podium potential have not got there.
All right, 14.25 meters now. The last 2 competitors have gone in on 13. 14 now is the strategy that Kennedy Hansen will take forward. The current under-17 world girls overall champion, also the tricking champion as well, and has podiumed in at least 1 or 2 of the other events, and also helped Team USA take the gold in the under-17s.
It's solid. One of the best up-and-coming female overall skiers in the world. Currently, I think, sitting in 3rd spot in the under-21 overall, Kennedy, and of course knows these waters well, but meanwhile, of course, sitting alongside us in the commentary position, Anne-Marie still hanging on to the lead with 4 at 11.25, 38 off. You're not going anywhere. You stay there because you never quite know. Yeah. I mean, it's a tough position you're in because you don't want the other girls not to ski well, but at the end of the day, you've gone out there and put the score up.
I'm in a very similar position right now that I was in under 17, where I went out a little bit earlier and I put up a score, and then everybody else has to try and chase it, which is nerve-wracking sitting here watching everybody else.
Absolutely. And I certainly give you big props for being here and for staying here for a good while at least. Your score is your big old score of 4 and 11.25 meters, the current lead right now. We're over the halfway mark, and you were the 3rd skier out. So it's been a while since you skied, and also there could be the possibility of a runoff.
Exactly. So
you're staying pretty much in your skiing gear right now, looking at that possibility. But here we go, Kennedy Hansen, 13 meters. Take it away, Glenn.
Yeah, 13-metre line from the east end of Lake 2 here at Pecos Waterski facility. If anything, that wind has possibly died down a little bit. I look at the ripple on the water, and there's not too much in it, so conditions pretty good at the moment as she completes that 13-metre pass.
All right, so Kennedy Hansen currently lying in 3rd overall. She can make some movement here in the overall battle, provided that she increases upon 3 and 11.25 meters. I would say any pace of 5 on 11.25 meters could well help her out in that regards, because she is about 30 points away from usurping Paige Rini, but Paige herself is yet to ski as well in the slalom event. Glenn?
Yeah, and Paige, of course, is in a good spot in that overall, but it is tough to see Brooke Baldwin not taking the title, so we'll just have to wait and see. But like you say, only 80 overall points separating them at the moment.
That's between 1st and 2nd.
1st and 2nd, yeah, exactly, between Brooke and Paige. Okay, so Kennedy Hansen has completed the 13-metre line. He 32 off, and she's now shortened down to 35 off, which is 12-metre line. The blue shortening on your slalom rope at home, if you've ever wondered what those shortenings colours were.
All right, so here we are. We've got Kennedy Hansen approaching the course on 12 metres. Now, critical pass here. Critical to her chances of ascending the podium in the overall competition. Currently lying in third. And also team points for the United States are valuable as well. So anything more than 3 or halfway down the next pass, because she's gotten to that point now. So a wise decision on her part to go in on the 12-metre line. And, you know, the last two competitors that started on 13 metres,
yeah, and it hasn't worked
paid
out.
the price.
Yeah, but is that why they paid the price, though? It's hard to know, isn't it? I mean, they wanted to run 11 to get in on the podium, and I still think we've got Anne-Marie sitting next to us. She's got 4 at 11, and she's got a chance at the podium. But I still think deep down that that 4 at 11 won't hold. I think the scores on the podium will be at 10.75. So it just comes down to whether you back yourself to run 11 downwind, and there's definitely some girls in this field that can do that.
I think you're right, but
yeah, I know.
I hope 4 is good enough for podium.
Oh, look, stranger things have happened, and you get out there earlier and you put the pressure on. I mean, you're certainly in much better shape sitting on 4 at 38 off than anyone else in the field, that's for sure at the moment.
All right, then. So looking along our scoring table right now, we see our president, the president of the IWWF there, Jose Antonio Perez Priego, who's doing a sterling job right now ever since he ascended to that role in 2019 after the Open World Championships in Malaysia, I believe.
Actually, I think it was 2 years earlier in Paris, actually, 2017. Okay, 11.25 metre line now from the eastern end of Lake 2 here at Picos.
Oh, my word, as she gets around buoy number 2. Kennedy Hansen at 11.25 metres.
It's solid. I mean, it's a solid score for Kennedy. She's an overall skier that is her overall is favoured towards the trick event with a good jump score, and slalom probably the weaker of her 3 events. 2 at 11, it's going to help her overall chances out, but obviously doesn't take the lead off Anne-Marie here in the commentary position. Still 4 at 38 leads this event.
Getting around buoy number 2, and kind of what did you see there? Because I mean, you had similar conditions. You had that tailwind coming into this particular run of 11.25 meters. I mean, just how strong is that wind on your back? Would you say?
I would say it's not the strongest tailwind I've ever skied in, but it was just pushing you a little bit. You have to be aware of it.
All right then, so that's some pretty good advice going forward for our skiers to come. Starting off with Luisa Jaramillo of Colombia, who is the current U-17 Girls World Slalom Champion, and she took that in very, very fine style, confident style, one would say.
And this is her home site, Tony. This is where she lives and trains, of course. So until she heads to Arizona this weekend or this next week to start her university career there in Arizona. But she's going to start 13 metre here, and she's been smashing out 11.25 metre passes all weekend long, all right through the U17 champs, right through training. So you'd expect, all things being equal, that she'll run this pass. She'll run the 12 because she'll have 11 with the head breeze. And that will be the aim of the game, I'm sure, is to get onto the 10.75.
All right, then a good-looking effort there on 13 metres. So between starting on 14.25 metres and 13 metres, a lot happened so far as the resistance behind the boat goes. If you can maintain some good resistance behind the boat and increase upon it, then there's very little pressure that is typically exerted upon the turns, because if you can get out there quick enough from each side to another, then you don't have to rely upon bringing the ski hard round at the end of the turn just to stay with the pass, you know, Glenn.
Absolutely. They're super talented, these Jaramillo twins. What I like about them is they're so relaxed. They don't get tense. They're We see your twin brother Federico there, or Federico. They're very relaxed and they're having a good time. He's giving us a bit of a wave. Good to see. Coach, of course, Kuri Picos, standing next to him. They will be very relaxed, I'm sure. I mean, Kuri Picos himself is, I would think, one of the most relaxed coaches you'll ever come across. Very laid back.
So relaxed he's horizontal.
He is, yes. Okay, 12 metre line now. From the eastern end, she will have this slight tail breeze behind her. Don't expect too many problems out of one ball. Across the 2, 3, Luisa Jaramillo running the 12 metre line with consummate ease at the moment. She heads out around 6 and completes that 35 off pass.
And a skier that's skied in some of the better facilities around the world, but has also taken a talent. I believe she skied at Moomba at least a time or two before, isn't that right?
Yeah, she's been Moomba a couple of times and skied out there on the river, on the Yarra River in downtown Melbourne, of course, and skied very well.
I'm sure that's a stage and a competition that you wouldn't mind having a crack at, Anne-Marie. The Moomba Masters maybe in the future.
Oh yeah. I really wanted to go this past year or the year before, but it was a little hard to get there.
It's a little hard to get there at the moment, that's for sure, because the borders are shut. But yeah, I mean, I still think Moomba is the biggest and the best tournament in the world. I know it doesn't always suit, the time of year doesn't always suit skiers from the United States, particularly from the colder climates of the US, because first week of March is still fairly cool in a lot of parts of the US, but geez, it's definitely, I think, a bucket list tournament for any skier from around the world. Okay, here we go. This is 11.25. This is the money pass. 4 is the current lead. More than 4 gets her in the lead, but I really do think she needs to run this if she wants to end up on the podium. Luisa Jaramillo from the start dock end here. 11.25. Around 2 she goes. A little bit slow out of 2. She needs a big 3 ball here. Not a bad 3 as she's on time again. Round 4, slack rope. She moves across the 5. She's taken the lead. Can she get to 6? She's late. I don't know that she does. Oh, she slips inside 6, Tony. And I think that could be telling. I mean, she's got the lead at the moment. She's got 5 at 11. But I'm not sure. I think she needed to run that pass to be on the podium. We'll have to wait and see.
All right, then. A good strike into buoy number 1. A little bit exposed there into number 1, but keeping her poise very much going forward. She knew that she was going to be running down course at least a couple of times.
Sorry, mate. I think the wind picked up. If you looked at the water conditions now, I think she got a bit of a shift in the breeze and the strengthened. She's fighting hard, you know. It's this game of inches here. If she gets around this buoy and out the gates, she's probably got a medal, but she didn't. So now she's going to have an anxious wait to see what happens for our next 4 or 5 skiers.
Your assessment of this pass, Anne-Marie?
Well, her 1 ball looks really good. A little shoulders down, but she pulled it together and looks good in a 2 ball. A little late, but still looking good. And then right there at 3 ball, she kind of got pulled forward again, and she's getting more and more down course with more slack at every buoy. And then obviously she couldn't get to 6.
All right then. Okay, I think at this moment, I think it's probably safe to say that we'll know within about the next 2 to 3 competitors whether there is a situation where you'd be on the podium or even involved in a runoff situation. So with that in mind, I'm gonna let you go and get ready and just try and enjoy the remainder of the slalom event without us bothering you too much. Anne-Marie Wroblewski, ladies and gentlemen, we thank her for sitting beside us, and congratulations and best of luck going forwards.
Thank you guys, and again I'd like to thank my sponsors, Conley, April, and Michiana Renovations.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much,
Yep,
Anne-Marie.
thank you.
Well done. Okay, running through this exciting under-21 ladies slalom final.
All right then, so next competitor up, Glenn. An intriguing competitor, Cassidy Hawkins. Not too sure what she's going in on. A 14-meter start, 14.25 meter start. So this is going to necessitate a deep run on 11.25 meters with the tailwind behind her in order to get close to the lead score.
I still think you need to run 11 to get on the podium in this event. I mean, I could well be wrong, but I think conditions, although that wind is whipping up a little bit, you can see the flags. I still think it's going to take scores on 10.75 to be on the podium, but you never quite know. At the moment, of course, we see Luisa Jaramillo leading this event with 5 on the 11.25 meter line. And here's... We're
going to try and get Luisa up on the desk and get her assessment of her new lead score of 5 and 11.25 meters. But there you go, the face of full focus out there. That is Cassidy Hawkins, originally out of the Show Me State of Missouri, and currently studying at the University of Alabama. And during the summer, skis over at Bennett's in Zachary, and been doing some great work over there.
Now that wind, there's a good shot here down the lake. We can see the breeze is picking up here. The flags are blowing. We've got Nautic flags all around the side as you'd expect, and it is buffeting pretty strong now. And geez, I hope this doesn't adversely affect this final. You know, we've got our top seeds still to come, and we want the conditions to hold nice for them. Cassidy Hawkins now past number 2, the 13-meter line, downwind.
All right, nice. Keeping the ski very, very much dialed into the conditions. Not afraid to let the skier run down course, because she knows that putting pressure on that good slalom ski going across course allows her to get from one side to the other with ample time, especially on something like 12 meters there, Glenn. Looking in very, very fine form. That is Cassidy Hawkins.
Yeah, that was a good 13-meter pass. With that wind, though, it does show it was affecting her a little bit here at 13, so it's going to make it tough when she gets to 11. But one thing at a time. She's got 12-meter coming up. She's going to have the head breeze, which will help her, of course, as long as she can make sure she skis wide enough. Then the 12-meter line coming up shouldn't be too much of a problem.
A little on the back of the ski off number 4, and I mean that angle from number 4 into number 5 is very, very deceptive, because it always seems to make you look like you're narrow or you're a little bit late or going down course, where the actual reality is that she was on top of the course all the way through, and had that pass pretty much wrapped up by about that point.
It's a warm-up pass for her, Tony. So she was never going to miss that pass. She was just making sure she didn't fall off or something. Something horrible didn't happen. She was just skiing boy to boy to make sure of it. Now's the 12-meter line. Now this is a little bit more of a concentration factor, because that wind is whipping up. So although the head breeze obviously can help you a little bit, it can slow things down for you. You've still got to ski pretty wide, of course, on that shorter line length of the 12-meter. Here we go, round 2. She's on time and early. Heads for 3. 35 off. Cassidy Hawkins from the US. Round 5. Oh, that's a nice pass. No problems at all there on the 12-meter line.
Oh yeah, nicely done, and all the way through. And having seen Cassidy run through passes over in Zachary, over at Bennett from time to time, the thing that I've looked at so far as the skiing is concerned is she's concentrated on the one factor: do not fall. Just stay on. It sounds simple, right?
But it's the most basic thing, though, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, but staying on top of the ski and letting that ski run is probably one of the most useful things that she can use going forward, you know, because if she tries to overcompensate on the turns, 9 times out of 10 she'll come up second best.
No rope, no hope, Tony. If you haven't got that handle in your hands and you're on your ski, then you're out of the game, aren't you? So, but this is where it gets serious, Tony. This is going to be really hard. This 11 metre line, 38 off, downwind, and that breeze is starting to pick up. I think now these guys have got to get 11 with their head from now on. I really do. I think that's the name of the game. But right now we've got Cassidy here. Of course, this is going to be 11.25 metre line from the eastern end of this lake, which means he's going to have the tailwind behind her. He's going to need a super good start. Out of one she goes. Round two. She's fighting hard here as she's hanging in there. Round three. She's actually hanging in there quite well into four. She's around four, but I think that's it, Tony. In fact, she doesn't get the four, boys. She's probably going to get 3.5. Hands together, though. That's a solid effort. She's going to finish middle of the pack, I think, in the under-21 ladies slalom final. So there's nothing wrong with that.
Currently, she's lying in third place behind Anne-Marie Wroblewski and our current leader, Luisa Jaramillo, with 5 and 11.25 meters. Be interested to take a look at the instant replay here to see where it started to unravel for her. Looked pretty good, though. I mean, she is right foot forward, which means a gate shot is always going to be a lot better than some of the remaining turns inside the slalom course. And just got a little flat-footed into number 2, Glenn, and got down the course just a little bit too much. So by the time she got to number 3, she was in pretty much a losing battle at that moment. She got round the 4th buoy. The judges are reviewing this to determine whether the ski actually made it on the outside of buoy number 4. The difference between between 3 and 3.5, I would say.
Okay, so we're down to our final 3, though, Tony. We're going to know who our first medalist is very shortly. We have the super talent, of course, of Paige Reaney coming up. Then, of course, Jamie Ball, potentially you'd have to say the favourite in this event. And then last off the dock will be Brooke Baldwin. So we will know. And the score to beat is 5 on the 11.25, held by Luisa Jaramillo. So this is going to be exciting, Tony. I'm excited to see what line length these girls start at. And we're about to know who our first medalist is in the under-21 women's slalom final.
Okay, confirmed score there for Cassidy Hawkins, 3 at 11.25 meters. That puts her in about the middle of the pack and actually ties the score of one or two of our other competitors, Neely Ross, with a current two-way tie for third place right now. So I suspect 13 meters is coming up. So Louisa.
Well, two things in play here, of course. Paige is trying to win a medal in the slalom event, but also she's trying to catch up or narrow the gap that she has in the overall at the moment. She's 80 overall points behind Brooke Baldwin. So if she can increase her slalom score in this round from the elimination round, she will help out her overall score.
Right, round buoy number 1. All the way through to 6, and a good, solid effort there for Paige Reaney. Now, what is it she scored before? 1 at 10.75 meters, so that contributes to her total in the overall competition. She currently has 27.17 points. So if she can get about halfway down 10.75 meters, and I mean, it's a tall order to get there because no one has so far. If she can get about halfway down 10.75, then the possibilities of a real tight battle in the overall positions really loom large.
Absolutely, Tony. One thing at a time, I guess, for her, though. She's, I believe she started at 32 off, 13 metre. I didn't actually confirm that, but that's the way it looked to me. Yeah, 13 metre. Confirmed. So she's now onto the 12 metre line. She'll be downwind, of course. We've got an easterly wind blowing here, and it is probably a little windier than you'd normally see at this Corey Pecos Waterski Centre, but that's because we have Hurricane Ida heading towards Louisiana, which is not all that far away from where we are in Florida, about 5 hours drive away. So it is picking the wind up a little bit from the east. Here we go, 12 metre line now. Paige Reaney representing Canada.
All right, here we go.
No problems at all at the moment. A little bit of spray in the face on 4-ball, but she's going to get 6 here, and that's a good 12-metre line in the bank for Paige Reaney from Canada.
Good technique on the turns, good attacking posture behind the boat, and trying to work her way down this performance pass after pass. She started in on 13. That was 12 meters coming back, and we shall see what she has to offer for us right here, right now. But take a look at the instant replay. Round buoy number 1 there on 12 meters, and allowing the ski to run true and to run nice and wide, whilst providing a very, very solid base under her feet to where she can just naturally balance and not run the risk of falling on the inside of the turn. Just waiting on the line, and then it's just a case from 5 to 6 of just grip it and rip it.
Absolutely. So the rope will be shortened now to the 11.25, 38 off. Current lead in this event is 5 with Luisa Jaramillo from Colombia. So more than 5. Well, actually, she only needs to get 5 because she has a superior score. But to get a bronze medal here, she needs to score 5. Obviously, to take the lead, she needs to get more than 5. Otherwise, we'd have a run-off. But we've still got 2 skiers to come. So this is a critical pass here. The entire world of water skiing is watching this now. Paige Reaney, under 21 ladies slalom final. Oh, geez, a bit of a slow start on 1, I think. Round 2. She's not bad out of 2, though. She's back on time here. Round 3, 11.25, rears up on 3. She's in big trouble here. Round 4, and that's it, Tony. 4 on the 11.25 metre line. And Luisa Jaramillo from Colombia has just picked up a medal. We don't know what colour it is yet, but she's guaranteed at worst the bronze. And that's a little bit disappointing, I guess, for Paige Reaney. It's a good score, but just shows at 11.25, Tony. You can take us through the replay, but it only takes a couple of little mistakes for things to turn to custom.
Also, the prospects of her going up in the overall competition have just been dealt a severe blow as well, because she scored 1 at 10.75 in the previous round, scored in less than that this time around. So Paige Reaney a little bit on the back of the ski there as she approached buoy number 4. And just got the handle up a little bit on the inside, just couldn't control the speed, and unfortunately there for Paige Reaney, it is a 4-buoy count, which ties Anne-Marie Wroblewski. Now, if it came down to a tiebreaker for the medals, then Paige Reaney will obviously have the backup from the round earlier. So currently, as it stands right now, Luisa Jaramillo in the lead with 5 at 11.25 meters. Paige Reaney with 4 in second place, and Anne-Marie Wroblewski with 2 skiers remaining is currently sitting in third place right now.
That's right, Tony, and we're down to our final couple of skiers now. Of course, the favourite for the event up next, Jamie Bull, and then she'll be followed by Brooke Baldwin. So it's going to be Canada and then the US.
All right, that's not to say with, so far as Paige Reaney's overall package is concerned, she has 2 more event finals to go. So, I mean...
And, you know, tricks and jump count for a lot, and overall we all know that. So she's got plenty of time yet, Paige Reaney, to increase her overall score. But as you say, in the slalom, she was unable to do so.
All right, and while Paige Reaney is there swimming in, I do have to say that that there could be a potential runoff in play with 4 and 11.25 meters. If things go in that general direction, there could be a runoff between Paige Reaney and Anne-Marie Wroblewski, so they've got to be on ready standby just in case.
Well, no, Tony, because Louise is clear on 5, so yeah.
But then there's that two-way tie for second, so I mean, for 4 buoys. Well, anyways, let's continue right along. Yeah, because that second place with 4 is actually decided by backup score.
Exactly. So there's not going to be a runoff unless we have a tie for 5 with Louisa, which could happen for the gold. But I'm reasonably confident that Jamie Bull. The conditions are a bit of a breeze here, but arguably at the moment, Jamie Bull's the best slalom skier going around in the world, because with the injury to Regina Jacquis, of course, Whitney McClintock-Rini has been slaloming very well, but Jamie Bull is a pro. She's winning pro events left, right and centre all around the world, so you would think she should be all over this to run the 11.25. Conditions, there is a breeze there, but it's not unskiable. It's still a wonderful water ski facility here, so I'd expect Jamie here. This is 13 metre. I would expect her to run the 12 downwind and then, of course, give herself the 11 into the breeze. And barring any major upset, I think she should be fine running that 11.25.
All right, so some good skiing so far from Jamie Bull, who is fresh off the victory that she took at the Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. Just outside Arlington in the northwestern state of Washington, and performed really, really well all the way throughout. Actually got a score into 10.25 meters to leave that venue with the best score in the tournament among the women, as well as taking the victory in the head-to-head third round of bracketed skiing. There we see along the shoreline, there's Corey, there's Federico, and one or two other folks there just reveling in the fact that Luisa Jaramillo is still in the lead with 2 skiers remaining, guaranteed a medal, as a matter of fact, as a result of that. And you just never know what could come between here and now. That's why we have these competitions. You don't win titles on paper,
no,
you win them on the water.
Okay, here we go. Jamie Bull from Canada. This is 12 metre. From the eastern end, this is the pass, of course, which is that slight tail breeze. Super strong athlete. You have to say one of the strongest slalom skiers, I would think, in the women's. I mean, in terms of strength.
Yeah, you could definitely tell that she's built for this slalom game. You know, very high strength in the biceps and pretty much everywhere else where it's needed to succeed. And I tell you what, though, I mean, you might well be strong in those areas, but you have to be strong in the mind. You have to be strong in the will. And strong in technique as well. Strength needed in all of those facets in order to succeed.
Water skiing is such a mental game, isn't it, Tony? And the pressure is immense. It's not like a game of football or something where you can make a mistake in the first 30 seconds, but then go on to have the game of your life and be, you know, the player of the day or whatever. With water skiing, you make a mistake in the first play, then it's all over. So it's definitely a mental game. Here we go, 11.25 metre line, folks. This is the money pass. Current lead is 5 on this pass with Colombia. Luisa Jaramillo has got 5 on this next pass. She's guaranteed a bronze. And Jamie Bull runs this pass. She will have a silver and an opportunity at a gold. So let's just wait and see. The big moment coming up. Jamie Bull from the start dock end. She's going to have a nice head breeze here.
All right,
round one
here
she
we
goes.
Go. Round buoy number 1. Trying to keep the tip of that ski low and in the water right now. She's doing a fine job here. This is 11.25 meters.
Easy as you like. I mean, that shows the class. She's a pro slalom skier, of course. Arguably the best female slalom skier in the world right now that's currently competing. With that injury, of course, to Regina Jacquis.
And because she's got more than 5 on 11.25 meters, she's vaulted herself up onto the podium, so she'll finish with a medal in this particular event.
Yeah, well, she's guaranteed silver. Now, the interesting thing here will be 10.75 with the tailwind. We had 4 at 10.75 in the elimination round from Brooke Baldwin, so we know she's in good form. But they didn't have this breeze in the elimination round, so every buoy, you know, 1 or 2 is not going to be enough. But if you can get a piece of 3 buoy here, I think that's going to put some pretty immense pressure on Brooke Baldwin. So it's going to be interesting here. We see a shot there, great shot of Brooke down on the start duck, smiling. Good to see. The camera's on you, and she's good luck, Brooke. Get out there and get amongst it, of course. leading the jump and the overall at the moment, and of course the slalom going into the finals. So she's had a good tournament so far as Brooke Baldwin.
And of course, anything more than 4 and 10.75 meters for Brooke Baldwin in this slalom final will help to dilute the value of the scores of those skiers changing. But here we go.
Okay, folks, big moment coming up in this women's slalom final. This is 10.75 metre, 39 off. Round 1, Jamie Bull from Canada. She's out of 2. She's late in trouble here for 3. I don't know. Does she get to 3? She does, I think. Judge's call. I'm going to give her, well, what am I? I'm just going to take a stab in the dark and say 2 1/4. But could be any one of 3 scores. It could be 2, could be 2 1/4, could be 2 1/2. Tony's shaking his head. We'll wait and see. Left the door ajar here for Brooke Baldwin.
I'm really not too sure, but they are reviewing this a score, so just wheelies up on buoy number 1, but gets straight back into her leaning phase off buoy and our approach into number 2. And it's hard to tell from that angle. We're going to have to take another look from a separate alternate angle before making that determination.
This is a critical call here from the judges, Tony, because I think if the score ended up at 2, then Brooke could ski to 2 relatively easily, I think, and we could have a runoff situation. If it ends up being 2 1/2 or 2 1/4, then it's huge. There's a hell of a difference with this tailwind between 2 and 2 1/4 or 2 1/2. Well, I think she went around the buoy there, Tony. I'm pretty convinced of it. My eyes aren't that good, but...
Yeah, she did go around the buoy, but did she have contact with the handle at the same time?
Well, we'll leave it to the judges. Critical moment in the slalom final. And they will need the score, I'm sure, before Brooke Baldwin leaves the dock here. We're waiting on that score. 2 1/4 is the score, and I agree with the judges there. That's the way I saw it. Not that my opinion's worth anything. And that quarter buoy could end up being critical here. We'll have to wait and see. But there's a huge difference, Tony, especially when you've got a tailwind at 10.75 between 2 and 2 1/4.
Wow, and it comes down to our last skier now, Brooke Baldwin. She'll go in 13 meters, I suspect. So the next 4 passes will determine the champion of the world in the U-21 women's slalom competition. Let's see what she's got. The opening run, 13 meters. Nice roll in towards buoy number 1. Good hard stab there off that particular turn, but you know, she just turns the ski, just grips onto the line, and just takes everything to the outside the buoy line. And a decent effort there.
Yeah, a super talented skier, overall skier, of course. No matter what happens here, she's going to end up with the top score in slalom for under 21 women at this event, because she had the top score in the elimination round of 4 at 10.75. She's got the top score in jump. Of course, I think she jumped, was it 49 something meters? I'm trying to remember. So she's had a good tournament so far. This stage looking like taking out the overall title, although Paige Rini still has a bit of an outside chance in that overall title. But this is a wonderful 13-metre line here, 32 off for Brooke Baldwin.
All right then, so the scores that we've seen so far, we've got 2 1/4 at 10.75 metres. Jamie is currently in a league guaranteed a silver. The next best score is 5 and 11.25 meters from Luisa Jaramillo, guaranteed a bronze, currently in second place right now. So that's the situation that we have. An outside chance of medaling right now with, what was the score? 4 and 11.25 meters for Paige Rini, but something is going to have to go completely out of character for Brooke Baldwin in order for that to happen. All right, then, here we go. This is Brooke Baldwin approaching the course right now on 12 meters. There you go, round number 1. And I like the way she double pumps a little bit into each turn. It's not a one straight fluid motion.
Yeah, that's a good 12-metre line downwind. You're right, she's got a great slalom style. Yeah, I just wonder if she's got a little bit of a back injury, Tony, the way I notice she just stretches out her back every now and again when she's slaloming, not during the pass, obviously, but between passes. And, geez, you wouldn't notice it. She's skiing pretty well at the moment in all 3 events.
And, it's a long, long season, I mean, she's travelled extensively around the country, skied in a number of events, so, I mean, it does take its toll, slaloming at this level. And there you see an example of that double pump technique. Some call it a split radius edge change, and some call it just pure, flat-out great slalom skiing. but there you go. That is Brooke Baldwin just extending once, extending again, and then just allowing the ski to just whip round and then go across course. And beautifully executed run. That pass, I believe, was on the 12-metre line. So, here is the situation so far as Brooke Baldwin is concerned. Now she can chase spots on the podium. But, let's see what she can do. If she can get more than 5, she'll ascend the podium.
Yeah, so 11.25 metre line from the start dock end into a head breeze here. A slight head breeze. Must, of course, run this if she wants gold. 5, of course, will get her a silver. 11.25, 38 off. Brooke Baldwin from the US of A. Not a great start on 1. She rears up on 1. She's in trouble here. She's going to fight hard. Such is her talent, though. I think she's making it up. Good 3-ball. Round 4. She's going to head across the 5. 11.25 metre line. And Brooke Baldwin, what a sensation. After a horrible start on 1 ball, she has actually run that pass pretty comfortably. The 11.25 metre line for Brooke Baldwin.
Wow, and I don't know what was going through her mind on that one, but I think it was on lines of do not fall, do not fall, do not fall. Just stay on top of the water as long as the handle is in her hand, especially here off buoy number 1 where she reared up on the ski. Took a big old whiplash effect there off number 1 into number 2. And then just got settled in, just held it all together like those first 2 buoys didn't even happen.
One initially looked quite bad, but she actually came out of 1 not too bad. She reared up, like you say, but she managed to get a nice lean on into 2, and she ended up relatively early for 2. So that was a good pass on the 11.25. This is it, though. Critical now. 10.75. Bit of a tail breeze. 2 1/4 is the score. That is the lead. We see Jamie Bull watching. So 2's not going to be enough here, and 2 is a common score at 10.75 for these girls when they've got a tail breeze. So that's why I say that 2 1/4 was a good effort from Jamie Bull. So really, this is going to come down to inches here. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up having a judge's review here on the buoy. I think this is absolutely going to be a game of inches on the 10.75.
Yes, indeed. And looking on the shoreline briefly, there was Jamie Bull, the defending champion. Yep. Will she see her title being relinquished?
Here we go. Needs 2 1/2 to take the gold. Around 1 she goes. Oh, not a great one, not a great start, but she's on 2. I think she's going to get to 3, is she?
Oh my word! It's going to come down to it. It's going to come down to a judge's call. Oh wow!
I'm not going to. I don't know. I got a feeling that Jamie thinks she might have won here, but she might have had a better angle than me. I'm not sure, but my gut feeling is that Brooke didn't go around this number 3 ball here. We'll wait and see. Here comes the replay. Not a great start on 1 for Brooke. 2, she's scrambling. She's working hard to get to 3.
Well, that's not the best angle to see. Let's have a look at the alternate angle.
Look at the body language, though. The body language from Brooke Baldwin is that she didn't get around 3, I think. So she's going to get silver. I'm still waiting for the official judges' score. This will be a better angle, Tony.
Right, our VAR official is looking here at this effort here from Brooke Baldwin. Fair to say she got round buoy number 2, but let's check in on buoy number 3. Inside. So, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your champion of the world and successfully defending that title from 2 seasons ago from Canada, Jamie Bull.
Congratulations, Jamie Bull will take the gold medal. Brooke Baldwin will take the silver, and the Colombian Luisa Jaramillo, of course, will take the bronze. What a great final! That extra quarter buoy from Jamie Bull became the telling factor, didn't it, in the end, Tony? with that tail breeze, it was always going to be difficult to get more than 2 at 10.75, and Jamie managed to do it.
Oh, wow. Come down to it, didn't it? Into a 10.75 meters. I know she's happy that she's won the world title, but would have liked to have run the pass to put a cherry on the top of the proverbial sundae. And there you see some great camaraderie, some greats there between Brooke Baldwin and Jamie Ball. Good to see that. And also Louisa as well, and members of the Jaramillo family as well. Great competitive action. We're going to try and get Jamie Ball on the announcing stand, but an absolutely fantastic competition all the way throughout. So we're going to try and get the major players. We've got Jamie Ball, we've got Brooke Baldwin, and we've got Louisa. We'll see if we can get them over here. We've got confirmation. Jamie Ball, your champion of the world in the U-21 women's slalom competition, ahead of Brooke Baldwin, who is runner-up. Louisa Jaramillo, who backs up her world championship win in the U-17 girls with a bronze medal in the U-21 women. All right, then, while we wait on the boat to make its way out for the men's competition, we're going to see our first competitor about to take to the water very, very soon. We're going to have Jamie Ball. She's done this a few times before with the post-performance interviews. All right then, Jamie. World champion in 2021 in the U-21 Worlds. Once again, successfully defending the title. Yeah, and I get a very palpable sense of relief there. Jamie Ball, congratulations to you.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. I mean, I'm super happy to go back-to-back, but definitely stressed myself out there. So, chose to take 38 headwind just because it's a little gusty out there. Thought I could get a good start in the tail, and I had a decent one, but 2 was rough.
All right, let's take a look at this, as a matter of fact. Take us through this, Jamie.
Yeah, gate was okay. 1 was pretty decent. Hooked up all right. Came into 2, quite a bit of speed. Tried to push on the ski, lost the line, and then I just pulled all the way to 3, was planning to S-turn, and I don't know, I got out there and the wind's pushing you pretty fast, and I started to try to S-turn maybe a little too soon and lost the handle.
So, wow, let's take a look at this leaderboard. I mean, you're on the top of it, but tell us a little bit about Brooke. I mean, because she pushed that score all the way there, didn't she, with 2 at 10.75?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Brooke's an amazing skier, and she killed it in the prelims. So when I got 2 1/4, I was not too confident that it was going to do it. I thought Brooke had it for sure. So she had a pretty good one. Moves through well, and then kind of the same situation at 2, loses the line, same thing, pulls all the way to 3, and just ended up a little short.
And then she knew right there and then that just relinquished the world title to you. Didn't make any attempts to sell that buoy or do an S-turn or anything like that to keep the officials thinking. But you've had a great season so far, haven't you? I mean, you just come back from hilltop. You had to switch from 8-degree weather to 80 or 90-degree weather. How was that transition for you?
Ooh, that was tough. I don't do very well with the heat, so Seattle was more my weather. The water here is really hot, and I kind of struggled with that.
All right then. So, also something to bear in mind. We actually did an interview on TWBC podcast. We'll find out a little bit more about you with that whenever you go to Spotify and to Apple Podcasts and all that deal. So now your season's not over by any stretch of the imagination. You've got the Elite World Championships. You've got a whole bunch of stuff going on. You're still in your major of study with mechanical engineering. You're graduating in May, so a lot on your plate, and we certainly congratulate you and wish you the very best of luck going forward, Jamie Ball. You are the world champion twice.
Yeah, thanks, Tony.
Not a problem, not a problem. Okay, we're going to go into the men's slalom competition in right now, as a matter of fact, because our first competitor on the water from Sweden is Tim Tornquist. And coming in on the 30-meter line. Tim Tornquist, 30 meters. And the boat speed, major difference here. The boat speed, instead of being 55k, is 58k, which is the equivalent of 36 mile an hour.
Yeah, and Tim, I haven't got the information in front of me, but if I remember rightly, I think he was third in this event at the last U-21 Worlds.
Okay, we're going to have to...
we'll have to confirm that, but I remember watching that webcast, Tony, from back home in New Zealand. I was, of course, up there in Canada, those under-21 Worlds, and I've got a feeling that if he didn't finish third, he was pretty close to the podium.
All right, our crack team of researchers are checking up on that.
We've got a team on that.
All right, but nonetheless, 13-meter start and employing the same kind of tactic and strategy going into this event as a few of our women did. All right, then. So our crack team of researchers coming through there. And, yeah, you are absolutely right there with Tim Tornquist. Actually finished third via a back score. He tied for second, as a matter of fact, but his backup score sent him down to third place.
Look, I would have been watching. It would have been probably 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, but obviously I'd had my coffee because I remember watching that event. It was a good event up there in Canada, the last 21 Worlds. Now, Tim has been training the last couple of weeks with Kyle Lead at Ski Fluid, and because Kyle, known as the world's best jump coach and one of the best jump sites, of course, at Ski Fluid, but also a very good slalom coach as well. So Tim's been working with him at Ski Fluid as he runs his way down this 12-meter pass.
All right, then. So, current champion in this event in the boy in the men's slalom, Joel Poland, but he is aged out and will not be a feature here. And he actually scored 1 at 10.25 meters to take that title 2 years ago in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. So, looking at Tim Tornquist, anything you see out of the ordinary so far, Glenn?
No, I think he's fine. He's just had 12-meter downwind, but it's the wind's not that strong, and it's blowing up you get a gust every now and again, but generally it's okay. It's just a stock standard head tail, which you get at a lot of ski sites, and a little bit windier than you'd normally see here at Picos, but it's still very skiable. But I thought this was a good pass. He's built like a slalom skier. He can jumps 58 meters. In fact, I think he might have been over 60, but he jumped 58 meters yesterday to qualify for the U-21 jump final, but he's probably built more like a slalom skier than a jumper, and the Swedes are generally known for being quite tall. Of course, you think of the greatest Swede to ever be a Swede, the great Mike Shaylander, is more from our era, Tony, and what a hero he was to me growing up, the great Mike Shaylander.
Yep. Back in the day where the mad Swede tore up the Pro Tour slalom scene in the United States. Here comes the latest incarnation, 11.25 meters.
Yeah, he's out of 2 ball and across the 3. He's looking comfortable at the moment as he uses this head breeze to his advantage. Round 5. This is a great pass, 11.25. Tim Tornquist out of Sweden. There's his dad on the dock. Apparently, the old man does a bit of commentating. He's the #1 Waterski commentator back home in Sweden, Tony, so he's big fans of you and I. He was telling he's listening in for any tips and that sort of thing.
I wouldn't exactly advise him to listen to me for tips on that. More, I would rather defer to you there.
Oh, Tony, come on. Thanks very much, mate, but...
All right, then. So, we've got Tim Tornquist. Good skiing.
Good pass. This will be interesting here, though. He's going to have the 10.75 with the tail breeze. He only scored half in the qualifying round. That's why he's first off the dock in the final. He was last and he just scraped in. His personal best is 4 on this next pass. Bronze medalist from 2 years ago, but geez, with this tailwind, I think 2, even 2's a good score here, really, for Tim. You'll want to get 4, but let's see if he can't pick up 2 or maybe 3, and that gives him a bit of a chance going into this final. You can sit back and enjoy watching the rest of the finalists. 10.75 metre line now. Round 1 he goes. Oh, not too bad out of 1 considering the tailwind. He's got 2. Does he get to 3? I don't think so. Look, he's not happy. He knows he needed more if he wanted to be on the podium, but it's a solid start to the final, though, 2 at 10.75.
Yes, indeed, and actually an increase upon his score in the previous round. So he's got that going for him at least. Tim Torn to 10.75 metres. Not the best of starts on 9, and whenever the line gets this short and beyond, you really have to be on your game, and unfortunately for Tim, 2 is going to be it for him, and as you probably rightly say, that might have just put paid to his chances of scoring another medal in the U-21 Worlds.
Yeah, I don't think it's enough for a medal, but it's still a score that's going to be mid-pack possibly. But I mean, I guess he got a bronze medal at the last Under-21 Worlds. He's here to get another medal, and that's why he's disappointed.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so our next competitor to take to water is going to be coming in on, I believe, the 13-meter line, judging by where that loop is connected to the pole.
Yeah, young Charlie Ross out of Canada, of course, the junior world slalom record holder. Unfortunately, didn't make the final in the Under-17 Worlds, which was a bit of an upset, but he has made the final in the Under-21 Worlds. Interesting, he's starting at 14. Now, that will mean a couple of things. One, he'll have to run 11 downwind, but it does mean if he does that, he'll get the 10.75 into the breeze, which will help his score out. Although right now, looking at the lake, Tony, it's like that wind has died away. I don't think there's a heck of a lot in the breeze at the moment.
All right, then. So Charlie Ross has had a little bit of a dry spell recently, so far as his form was concerned. Didn't get out of the U-17 boys slalom elimination round, rather surprisingly, and he was maybe about 1 or 2 scores away from being eliminated in this stage of the competition. So he's got to knuckle down here a little bit, I would say.
He's just maybe struggling a little bit for form. He's only a youngster, but of course he burst onto the scene. When was it? Was it back in May at the Swiss Pro-Am, I think, where he broke that record? I'm trying to remember. It was early on in the autumn, yeah. So he took out that Under-17 world record. So he was in all sorts of form back in April, May, but maybe just lacking a bit of form. But, it only takes one. He's a class act, and it only takes one good slalom performance to get him back on track, and hopefully this final is the time that's going to happen.
All right, let's hope going forward that that form that he showed in the early part of the season finds its way back but for him. This now is Charlie Ross. Entrance buoy number 1. Gets a good hook up there around buoy number 1 and number 2. This is more like the Charlie Ross that I know. Getting around all 6 buoys. And exit gate, not a bad looking pass there on 13 meters. Now, Charlie Ross, with the kind of performances that he's produced in recent times, or extending all the way back to May, he still has the opt-up that he could invoke if he really wanted to.
I don't think he needs to. I think right now, Tony, that wind's dropped off. If we look at the jump lake right behind us, it's the wind is probably a third of what it was. So I think Charlie's timing here for his slalom set is good. I think he's got a much lower, a slighter breeze than certainly what we saw for the women's slalom final. So I don't see any issues with him running the 11.25 metre from the eastern end if these winds stay where they are. Interesting shot there, a little bit of grimace on his face. Young fella down at the start dock end, talking to his dad, I think, his coach.
All right then, so we've got Charlie Ross. Now, obviously, since May, the level of expectation on him to come away with scores like he did since Swiss Pro has definitely been weighing heavily on him, especially in the last two competitions, in the last two rounds of slalom skiing. Let's see if he can just put that behind him and just go out there and just ski.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I think he's only maybe just turned 16 years of age, if I'm correct. So he's a youngster, a really young competitor, and you go out and smash into the 10.25 and break a world record, and all of a sudden the world knows who you are, and the world's, the weight of the world's expectations are on his shoulders. And I do understand the pressure this young guy will be under, and he just needs to find a way to get out on the water and relax and just get out there and ski.
Yes, very, very similar. Well, in my mind, to someone like Naomi Osaka. I mean, she's come through as like the number one female tennis player in the world. The world of expectation is on her, and then there was that whole scene going into the French Open, and it cascaded through all the way through the Olympics in her homeland of Japan. So a lot of the weight of the world, would seemingly be upon Charlie Ross's shoulders based upon what he's done.
And talking about pressure and expectations, meanwhile, we've got the Jaramilos on the start dock. It's just one big party for this family. They don't feel pressure on a start dock to Jaramilos. But yeah, that was a good 12-metre pass from Charlie Ross. He will be back in on the 11.25.
All right, let's have a look and see. Charlie Ross, 11.25 meters with a tail breeze. If he can make it through this particular run, then it's going to be game on, I would say. Let's have a look at this.
The 11.25 metre line from the eastern end of Lake 2 here at Picos Waterski facility. Oh no, Charlie Ross has cranked 2-ball there. He's bitten off more than he can chew. Big slap of water for the young guy. Heart goes out to him. He's just a youngster. Probably, I'm sure, the youngest in this final. And as you said, that world record back in May has maybe put a little bit too much weight on his shoulders, this young guy. Desperate to get out there and slalom on the world stage at the World Championships. But 1.5 on the 11.25, I believe, will be his final score in this U-21 men's slalom final.
All right, then. So a little disappointing there, but... You know what? With Charlie Ross, I suspect his best days of slalom are yet to come.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Big future.
All right, then. Moving from one age extreme to the other, and skiing in his last U-21 World Water Ski Championships is going to be Federico Jaramillo. Actually... No, because Federico actually skied in the U-17, so he's going to have at least one more of these U-21 championships to go, I would say, going forward.
Absolutely.
And I tell you what, he's been slaloming well, been absolutely on fire. He's getting ready to go to Arizona State University, and not in very, very shortly. And he's going to go in, what was that, 14.25?
Yeah, 14.25. So he's not worried about 11 with the tail breeze. He's looking to get deep down 10.75 and try and get a medal here. Knows this site super well, because this is his home ski site, his home lake. Obviously from Colombia, but resident now here in Pecos Waterski Centre, although off on Monday. He starts college in Arizona at, I think it's ASU.
Yeah, it is. And he's a big enough fella as well that he could try it for almost any sport he wishes, basketball or football, the football that they play here in the United States anyway. And maybe he's more inclined to play soccer if he's so inclined.
Well, he's Latin American from Colombia. You'd think he'd... but why would you when you're the World Junior Slalom champion, two-time World Junior Slalom champion? I think if I was him, I'd be sticking with the water skiing.
Scoring 1.5 at 10.75 meters in the round previous to this one. And would need, I don't know, what would you say it would take to win the championship of the world? I mean, even at this early stage, somewhere looked like 4, possibly 5, given.
I think deep 10.75. I mean, the last Worlds, the winning score was 1 at 10.25 with Joel Poland. It's going to depend a little bit on this wind. It's up and down a little bit, but if the wind is as strong as it was for the girls, then it's probably somewhere 4 or 5 at 10.75 to win this event.
All right, let's have a look and see what we've got. For Federico Jaramillo, this is the 30-meter line. A lot of things are changed and a lot of things happen between 14.25 meters and this run. Not the least of which is he's got to put a little bit more resistance behind the boat to stay on track with the run. And that's exactly what he does off 5 into number 6. Slices and dices his way through that run.
Yeah, what Federico has done here by starting on the 14 rather than the 13 meter, and he normally starts at 13 because he started 13 both rounds in the under-17s and in the elimination round, is he wants 10.75 with the head breeze. So he's backing himself to run 11 downwind, and then he wants 10.75 with the head because he's figured, and I'm sure his coach Corey Pecos has helped him out with this decision, he's figured that he needs at least 4 or 5 at 10.75 to be on the podium, and he's also giving him a shot at running it. So this is the attitude. He's going hard out here because he's going to take a little bit of a risk with the 11.25 downwind, but he knows this lake well enough. He's skiing well enough that he realises he can do that, and that will give him, of course, 10.75 back into the wind. Before that, though, of course, he's now shortening onto the 12-metre line, and he'll have that for pass number 3.
Now, it's easy to say that Federico Jaramillo, because of his home side advantage, has an advantage on top of everyone else. But, I mean, there was a significant change in water level between the start of the event and right now with recent showers and stuff like that. I don't know whether that's actually smoothed things out on this slalom lake or made them a little bit more challenging. But either way, let's see what Federico Jaramillo can do with this next pass of 12 meters. Here we go. Look at this.
Yeah, early as you like. He's got that slight head breeze to help him out here at 12. We watch his coach, Corey Pecos, watching. And that's a good 12-metre pass there from Federico. He's got 11. He'll have the 11 downwind, although the breeze is not too bad right now. Just watch this 12-metre pass. Interesting thing about the Jaramillo twins going to Arizona University there is, I heard you talking about it a couple of days ago. They could ski on a lake, but the lake is very salty. In fact, I think I read somewhere that is actually 5 times saltier than the ocean. It's a super. So interesting. They built a man-made lake, and for some reason out there in the desert in Arizona, it turned to salt. Very salty, in fact.
Yeah, they do actually have more than one lake that they could possibly train. There's Crystal Point facilities just outside Gilbert in Arizona that they can utilize, I'm sure. But their main training lake is Firebird Lake, which was actually built for drag boat racing. Now imagine those things going across a salty lake.
Absolutely.
All right then, so here we go. We've got Federico Jaramillo. He started in on 14, came back on 13 and run 12 meters. Now a little bit of a tail breeze behind him on 11.25 meters.
Big pass. He's chosen to have this 11.25 with the tailwind. He's got a good start on 1. Round 2 he goes. Geez, he's early out of 2. He's smoking this pass at the moment. Round 3, what a talent this young guy from Colombia is. 11.25 metre line. Round 5, he's going to be early as you like for 6. That's sensational. Oh, Tony Lightfoot, that really is a magnificent pass with the tail breeze.
Oh, absolutely. Just in total control. You know, I mean, he let himself go down course in order to allow the ski to whip round and establish good angle. He just didn't really pressure himself that much with this particular run. Excellent number 1, mind you. And then just held onto that handle long enough to get outside buoy number 2. That's a hallmark of some great technique, having that much control and keeping that second hand on, because that keeps the line tight and keeps the ski riding outwards so it doesn't kick in at the wrong time. And beautiful skiing.
Smart play, you know. So just to recap, he normally starts at 13 metre. He's dropped the start length down to 14 metre for this final so that he could have this next pass, the 10.75, into the head breeze.
All right, so Federico Jaramillo, 10.75 metres. The current top score is 2 from Tim Tornquist, who started on 13 metres, so he got that score from the opposite direction. Federico, however, started 1 pass earlier and will actually have an attempt at 10.75 metres into a stiff head breeze.
Here we go.
Let's see, though.
Here we go. Big moment here. If he can somehow run this past, then he's in the gold medal position, I believe. Through the entrance gates he goes. 1. Breaks forward a little bit on 1. He's going to need a good 2. Great 2 ball at 10.75. Here he goes. Here comes Federico Jaramillo across the 4. He's going well. Look at him go. The Colombian. Round 5. Can he get to 6? He's fighting hard.
Yeah, oh, my word.
Oh, that is a great score. But, geez, he was inches away from running the 10.75. But still, that's going to be tough to beat now. 5.5 on the 10.75, and Federico Jaramillo is the hotter than hot favourite now for the gold medal in the under-21 men's slalom final.
And that exceeds the score that was needed to make it into this finals period. So now it's 5.5 at 10.75. Oh my word! It is most certainly game
great 2-ball,
on.
unbelievable 2-ball. We just saw the replay of this pass here. Gets not a great 3-ball, but another big turn here on 4. He just smashes that ski around. What a sensational pass. He's got 5, and then it's all about fighting here. He's fighting to try and get around 6 and out the exit gates. He comes around, he slam dunks, and he just couldn't get that second hand on the handle quick enough. That is still a magnificent score, though. 5.5 at 10.75. I think, Tony, now the rest of the field, they've got to seriously consider having the 10.75 with the head breeze, because they now need to run the 10.75 to take the gold medal.
And he stayed in it for as long as he could, allowed that ski, took a big old shot there off number 3. Just look at that. Just watch his head jar there from number 4 into number 5, and from there things started to get a little bit tight on him, and gets around buoy number 6, tries to bring the handle down a little bit low to take up the line, and it just came up a little bit soon. So Federico there, Jaramillo with 5.5 at 10.75 meters. And I tell you what, our skier in the view right now, Eduardo Morenzi, probably very, very grateful indeed that Federico Jaramillo is not a feature of the overall competition. Federico actually skiing in 2 events instead of 3, because if that were to stand as like the 1,000-point score, then the other overall competitors would have a real difficult time coming back to defend against that.
Absolutely. Well, that is sensational. Now we go to Argentinian's competitor, Tobias Georges. The interesting thing about this guy is that I think he slammed a PB in the elimination round, 1.5 at 10.75, and that was a great score for his overall. That got him, I think he's currently sitting in 3rd spot in the overall battle for the men. But Tobias, a very good, solid overall skier, has not run the 11.25 too many times, but he did in the elimination round here yesterday, where he picked up 1.5 on the 10.75 to make it into this final.
He's about 275 points adrift right now in the overall competition. He's currently lying in 3rd place behind Eduardo Morenzi and Alexander Somilyov. And if he hopes to get back into contention, he needs to come through with a score in probably his second weakest event going forward. This is Tobias Georges from Argentina, looking good on the first pass of 14.
Tim, do you want an interview? Yeah.
Tim Tornquist.
Yes. It's the Don.
I've got Tim Tornquist on my right.
Is it Don?
Yeah. All right, then. So we're looking at Tobias Georges. Just taking a look at the instant replays. Easy as you like there, Glenn, on that pass with Tobias. All right, then. So, in the announcer's position, represented Sweden, getting 2 at 10.75 meters. You've just seen your lead absolutely obliterated by Federico Jaramillo. So far as your performance is concerned, you feel you skied pretty well?
Yeah, it was decent. As all of the skiers out there in the final want more. I want to get deep into 10.75 as Fed did, maybe even run it. But we can see what Tobias gets here. I think he started 14, right?
Yeah. Whoa, hang on a second. Looks like the graphic is showing him with 12 meters. This could 13 meters coming back. My apologies, almost there.
Bit of a slip up from Vincent in the caravan there, uncharacteristic of our producer, of course, Vincent Studdlebar. Doesn't make many mistakes, but...
I thought there was going to be an opt-up involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a strange opt-up if he made that decision because it's blowing tailwind on the second pass. So, yeah, that tailwind was pretty strange in the gate shot. I overshot my gate on the 10.
So, Tim, do you regret the decision not to run 10.75 into the headwind?
I wouldn't start on 14. That's my 10, yeah. It's a pretty decent one, but I couldn't get out to 2 in the position I wanted. And yeah, you can see that's because of the gate. I overshot it a bit and got like straight at the buoy on 1. Couldn't control the rope. But no, I wouldn't change anything. Maybe opt up to 10 in the headwind, but I don't start on 14.
All right, then we see Mario Pigozzi there at the helm of that Nautique towboat, doing a fine job out there. And so Tim, going forward, where do your future endeavours carry you from here on out?
I actually made a jump final, so I'm pretty stoked about that. But after this competition, I actually made a team in Open Worlds, so I'm going to Jack Travers in October. Before that, I don't have any competition.
All right, then. So we wish you the best of luck going forwards, especially the Open Worlds, and in the more immediate future, your participation in the men's jump final. Thank you very much, Tim.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. And there's Tobias Georges from Argentina. Just run the 12-metre line, no problems whatsoever. He's obviously, as we've mentioned earlier, a solid overall skier, currently sitting 3rd in the overall in the under-21 men's.
All right, there. So there is Tobias Georges getting through, 14, 13, now 12. Hoping to put 10.75 into the wind. And hoping, therefore, that he scores 1.5 on that particular line excerpt, because anything he can score more than that would actually close in on the gap on, first of all, Eduardo Morenzi, of whom is about 75 points adrift from there, and then there is another 200 points he's got to make up to take the lead in the overall competition. But the more immediate target is to move up from 3rd through to 2nd right now at this time in the overall.
Great shot on the dock of Adam Picos and his lovely wife, Caitlin. Caitlin has worked harder than anyone, I think, to put these World Championships together. She really is a busy beaver, and it's great to see her involvement with the sport. Adam certainly picked a good one when he met Caitlin, that's for sure. But anyway, back on the water now, 11.25. Tobias Georges. He's into the head breeze with this pass. He's got a little bit deep on 2. He's got a great 3, though. He's back on this. Round 4, he's going to be late for 5, but I think he can still run this across the 6. And there you go. Well done. For a guy that had not really run a lot of 11.25 metre lines in his life, he's run it 2 days in a row here in the elimination round yesterday and now in the final here at the Under-21 men's slalom.
All right, then. So now it's game on so far as overall is concerned with Tobias Georges. He ran 1.5 on the next line length in the previous round, so anything more than that will close the gap. As I say, he's a good few points adrift. I would say about 25 points adrift.
Tony.
There's a gate review on this one.
Yeah, breaking drama here because we've got a gate review. And the Argentinian team will be sweating on this one as we await the review of this entry gate. Big moment in this final, big moment in the overall battle, as you say, Tony.
You have your stock. You signed everyone up.
We are waiting to see this young Argentinian overall superstar. Tobias Georges has got a gate review. They are checking his entry gates on the 11.25 metre line. Oh, the gate is good. The gate is approved. So don't cry for me, Argentina, because you've just been given the gates there for Tobias Georges, and you're back in this, folks. We've got the 10.75 coming up.
Oh, I do love that reference to Evita.
I thought I'd throw that one in for you, Tony.
Absolutely. Okay, another pop culture reference there. Okay, so Tobias Georges, 1.5 at 10.75 metres in the round previous to this. He can make up some ground on the overall competition, provided he gets more. And if he increases his jumping score from the previous round, where he jumped 62.7 metres or 206 feet. He's not going to be a feature in the tricks final, however, so it's got to be either on this event or on the next one.
That's right.
That he makes up the ground.
If he doesn't win this overall event, it's going to be because of the trick round. He slalomed and jumped really, really well at this tournament. Unfortunately, didn't trick as well as he would like. But here we go, 10.75 for Tobias Georges from Argentina.
Entrance number 1. Oh, takes a good strike off the number 1. Round number 2.
Oh, look at him
now
go.
He's increasing upon his overall score. Look at him go round buoy number 3. Look at him go round number 4. S turns 4. And that might actually be one of his better slalom scores. Could well be a PB.
I'm sure that's a personal best. 4 on the 10.75 for Tobias Georges. What a talent he is. This one ball is really good for someone who doesn't run 11 metre very often. To get a one ball like that at 10.75, unbelievable. Cross to 3 ball, and he's on this out of 3. Getting a little bit late now as he pulls all the way to 4. This is sensational. Outside chance now of a medal in slalom, you'd have to say, Tony.
And I think he's actually swapped positions between himself and Eduardo Morenzi. Now, there was about a 25-point gap between Eduardo with 26.46.32.
So this is in the overall, folks.
Yeah, this is. And Tobias Georges actually scored 26.25. So about 20 points. We reckon that 20 points is about, I don't know, half a buoy more in slalom, isn't it?
Yeah, so he may well have gone from 3rd to 2nd in the overall with the slalom pass. That's sensational. We'll have to wait and see. But look, he's an outside chance now of a medal in this event. I don't think this would be one of the biggest upsets if Tobias Georges gets a medal in the slalom here. I don't think anyone would have picked that in World Water Skiing.
Wow. All right, then. So Frederico still very much in the lead with 5.5 at 10.75 metres. Looking pretty good for that title at the moment after 4 competitors. Next competitor up, representing Canada, is going to be Sean Krause.
And the wind's dropped right off here, guys. This is conditions as good as they've been all day. It's glassing off on Lake 2 for slalom, so it's certainly picked a good time to ski, these guys. As opposed when the ladies skied, it was a little bit breezy. So at the moment, we have great conditions for slalom. Big smile. Caitlin.
All right, based upon what I'm seeing here on the overall competition between Eduardo Morenzi and Tobias Georges, I'm looking down this list for a score of 4 at 10.75 meters and see how that equates to overall. Blaze Grubbs in the initial round scored 4 at 10.75 meters, so his score in his overall score in the slalom is about 49 points more, 49 or 50 points more. So I think he has closed the gap based upon that separation between Blaze Grubb's score of 1,000 and what Tobias Georges has just completed.
Sean Krause from Canada, he'll start on the 14.25 metre line, 28 off. Conditions really good at the moment. That breeze has dropped off here. If you're just joining us, this is the U-21 men's slalom final. Federico Jaramillo has taken the lead with 5.5 at 10.75. We've got Tobias Georges of Argentina in second spot with 4 at 10.75, and of course Tim Tornquist of Sweden in third at the moment with 2 at 10.75.
All right, Sean Krause doing a fine job out there with 1.5 at 10.75 meters in the round previous to this. He started in, what was that, on 14.25 meters? And I think that now with the wind still staying in the direction that it is right now, I would say that tactic by Federico Jaramillo that allowed him to score 5.5 at 10.75 meters is probably going to be the most invoked option coming up. But that's not to say that things could change wind condition-wise or in terms of direction or strength that could actually force one or two of our skiers to go in on 13 meters.
Some great shots there of our leader, Federico Jaramillo. Hopefully, Fed, if you can hear us, we would come up and have a few words in the commentary box. I'm sure the world of water skiing would like to hear your thoughts on your slalom set. So Federico Jaramillo, if you could head towards the announcer's booth. Here's Sean Krause now. This is 13 metre. From the eastern end here at Pecos Lakes.
Oh, wow. Look at that 3. Almost overloaded on that one. And there you go.
A complete pass there on the 13 metre line. Sean Krause out of Canada.
So 13 meters under his belt, looking in very good shape so far with the opening pass of 14 and 13.
Okay, just watching the replay of Sean's 13 metre line. Bit of a bobble here on 3-ball coming up, I believe. Oh, geez, yeah, he did get a bit deep, but he was okay. No worries at all on the 13 metre line. Would have been a little bit nervous times for the Canadian fans, I'm sure, but he had it under control out there to young Sean Krause.
And just having consistent rope control is a hallmark of some great slaloming, and someone who is known for his rope control and his great slalom skiing is Federico Jaramillo. How are you doing there, sir?
I'm feeling pretty good. My arms are like a little extra long, but it was a good set. I went out and did what I wanted to do. Started at 28 and it paid off. And now I just got to wait and see.
All right then, and we will wait and see, and we'll actually have a look at your slalom skiing after we take a look at Sean Krause, who is on the water right now, about to check in on 12 meters. Let's see what he's got.
Well, conditions have improved out there, I think, over the last half hour or so. So he normally would have had a headwind on the start dock end pass, but he's not much wind at all at the moment. So he goes around 5, and that's a nice pass. 12 metre line for the Canadian, Sean Krause.
All right, great skiing there from him, and we're going to take a look at Federico's final score of 5.5 at 10.75 meters. Now, take us through this a little bit. What was your thought process here?
Well, I went for the middle of the gates. I was like, there's no way I'm going to make that a doubt. Went into 1, it's pretty good. Then out of 2, I was a little heavy, and I didn't really get much cast out to 3, just a little fast into the buoy. So that's where the wheelie came from. I rushed it a little bit. Fast into 4, I was like, okay, I gotta just keep turning. And then out to 5, I was like, okay, I don't know what's gonna happen. I came out and I saw 6, and I was like, I'm gonna give it my all and try to make it out. And then out of 6, I was like, a little hurt, but it's all good.
It's a game of inches, isn't it? Because if you watch that, if you had got that second hand on the handle around 6, you had a real chance of hanging on to it. You just couldn't quite reach. You reached for it, couldn't quite grab the handle with the second hand.
Yeah, I was a little heavy at 6, and didn't really expect to hit the water with my hips and my butt, but when it happened, and then I bounced back up, I was like, okay, where's the handle? And then rope came tight, so it's all right.
All right, then. So we congratulate you. You're currently the leader right now. You could end up being the winner. So we congratulate you once again, Federico, and best of luck going forwards.
Here's Sean Krause. This is 11.25 metre. He started pretty well here on 1, and he's good out of 3. Round 4, he's getting a little down course. He's fighting hard, the Canadian. Oh, geez, not a great 5 ball. He pulls all the way to 6. I don't think he can get out the exit gates here, can he?
No.
Oh, no. Disappointing stuff, because in the 5, I thought he was going to be okay. But he completely butchered 5 ball here at 38 off, 11.25. We'll watch the replay. It's a good score, Tony, but it's not going to be enough. This is the under-21 men's final. You've got to run 11.25.
Absolutely. I mean, he got a good enough start off number 1 and got good direction to number 2. Left foot forward skier, which means these 1-3-5 side turns are going to be a little bit more advantageous for him. Running down course of number 4, that sets the cascade events are there, and just gotten blown forwards off number 5, gotten round number 6, but because the gates are closer to the buoys than the buoys are to themselves, he would have had to have worked a little bit harder, a little bit quicker to get through the exit gates with an S-turn, and unfortunately doesn't quite make it.
Yeah, it's a shame. He was close, but he's going to end up with a score of 5.5 at 11.25, which is a solid score, obviously, but it's not enough in this under-21 men's slalom final. So world champs, of course, good conditions.
Wow. Okay, so with his score of, 5.5, 11.25 meters, that puts him a whole pass down on the lead of Federico Jaramillo with 10.75 meters. The overall battle now resumes with Eduardo Marenzi starting on 14.25 meters, Glenn.
Yeah, and he's quite capable of starting at 13 metre, but I think the tactic now is to start at 14 if you can, because that will give you 10.75 into the head breeze. Although having said that, right now the head breeze has dropped off, but if it puffs up, it will be there, and it's better to be into the headwind on the 10.75 than with a tailwind.
Absolutely right. And Eduardo Marenzi, who's already through to the finals, not only in this event, but also in tricks and in jumps. So he has 3 chances to increase upon his overall total with increased scores in this event and also the other 2, the tricks and the jump event. And he can make up a lot of ground too, because his score in the tricks finals wasn't particularly huge, probably not one of his better scores. So if he comes through with a decent score there as well as slalom, then anything can happen in the overall.
Yeah, as you said, Eduardo started the slalom event sitting second in the overall with Tobias Georges breathing down his neck. But we think that Tobias may have got himself a second and relegated Eduardo down to third in the overall. So it's a tight tussle. Of course, Alexander Solmanov is leading the overall at the moment, the Ukrainian, but he didn't make the slalom final, so he doesn't get an opportunity to increase his overall score on the slalom, the Ukrainian, but of course he's tricked and jumped really well, so we look forward to him in those finals a little bit later on.
Well, the Ukrainian along the shore side, a very, very nervous spectator indeed as he watches the likes of Tobias Georges, whom we saw earlier, and Eduardo Marenzi try to have a crack at him in the overall competition. Eduardo Marenzi, his task of actually getting more points for overall slightly harder, because in the previous round he scored 2 at 10.75 meters. We'll be looking for something more than that, but getting there for starters is a monumental task in itself.
Oh, absolutely. Conditions are good though. He's completed the 13-metre pass. This super talented Italian athlete. See, we'll shorten out of the 12-metre line from the start dock end. Under 21 men's slalom final, brought to you of course by TWBC. And haven't the webcast changed the way we view water skiing around the world? Shout out to, just had a text message from a Kiwi skier who lives in Canada now, Cole Atkinson, New Zealand team skier. He's watching this event from Canada, and good to see support of course from all around the world watching this webcast.
All right then, so here we go. This now is Edoardo Morenzi. This is 12 meters. He is about 14 buoys away from making an impression, an increased impression upon the overall competition. Needs to run this first. 12 meters, it's ABCs at this point. Obviously has a chance of medaling in the slalom event by the sheer fact that he's in the final. But let's see what he can do here. He's gotten through 12 and now getting ready for 11 with the tailwind run.
Yeah, it's a relatively simple pass here for the Italian. I mean, he's used to starting at 13, so he would normally have 12 as a second pass. He's dropped his line, his start length back to 14 metre. I think obviously to get the 10.75 with the head breeze, which is the smart play. As you say, he's in the final. He's mid-pack in the final, so he's got a chance of picking up a medal in the slalom event, but probably just as important to him is to try and increase his overall score. Went into this event second in the overall. We believe he might have been relegated to third because of a sensational slalom score by the Argentinian Tobias Georges, where he skied 4 at 10.75. Shot of some of the crowd down there in the Nautique corporate boxes, the little marquees. Okay, according to our producer, the blonde girl standing there is the girlfriend of.
Yes, Kim Ellen Niederbaumer.
There you go, so it's good to see.
All right then, so let's have a look and see what Edoardo Morenzi can do. Executes a great number one, beautiful number two. This is 11.25 meters. Has got to keep that ski moving. Keeping it flowing there, 11.25 meters. All right, good. Stout effort there from Edoardo Morenzi.
Never looked like missing it. 11.25 with a slight tail breeze from the eastern end of Lake 2 here at the Picos Waterski Centre. Never looked like missing this pass. He was just taking one buoy at a time. He got a great start, a good gate and a good start on one. From then on he was set up nicely to run this 11.25 metre line. So 10.75 coming up, Tony. This is the money pass. Current lead is 5.5 from Federico Jaramillo out of Colombia. We have a 4 on this pass as well from the Argentinian athlete, Tobias Georges. And then I think we go back to a 2 from our first competitor, Tim Tornquist of Sweden. There we go, good shot of the Italian down by the start dock. Breathing deeply here as he contemplates this 10.75 metre line pass about to come, the 39 off pass, of course. If you're watching from the US and you're struggling to understand what we're talking about in metres. Big moment coming up here.
Well, we certainly try and make it understandable for all the competitors in the United States, because 10.75 meters is 39.5 off, as you see on the top left-hand corner of your screen. Approaching each pass. Here we go. This is 10.75 meters. Excellent. Into buoy number 1. Oh, getting broken over. He's round buoy number 2, and does he get a piece of 3? No, he doesn't increase his overall total via slalom, but he has 2 more chances in tricks and jump.
Yeah, a bit of a disappointing start, I think, on one ball there. It's still a great score, 2. Actually puts him in third at the moment in this final, so you can't sneeze at that, but he wanted more for his overall, I'm sure. as you see here, just a disappointing start on 1. 2, he needed a massive 2-ball here to make it up, and he couldn't do that. And he slips inside 3-ball. 10.75.
Yeah, he's disappointed at that, no doubt. But I think that disappointment probably didn't extend too much towards his overall because, well, he has 2 more chances in 2 of his better events, the tricks especially, where he can make up some big ground, provided that he gets through both 22nd passes a little bit later on today. And so the overall championship continues to rage on. We've just seen Eduardo Morenzi with 2 at 10.75 meters, putting himself in 3rd place in slalom right now. We are over the halfway mark with the slalom final. Our next competitor to go, representing Austria, is going to be Moritz Engelhardt. There's your leaderboard up there on the left-hand side, and Federico with, well, he'll know within about 4 skiers whether he's done enough for a medal, much like his sister.
I think Federico, I'm sure he's going to get a medal with 5.5 at 10.75. Absolutely, it's a massive score. Just a matter of what colour it is, really. Although you're right, the conditions are good, and it is a great slalom site, so it's potential. There's always potential there, but if 3 skiers were able to run 10.75 in this final, that would be an absolute barn burner of a under-21 men's slalom final. See a little bit of disappointment on the Italian's face there. He knows he needed a bit more for his overall battle, but as Tony said, he's still got the trick and jump finals to come.
All right, looks like I'm seeing it now. So, continuing to roll ahead on 14.25 meters for the opening pass. It's going to be Moritz Engelhardt. Latest overall reckoning, Tobias George is in second with a 2.673.54. Eduardo Morenzi in third now with 2.646.32. So about 25 points, give or take.
Okay, here we go. This opening pass here, I believe, is 14.25 metre for this Austrian competitor, Moritz Engelhardt. And a solid opening pass.
Yeah, I like what he's doing out there with the opening pass. Solid effort out there.
Yeah, no problem at all there as he completes that 14 metre pass. He's shortened to the 13 metre line. He'll be back down from the eastern end. And that's a nice pass. There's no problem at all there. I'd say 14 metre, the sort of thing that he eats for breakfast in the morning.
All right then, so Eduardo Morenzi is here on the commentary side. How are you doing today, sir?
Pretty good. Not super satisfied with my performance today. I mean, it was good. I ran 38 tailwind, couldn't do as well as I wanted 39 headwind. But it is what it is. Can't really change it now.
All right then, so 2 at 10.75 meters. We're going to see that performance after we get done with the next pass from Moritz Engelhardt. But I don't know whether you've seen the overall as it stands right now. You were second coming into this event. You've relinquished that position by 25 points. But then again, you've got 2 more opportunities to increase that overall total. Isn't that right?
Yes, I have a lot to improve in tricks and in jump. I already did my PB, but I was pretty early. I can still bring it down a little bit.
All right, let's have a look and see there. Moritz Engelhardt is getting through that pass of, 13 meters. So good effort there from him going forwards, and we'll actually take a look at your performance coming up, and you can talk us through this. This is 2 at 10.75 meters. Talk us through this run.
Yeah, here my gate wasn't the best. I was super narrow. I was lucky one. I was in position behind the boat, so I tried to crank 2. Apparently didn't work. Couldn't get to 3. It was just like a bad gate, and at 39 that punished you pretty hard.
All right then, right you are on that one. So going forwards, you've your next event is going to be jump, right?
Yes.
And with your distance a little bit earlier on in the competition, being what did you jump? You jumped 61.9.
61.9, yeah.
Are you pretty much maxed out there, or do you reckon you've still got some more in the tank?
I mean, that's my PB, but yesterday was really early. I can still bring it down, and see today feel pretty strong.
But you're going to make up the most amount of points in the tricks.
Yeah, I can trick over 10,000 points, then I trick 8,000. So I have still a lot of big space to improve. So
excellent. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you, and best of luck going forwards there, Eduardo.
12-metre line now. The Austrian competitor, absolute must run, of course. He's on time and early for 5. Oh, geez. Bit of heart and mouth stuff there in 5, but it's okay as he completes his pass on the 12-metre line.
All right, so we've got Moritz Engelhardt, and almost came up a little bit short on this pass from what I heard.
Yeah, I don't know if he was in any real problem here, but 5 looked a little bit agricultural to me. It wasn't the 5 ball you'd normally see out of him. Moritz Engelhardt out of Austria. Runs the 12-metre line.
Ooh, little bit of a shoulder slam on that one.
Yeah, but I mean, let's be fair. Back in the 80s, we would have called that a good turn, Tony.
Yeah, I used to do a few of those shoulder slams. My shoulders didn't particularly like it though. And you know whose shoulders didn't particularly like it either? Mike Shaylanders. You know, he's still slaloming. He still goes out there to practice in Skarnes, on occasion. But his passes are a lot lighter and a lot more under control.
You would have thought if anyone needed a shoulder reconstruction after, or an elbow reconstruction after the finish of their ski career, it would have been Mike Shaylander. But anyway, back on the water. 11.25 metre line now. Moritz Engelhardt out of Austria. Geez, he's in a bit of trouble here. I don't think he's going that well. Oh, big 3 ball though. He dropped a bomb on 3. Got himself back on this pass. Unbelievable stuff. Well, it was an average start, but he had to get into his work on 3 ball, and by my word, he did. I look forward to this replay, Tony.
Oh, he's delighted with that.
Woo. Talk about pulling that one out of somewhere, because he was gone for all money, I thought, coming into 3.
And is now on 10.75 meters and within a full pass of taking the lead away from Federico if he has this same amount of luck going for him.
Well, he's going to need a fair bit of luck to run 10.75 after on the evidence of this, but look at this 3 ball, arm in the water. Talking to Mike Shaylander, and we're talking about Mike Shaylander. And across the 5, he's scrambling, he's fighting hard. And he gets all the way to 6, and he completes the 11.25 metre line.
Just takes the snap of the line round number 6, and yes, he is on fire there. Let's see what he can do. 2 at 10.75 meters he produced in the opening round. We'll see if he can come up with something along the same lines, if not a little bit more. An Austrian team member.
More than 2, and he's got a chance at the podium here. If he ends up with less than 2, he's got no chance. So that's the picture here on the 10.75 metre line. Moritz Engelhardt out of Austria. Through the gates he goes, round 1. No, not a good one. He's in trouble for 2, and he doesn't get to 2. He's got 1 on the 10.75, and it's all over for the Austrian. He's not going to feature on the podium at the under-21 World Champs, unfortunately.
Ooh. So some great slaloming that we've seen so far. Still in the lead with 5.5 at 10.75 is Federico Hau. But let's not take away from these performances from Moritz Engelhardt. I'm sure two of the best scores that he's produced all season long.
Yeah.
And making it through 11.25 meters in two consecutive rounds, and I don't think he's ever done that.
No, it's good skiing. He doesn't get on 10.75 very often in tournaments, and he's done it both rounds, as you say, Tony.
All right, back on us. My name's Tony Lightfoot. He is Glenn Williams. I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And he's from somewhere
in New Zealand. Yeah, I'm from Whangarei in the northern part of New Zealand. And it's good to be here in Florida because we're in lockdown at the moment in New Zealand, Tony. So when I get home, after I do my 2 weeks locked in a motel room, I'm going to head out of the motel, and I could still be locked down at home because New Zealand's in lockdown with a COVID outbreak at the moment. So it's good to be here free in the open air and enjoying these World Championships.
All right, so continuing on with the U-21 men's slalom final, we just seeing Moritz Engelhardt being transported to the dock, and he will leave the way clear for an individual Austrian competitor. It'll be Niklaus Antonsen.
Yeah, so two Austrians in this final, and they are skiing one after the other, skiing back to back in this final. Because our next competitor, Nicholas, got a bronze medal in the under-17 boys slalom a couple of days ago, so he's in good form. He's already got one medal at these Worlds. Let's see if he can't pick up a second.
And certainly this is a change in form from Austrian skiers who we've typically known in the past as coming through with some high quality jump competitors. Now we're seeing them come through with some great slalom skiers these days.
Yeah, you're right. Austria has always been known for the jumpers, but good to see some good slalom pedigree coming through.
All right, so here we go. Niklaus Antonsen. .25 meters. I think this is pretty much the tried and true starting line length for all of our skiers going forward. I haven't seen, except in one competitor who is Tim Tornquist, all of our skiers have gone in at 14.25 meters thus far.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that is the smart play. I think you need 10.75. Well, you've got to run 10.75 now to take the gold. So you really do need it with the head breeze rather than tailwind. Although Tim Tornquist, we talked to him, we interviewed him earlier on, and he doesn't regret his decision. He's much more comfortable starting at 13, so he did that. That's a nice opening pass on the 14.25. Does make the tournament slightly longer. I guess it doesn't really matter. We're enjoying watching the action, but if all the fields start on the 14.25, it means that they're going to run 5 passes rather than 4.
All right then, so we're going to have one of our previous skiers on the commentary position in just a few moments, but not until we've seen Niklaus Antonsen make his way through on this particular run of 13 meters. Just keeping everything flowing out and keeping a good tight line around each turn. And some good skiing there for Nicholas Antonsen. All right then, so whilst we focus in on Nicholas Antonsen, we got Moritz Engelhardt. Guten Tag.
Hi.
Good,
How are you?
good. I'm doing good. So, great skiing that you produced with one at 10.75 meters. I don't think you've ever actually skied it through 11.25 meters twice in consecutive rounds, but tell us a little bit about this.
Yeah, my 11 was pretty rough already, and going into 10.75, I might have underestimated the wind a bit, and my setup was really narrow. So my angle to one was not very good, and yeah, that's how I ended up with one.
But you're still leaving these championships with a smile. I mean, you've gotten through to the finals, you've got two at 10.75 meters. Any messages for the good folks back in Austria?
Yeah, I want to say thanks to everybody who's supporting me back home. And yeah, of course, I'm super happy running 11 twice. Everything what came after 11 was bonus points, so I'm happy with that.
All right, excellent stuff there. We wish you the best of luck going forwards, and thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Good skiing there. Gern geschehen.
Okay, so we've just had the 12-metre run here by Nicholas Antonsen. Of course, as I said earlier, bronze medalist in the 17 Worlds a couple of days ago, so he's in good form here at Lake 2, Kuripikos Waterski Centre, and this is a good 12-metre pass.
Oh, yeah. That pass, looking at buoy number 2, you're seeing his stance on the ski. He's right foot forward, which means he has more chances to balance and do it effectively round his left side turn, but he's about as close to being even-sided as I've seen anyone in the championship so far on this particular run.
Yeah, you did right, Tony.
14.
And there is the legend, the man, the myth himself, Mr. Franz Oberleitner.
Austrian team coach, manager. One of the greatest Austrians to ever be an Austrian, you'd have to say. Legend of water skiing back in our era, Tony.
And on his birthday week as well. He just turned 66.
He's a pretty fit-looking 66, you'd have to say.
Yeah.
Tony.
Fitter than a butcher's dog.
Absolutely. Okay, here's 11.25 metre line. We think, well, it looks calm out there, but there still is a little bit of tail breeze here for these passes from that eastern end of this lake. Starts on one, boy. This is 11.25, absolute must run if he wants to be anywhere near the medals in this under-21 men's slalom final. And he's getting it done here, a little bit late for 5, but I'm being critical because he's going to run this pass fairly comfortably, and a little fist pump out there.
And he actually ran that pass better than yesterday.
Yeah, and and he ran it obviously quite well in the final of the under-17s, so that's 3 times in a row for him running the 11.25 metre line.
All right, let's take a look at this once again. This is Nicholas Antonsen. Very good fourth right extension off buoy number 1, making sure that the ski continues to arc out and tighten up that line. No worries there on buoy number 3 is getting set to go cross course, and I tell you, some good stuff here, and it almost made that pass look like 12, let alone 11.25 meters.
Yeah, well, bearing in mind there's a little bit of tail breeze there. No, it's not significant. I know there's plenty of water ski fans around the world watching, particularly in places like New Zealand where it gets very windy, that would be saying, well, there's no wind there at all. But there's a little bit of a breeze there. So running 11 with any sort of a tail breeze is always tough enough. But that hard work is done, so now he's got 10.75. More than 2 here gets him into the money. The lead, of course, is 5.5 from Federico Jaramillo. We have a 4 at the moment also from Tobias Georgis of Argentina. But if he can get a piece of 3 ball here, he gives himself a shot at a medal.
All right, you're absolutely right here. Here he comes on buoy number 1, round number 2. A little bit down course here. Round number 3, He sells the officials on a 3-buoy count and gets it to go to the wake. So we're going to have a look at the instant replay to determine whether...
I'm not sure. We'll look at the replay, but it looks like to me like he went around 3, or at least if he didn't, he's done a very good job of selling it.
We're going to have the perfect angle here.
3 is a significant score because he gets ahead of the bunch on 2. He's definitely got 1. He comes across the 2. Out of 2 now. Let's watch this. Does he get outside a 3 ball? Yes.
Yeah, he does.
Quite clearly, actually. Not sure why we didn't see that the first time, Tony. But 3 buoys on 10.75. Look, probably not going to be enough for a medal, Tony, but you never quite know. I mean, he's in 3rd at the moment.
Yep, as Chuck Berry used to say, you just never can tell.
Never can tell.
Getting a little down course off number 2, and now here's the more telling. We know that he got round number 3. To score the 3, he has to get to the wakes before the boat guides, and I think he just did it there. Yeah. So one component correct from one side, the other component that we needed to make that jigsaw puzzle work correct from the other one, so it's going to be 3 buoys.
Well done. We saw him sneak onto the podium in the under-17s. He's got a chance of sneaking onto the podium as well in the under-21 final.
And also in danger of making it onto the podium with 5.5 at 10.75. Our current leader still, after all this time, he skied 3rd out, and we are on skier number 10 right now. It's Federico Jaramillo.
He'll mark my words. He'll be on the podium with 5.5 at 10.75. It's just a matter of what colour. Colombia will get a medal in this final. It's just a matter of whether it's gold, silver or bronze. There's a few skiers to go.
Garrett Reese is our next combatant, an independent skier from the United States.
13B1.
Interesting. She's going to start 13 metre, Tony. That is the first skier in a long time to start at 13. That means that Garrett Reese is going to have to run 10.75 with a tailwind. So this is an interesting call from the Californian. I wonder if it's just a case that he's only ever starts at 13. He's used to starting at 13, used to starting at 32. Doesn't want to risk starting on a line length he's not used to. Also, the other thing to play is that up until the last sort of 15-20 minutes, that wind has died off a little bit. So I talk about a tailwind for 10.75. It's not super strong. So this is going to be interesting. Because we just saw the graphic there, Mario Pagozzi, the slalom driver, arguably the number 1 slalom driver in the world at the moment, Mario Pagozzi. And here it is, 13 metre line for Garrett Reese out of Northern California.
Entrance gates buoy number 1 out of California, the Golden State. Let's see if he will produce a performance here between now and the end that will be worthy of the gold medal. Good effort there on 13 meters. Now this is going to be this is an alternate strategy here. Now whether he figures that a medal is going to be coming his way with a few buoys on 10.75 meters, thus needing a secure 11.25 meters prior to that. So there's kind of like that backwards and forwards thing, whether you hope for the best, plan for the worst type deal.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. We've been interviewing most skiers, so we will ask them about tactics out here. See the judges' tower there, of course. Judges watching everything from in-course videos, shore path, of course. They're also watching gates. They're watching buoy counts. It's all set up electronically, of course, but the tower is also in the middle of the slalom course, which gives them a great view here at Lake 2 of Pecos Waterski Centre. Sorry, Garrett Reese out of California. It's 12 metre line. Slight tailwind behind him. 35 off. Bit of a walk in the park at the moment for this young man. And completes that 12-metre pass. No worries whatsoever. Down towards the start dock end. Shortens on to the 11.25.
All right, we're going to take a look at the instant replay from Garrett Reese. He's gone through 13. He's gone through 12. And is now going to get ready for 11.25 meters. Takes the boat approximately 16 seconds to make it from gate to gate on the slalom course, the equivalent of 36 miles an hour. Doesn't sound awfully fast in the whole context of motorsports, but I tell you, between 34 and 36 miles an hour, you feel that discernible difference, you know, and it's highly sensitive out there on the water. So with that in mind, we've got our skier who has just come off the water, Nicholas Antonsen, Nicky as he's known to his friends. How are you doing, sir?
I'm very good. I'm happy with the score, to be honest. That one ball wasn't great, so I was happy to get to 3.
So we congratulate you there on that. We'll keep you around a little bit longer because we're going to take you through Garrett Reese's performance, our 4th skier from last on.
38 off, 11.25 from Northern California. Garrett Reese into a head breeze here. Around 1, good start on 1. Must run this pass if he wants to get anywhere near the medals. He's out of 3, not too bad. He heads across to 4. He's getting it done. He's on time and early for 5. Oh, geez, big buckle on 5, though, and he's late for 6, and he's butchered this pass, has he? Oh, that's devastation for Garrett Reese. I can't believe that. He seemed to be on it into 5, and then 5 went awry, and he has taken a huge hit going out the exit gate. This is a big upset here because, well, I was worried about 10.75 with a tail for Garrett, but it turns out he's failed to run the 11.25 into the head breeze.
Yes, indeed. And looking through this pass, no one more surprised than my good friend here from Austria about this. What do you see here?
I thought it was a good pass until 5, and actually 4 was already a bit late, but I was expecting to run it. But I was very surprised after that 6.
Wow, that's a bigger hit than the Beatles out the exit gates there. He's just tried to take it, and I'll talk about his arms. His arms will be an extra 6 inches longer after that one. Let's watch this pass. I mean, it's scrappy, but he's still early enough to run this pass. It's 4 ball here that things start going wrong. Gets a really shoulder heavy into that 5 ball. 5 ball is a mess. He's skiing straight towards the boat for a second here. He comes into 6. He's fighting hard, and he knows he's just got to find a way to hang on to the slack. And there's a lot of slack there, though. And then, boom, here comes the pain as he rips out over the front of that slalom ski. Devastation for the Californian athlete. He will not be on the podium in the under-21 men's slalom.
All right, let's take a look at your score for Nicky. Your performance of 3 at 10.75 meters definitely helped by the good gate shot.
Yeah, I thought I had a good angle through the gate, but arriving at 1, I did not have the best turn and struggled to get to 2, and was happy to get around 3 after all. So yeah, I'm happy with the 3 buoys after not the greatest start.
There's some great consistent skiing all the way through. You got 3 yesterday, you got 3 today, so certainly congratulate you on that. You're currently at this time, I believe, in 3rd place. Is that right?
I think so. I'm not sure.
All right then, so we're going to have to wait to see if that's going to be good enough to make you onto the podium. But on the basis of your great consistent skiing, congratulations to you, Nicky, and we look forward to seeing you again and wish you the very best in the future.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Tony, we're into the top 3 now, and our next competitor from Canada, Jamie Colquhoun, he's going to start on the 14-metre line. This is a big call because he would normally start on the 13-metre, but he's going to 14-metre here, 58 kilometres per hour, A2. I haven't actually researched it as good as I should, Tony, but I got a feeling he probably has the highest PB of anyone in this final, Jamie Colquhoun. I might be wrong on that, but he's got a very strong ranking score, that's for sure, this big Canadian.
Yeah, I've known him to get onto 10.25 meters on a number of occasions, most of them being at Swiss Pro, where he's been very, very close to qualifying out of the 2 elimination rounds and skiing into the final. But that's always a really tough draw anyway with the Swiss Pro at the beginning of the season, because you have quite literally the creme de la creme of men's slalom skiing there in attendance.
So we have, of course, Jamie Colquhoun. Wouldn't normally start at 14 metre. He'd normally start 13 metre. He's done this so that he gets the 10.75 metre into the head breeze, and I think that's pretty obvious to everyone watching. We've got Sean Hunter coming up as our next competitor. He's another guy with scores onto 10.25. And then we've got Blaze Grubbs as our final competitor, our top seed. But his personal best, Blaze, if I had to pick, I think would be on 10.75. I think it'd be 4 or 5 at 10.75, but I'm not 100% on that, but that's what I would say. So Federico Jaramillo, of course, 5.5 at 10.75. That is the bubble for a medal at the moment. Yeah, we're down to our last 3 skiers. So we'll know when Jamie Colquhoun has finished whether Federico has a medal or whether he has to wait a bit longer. So we're into our top 3 now, folks.
All right, so right you are with 3 skiers remaining, including Jamie Colquhoun. Federico waiting on the wings to see if his score is good enough to put him on the podium. Let's have a look and see right here and now. To effectively dethrone Federico Jaramillo from a place on spot on the podium, then the last 3 competitors have all got to get onto 41 off or 10.25 meters.
Yeah, exactly. You have to run in at 5.5 at 10.75 as our lead. You have to run the 10.75. Well, I guess 5.5 at 10.75 would get you a medal, because for the medal spots for silver and bronze we go to the backup scores, but effectively got to run 10.75 here, so that's why we've seen a start on the 14.25 from Jamie Colquhoun. He wants to make sure he gets 10.75 at the head breeze. We're watching the replay now of his 13 metre, his 32 off pass, which is normally the length that he starts at, so there's not too many problems here for this young Canadian.
All right, so Jamie Colquhoun, good to go there on that particular punch. That was 13 meters coming back. No signs of any change of strategy, no opt-ups or anything, and he's not going to be satisfied with anything less than a full pass at 10.75 meters at this point. So his win strategy has to remain intact with the headwind on 10.75. All right, then, let's have a look and see. This is Jamie Colquhoun, independent skier from Canada.
Yeah, 12 metre line from the start dock in. Just cruising this pass at the moment. Into 4 he goes. He's early as you like for 4. Well, that is an easy pass, 12 metre line. He had time. He was waiting for 6. He could have whipped out his mobile phone and made a booking for dinner tonight. Tony, there's plenty of time there.
What are you having for dinner tonight?
I haven't started to think about it. I haven't even had breakfast yet, Tony. I've started to think about dinner. Actually, I can tell you what I'm having for dinner tonight, because at the prize giving tonight, the medal ceremony for the under-21s, there's a pizza party.
Oh, nice.
So I'd say that you'll be hooking into a bit of pizza as well when we have a wrap here.
All right, looking at Jamie Colquhoun, he's gone through the opening, 3 passes under his belt, 14, 13, now 12, 11.25 meters he's going to take with the wind behind him, which will set himself up well for 10.75 meters going into the wind. And that's going to be the critical run.
So we watch there, we've got, of course, Matt Reaney and Cole Grant, both Canadian coaches, legends of Canadian water skiing. They're watching on here because this is Canada's big chance in this under-21 men's slalom final. 11.25 first, though, from the eastern end. That means he's got a tailwind behind him on this 11.25 pass.
So Jamie Colquhoun, who who studied at Florida Southern College during his stint of NCWSA skiing.
That was a good pass.
Oh yeah, big one.
38 off, easy as you like, no worries at all. Now the pressure comes on, because this is 10.75 and he needs to run this pass if he wants to win the event. You never know, five could get you a medal, but to win this event we know he's got to run this 10.75 metre pass. Current lead, of course, is 5.5 on this next pass with Federico Jaramillo from Colombia. And the Colombian has a chance at a rear under 17, under 21 double here in the slalom. We'll have to wait and see. Program for today, we're watching the last couple of skiers in the under 21 men's slalom final. Then we're going to go to the women's jump, the under 21 women's jump final, which will be followed by the under 21 men's jump, and then of course the trick finals will finish out the day. Unusual to finish with the tricks rather than the jump, but the reason is that the wind could build today as Hurricane Ida heads towards Louisiana. Anyway, big moment now. This is the 10.75 metre line. Jamie Calhoun from Canada, one of the favourites, would think the pre-tournament favourite in this event, has to run the 10.75 metre line. This is 39 off. Huge moment for Canada, huge moment for Jamie Calhoun. Through the entrance gates he goes. Critically, gets a good start on one. Looks not too bad to me. Round two. A little bit of slack on two, but he's okay for three. He's looking not too bad here on the 10.75. Round four. Oh, he's looking good to run this pass, folks. Round five. Cross the six, and he runs the 10.75 metre line. Oh, and the big fist pump, the Canadian has taken the lead in the men's slalom final.
And that puts him on the podium for absolute certain with two remaining skiers to come. Just absolutely had this pass right from the gate shot. Just look at his emotion and just look at how he positions that ski and goes to the outside. Little bit of a stall there on number two, but that's nothing that he hasn't previously had before on his many practice and tournament attempts at running 10.75 meters. Hanold goes down a little bit off number four and creating enough separation and enough room to get round five. And number six was just basically a stroll through the park there.
I think many people would have picked Jamie as the pre-tournament favourite, but it's one thing to be the pre-tournament favourite and another to come up with the goods under the pressure. So we're going down to the 10.25 now. He's going to have a tail breeze, so it's going to be tough for him. I think two. I think if he can somehow get two, then he's really going to make it tough for the remaining two competitors. Matt Reaney there, great shot of him. He'll be super happy with this Canadian effort. Here we go now. 10.25 metre line. 41 off, of course. Around one he goes. Oh, not a bad one. Can he get to two? He's got two. That's sensational skiing. Oh, right, well
there
done,
you
Canada.
go.
He's got one hand on the gold medal right now. The engravers have got the trophy out and they're starting to write Jamie Colhane on the under-21 men's slalom trophy, but we still have two competitors to come, two very good USA skiers, of course, Sean Hunter and Blaze Grubbs, but that is a sensational score, 2 on the 10.25.
And here's where it started off on 10.25 meters, getting a good strike on buoy number one. And I mean, it is a monstrous Herculean effort just to get outside buoy number one effectively to set him up for number two. Stalled on number two, but I don't think he particularly cared about that, and he got round the second buoy into the wakes. He knew that that was enough to put him on the podium, but the question is, will that be enough to keep him at the top?
It's going to be tough to beat, to be fair. Remembering the winning score at the last under-21 World Champs was 1 on this pass, 1 at 10.25 from Joel Poland. And we all know how good Joel Poland is. That's a top score, 2 at 10.25. Sean Hunter up next from the US of A. He's certainly got a personal best up around that 2 at 10.25, I believe. Or at least close to it. And then we see Blaze Grubbs. He'll be our last competitor. So two Americans to finish. It's going to be a North American gold here. It's either going to be Canada or the US to take the gold.
And if the USA, between both of their competitors, actually increase their respective skiers' scores, which effectively means both of them have got to score more than 4 at 10.75 meters, they'll increase their lead upon every other nation that is competing so far. They're currently on top right now, ahead of Canada.
Yeah, and both Sean Hunter and Blaze Grubbs are on the US team, so some big opportunities, because Blaze Grubbs with his 4 at 10.75 in the elimination round already did his job in slalom for the US team. He's that was close to a PB for Blaze. Sean Hunter started on the 13 metre, 32 off. I'm not sure about this one, Tony. I think, to be honest, I think a lot of it just comes down to what these guys are used to starting at. I think Sean would, any day of the week, Monday through Sunday, in any condition, start on 13 metre, which is absolutely fine. I get that, but it does mean he's going to have 10.75 with that tail breeze. Great pictures of Jamie Calhoun, the leader in this 21 men's slalom. He's got his family around him, of course. See if we can get Jamie up to the commentary position, please. Jamie, if you can hear me, come and have a few words with Tony Lightfoot in the announcer's booth.
All right, here we go. This now is Sean Hunter. His second run, which I believe, it's 12 meters now, according to that graphic.
It
12
is.
meters.
Yeah, we started at 13. He started at 13, Tony, so it's 12 meters. That's what I was just talking about. It means he's going to have to run 10.75 downwind.
Which he has done before.
Yeah, I'm sure he has. Well, I guess maybe he's thinking he's got to run 10.75 downwind because he's got to get more than 2 at 10.25 to take the gold. So maybe he's looking to get the headwind with a 10.25.
That's the strategy going forward, one would suspect, as Sean Hunter, who comes to us out of Dothan in Alabama, but now temporarily resides in Tuscaloosa, the home of the University of Alabama Crimson Tide. Roll Tide. And certainly a sporting tradition there at the University of Alabama, virtually unmatched across collegiate ranks. I mean, we're talking about such famous personalities as Joe Namath and Paul Bear Bryant, and even the current day where Nick Saban is head and tails above everyone in terms of the footballing circles. And they've got some really fantastic programs for sport. And let's have a look and see.
It's interesting. I'm showing my ignorance here, but I've got no idea what you're talking about, Tony, from a different part of the world. But certainly,
I'll try and get you scored
really
up.
I might need to get the book and read all about it. Here we go. Here's the 11.25 for Sean Hunter out of Alabama.
All right, nicely done. Round the first couple of buoys. Round number 3. This is 11.25 meters. I tell you what, it made it look like 14, right? Wow.
Absolutely. But this is where the rubber meets the road, though. Now he's got 10.75, 39 off, downwind. So this will be the test coming up. We just watched a replay of that 11.25. Into the head breeze, no problems at all for Sean Hunter. Under 21 men's slalom is coming to a crescendo here. We know that Jamie Calhoun is at worst going to get a bronze medal, and some would suggest, I'm sure, that he's going to get either silver or bronze, because 2 at 10.25 is a massive score in an under 21 final. This breeze is kicking up a little bit here. You can see the flags there. You can see the hair of the ladies talking to Jamie Calhoun that is buffeting in the wind, and that's the tail breeze that Sean Hunter's going to have to contend with on this 10.75. This is not going to be easy, Tony.
No, not by any stretch of the imagination. The wind blowing in, and it's causing a rippling effect upon the water going down it's going to have a more dramatic effect upon the body going forwards at 10.75 meters.
Here we go, 10.75. He's got to run this. He's got the tailwind behind him. This is not going to be easy. He needs a good start. He's got a great start on 1. Sean Hunter from the US. He's looking good on 2. This is 10.75 meter out of 3. He's on this at the moment. Round 4. Oh, this is great skiing. Cross to 5. Oh, sensational stuff. He's run the 10.75
oh,
with a
look
tail
at that.
breeze. Oh,
Get up it.
You've got to enjoy that, fans, because that is a huge effort. Wow, we've got a final on our hands now, Tony, because he's now got the 10.25 with the head breeze.
Significantly, though, he's just vaulted himself up onto the podium.
Wow. This is a great pass. He's got a tailwind here. I was dubious about him selecting 10.75 with the tail breeze, but he's just made a fool of me because he's absolutely smoked this pass at 10.75. I mean, he's working. I'm not saying that he's cruising, but he has skied this super well, super intelligently. Around 5, across to 6, and he runs the 10.75.
And the way that he edge changes is something that really, really stands out for me, because he loads up the ski, gets behind the boat, then does pretty much something analogous to an aerial edge change where he just sucks the knees up and then places the ski ahead of him.
You know what, Tony? This has got runoff written all over it.
I think so, and that's
I think the most likely score here will be 2 for Sean. The
Oh.
worst thing he can do is fall off around 2. If he's not feeling good on 2, he's just got to stand up and take it for the runoff. Let's see how he goes. If he can get a piece of 3 ball, though, I think he's got a gold medal.
All right, let's see what he's got. If he's good for 2, let's see if he'll have a chance to attack 3. It's round up. Oh, yeah, this is the runoff right here, I believe. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Sean Hunter.
Well, even if Blaze Grubbs did a 3 or 4 boy PB and won the gold, Sean Hunter's going to get the silver because he's got a superior first round score. So
not necessarily the case, because they both tied with 4 at 10.75 meters in the round previous. So as it's a perfect tie, then it could well go to a runoff for second.
Wow. Well, it will. So because Blaze Grubbs, as good as he is, it would be at least a couple of boy PB, I think, for Blaze to win this event now. But he's a great athlete. But congratulations to Sean Hunter. We think, possibly forced a runoff here for the gold medal in the under-21 men's slalom.
Or even for second place.
Well, yeah, either way, we're going to have a runoff by the look of it. We'll get that confirmed.
And I think he had that target in mind pretty much going into the deep water start.
He didn't get a great start. He didn't get a great 1 ball, Tony. So I think the moment he came out of 1 and he wasn't feeling super good, it was 2 all day long. He was thinking, I'm going to get 2 here and force a runoff. What a great slalom tussle we've got here.
Wouldn't you just love to be a fly on the wall right now, round about the start dock, and just like have a microphone on that conversation right now between Matt Reaney and James and Jamie Calhoun?
Yeah, I would say Matt would be just keeping him relaxed there, I'm sure. Sean Hunter heads back to the dock. The USA have got their skier into the lead, and well, the tied lead, of course, with Canada. It's USA versus Canada in this slalom final. We've got 1 competitor left to come. It is going to be Blaze Grubbs out of Northern California. Blaze, of course, lives at Lake 3 there at Bel Aqua, which is one of the world's premier waterski sites. And also the Grubbs have a house here on Lake 2, sorry. In fact, when Blaze does his deep water start and turns around the island for this first pass, he will be within about 10 feet of his front deck on his home away from home here at Pecos Waterski Centre. So it's a site that he's very familiar with.
All right, let's see. There's Jamie. Look at that, guys and girls. I mean, if that isn't a picture of good sportsmanship, I don't know what is.
That's one of the great things about our sport, Tony. Okay, Blaze Grubbs. He's starting 13 metre here. Oh, 14, sorry, 14 metre. He wants to get 10.75 with the head breeze, which is, for a skier of his ability, is the smart play. I mean, Sean Hunter is obviously good enough to run 10.75 downwind, but I'm not sure whether Blaze is quite that good yet. I'm sure he will keep improving, Blaze.
And exhibiting the same kind of slalom style out there and aggression as the skier that's now been dubbed Handsome Bob, Robert Hazelwood, in recent times.
I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, he's Handsome Bob.
Handsome Bob.
But I tell you what, you can definitely, all joking aside, you can definitely see some instances, some technical elements there that you see from Robert Hazelwood, who has definitely emerged as one of the great slaloming talents out there in recent times, and just his position on the ski across the wake, just has all of those hallmarks.
Great pictures of Sean Hunter there being congratulated. I don't think we're probably going to get either Sean or Jamie up for an interview before the runoff, so it would be lovely to hear from them. But I'm sure they're focusing on what looks like will be a runoff, either for gold or silver.
All right, then, here we go. This is Blaze Grubbs on 13 meters. Entrance gates, good. Strike off buoy number 1, continuing to keep things going ahead of him. Lovely pre-turn there into each and every single buoy. Round 4, round 5, now number 6. I mean, it's hard to really pick that apart because, I mean, that looks so great out there.
You can't pick it apart. It's 13 metre. It's the pass he normally starts at, Tony, so he shouldn't have too many problems with it, but he's a great athlete, the Blaze Grubbs, junior athlete, of course, just 17 years of age. He's missed out on the jump final, I think, yesterday, but other than that, he's made every final that he's competed for at these U-17 and U-21 World Champs. He was second in the overall in the under-17s. And that's a beautiful 13 metre pass.
Yes, very clinical from one side to the other here. My name is Tony Lightfoot, alumnus for the U-17 World Championships way back in 1986. And here to my left and to your right is Glenn Williams, alumnus from the Junior World Championships way back in 1988 when they were held on the Yarra River.
They were, that's right. So that means that I must be younger than you, Tony. I didn't realise that. I consider myself to be pretty old, but obviously you're even older.
Well, we're not quite as old as Franz Oberleitner, that much we know.
But we weren't as good a skier either, so...
All right, then. Here we go. 12 metres for Blaze Grubbs.
Yeah, 12 metre line into a slight headwind here from Blaze. Still very much a warm-up pass for this young athlete.
But that line... Oh, look at that. Buoy number 5 almost overloaded that a little bit there, but... he's very, very quick, very, very skilled, and just staying right on top of that ski.
Here's our lead board, Tony. We've got a tie for the lead at 10.25, and that will mean that we'll have a runoff, and we'll have a runoff regardless of what happens with Blaze, I think, because they'll have to run off a second even if Blaze gets more than 2 at 10.25, because they had the same preliminary round score.
Yes, we had three competitors all tying with 4 at 10.75 meters, and only via random draw where we came up with the running order, starting off with Jamie, then Sean, and then Blaze Grubbs. So it's exciting times here in the U-21 men's slalom final. We see a few of our folks, major players. We see Bob Harris there, one of our officials. We see Corey Picos there in the foreground, and right over there in the background is Jamie Calhoun waiting for his turn, which he knows will come regardless of whether it's going to be a runoff for second or for the championship. So there's a lot of moving parts taking place here at Santa Rosa Beach, Florida. right here at the Picosa World Waterski Centre. Here we go,
11.25 metre line with the tail breeze for the 17-year-old Blaze Grubbs. Don't underestimate how hard this is, folks. 17 years of age. He's got 11.25, 38 off, downwind. He's getting it done at the moment. A great turn out of 4, round 5, and across the 6. That is sensational. Put your hands together, folks. Really good skiing. Just 17 years of age out of Northern California, Blaze Grubbs. And he completes the 11.25 metre line.
Okay, so let's continue and on to 10.75 metres. Now he's within a pass of getting a medal, because he needs more. He needs 5.5 or more to get onto the podium for starters, and then under the assumption that he would run that pass, then he's got the targets of 2 to try and exceed to ascend him on the way to the top rung of that podium.
There's no two ways about it, though, Tony. This is going to take a big effort, because Blaze is, I don't believe his PB's on 10.25. There might be some people right now thinking that I'm wrong. Maybe I am wrong, but I've got a feeling his personal best is around that 4 or 5 at 10.75. So it's going to take a massive effort here from Blaze. He's done really well at this tournament. He scored, as we said, 4 in the elimination round yesterday at 10.75, which helped out Team USA, helped out his overall chances, and got him his top seed. But this is a massive effort now. 10.75. He's got a headwind though, and he's on one of the great slalom sites of world water skiing. So let's see how he goes.
10.75 metres. Blaze Grubbs currently in 6th place in the overall competition, and unfortunately will not be a part of the podium celebrations in the men's slalom, because he came up short there on 10.75 metres. Looks like it's going to be 1.5, which means that Federico Jaramillo with 5.5 at 10.75
bronze.
Is in the bronze medal. Will move no higher than that, but he does have the bronze medal, which means that the championship of the world will now be determined between Jamie Calhoun and Sean Hunter. Both of them going in on their last completed pass, which happens to be
10.75, which is not easy. At least they'll have a headwind, I guess, off the start dock. We'll have a draw to see who goes first. I think Chief Judge Lee will have a draw on the start dock with witnesses, of course, to make sure that everything's fair. We should possibly cross live to that for the webcast soon, I'm sure. But Sean Hunter from the USA versus Jamie Calhoun of Canada in a runoff for the gold medal. See Brooke Baldwin there. Wishing Sean Hunter all the best. There's Nikki Lee in the forefront, our chief judge. So there we go. There's our how it all worked out. Gold medal runoff between Hunter and Calhoun. I'm not sure this draw to see who goes first for the chief judge. It might be overseen by the local sheriff of Santa Rosa. I'm not sure whether he's coming or not. No, apparently not. Apparently the draws happen. We always like to webcast it, Tony, if we can, but it's we've missed it on webcast, the draw to see who goes first. Okay.
All right, so they've already done the drawing. It looks like
the Canadian up first there.
Yep, it's going to be Jamie Calhoun. This is for first and second place, gold and silver.
Yeah. Well, either way, most runoffs for first end up being for first and second. But yeah, I know what you're trying to say. Even if they had been tied for second, we would have had a runoff here. 10.75, I mean, that's going to be tough straight off the dock, although there's a significant head breeze. It's going to help the skiers a little bit, as long as they can get their gate timing right and ski wide enough. Big moment coming up now, runoff in the under-21 men's slalom final. Canada versus US of A. North America, of course, well representative slalom final.
Of course, let's not forget that while Sean Hunter is a member of Team USA, he can't increase upon his total width if he goes past 2 at 10.75 meters. So his top score stops right here. Here comes Jamie Calhoun in a runoff that exists purely to break the tie that they currently hold between each other at 2 at 10.25 meters. 10.75 meter start. He probably doesn't practice this particular start, but I tell you what, he doesn't need to.
Well, that's a great pass. He has absolutely smoked that pass. He cruised it easy as you like. He made it look like 13 metre. And the pressure will go on Sean Hunter now, because it's tough to run 10.75 straight off the dock, as you say. Never looked like missing this pass. This Canadian superstar for under 21 water skiing. So what do you think, Tony? Are we looking at another 2 here? I've got to say, with the tailwind at the moment, it'd be hard to get more than 2 on this 10.25.
Yeah, more than 2 is going to be an ask, and even getting to 2 is going to be a pretty tall order as well, considering how much the wind has come up a little bit within the last few moments. I think our skier on the dock knows that himself as well, because he's getting strapped in and getting ready to go as if the boat's going to pick him up straight away after this attempt of Jamie Calhoun at 10.25 meters. Let's have a look and see. Here he comes. Buoy number 1, 10.25. Oh, on the back. Oh, and that could have opened the door right
that's
there.
Significant, because as long as Sean Hunter runs 10.75 now off the dock, he knows he only needs 1. That's the problem. That's why the draw is super important, Tony, because this it turned out to be a pretty big advantage for Sean Hunter being second off, I think. And look, he was in good shape. He was looking to get a really good 1 here, and maybe he was heading towards 3 or 4 if he had have hung on to that. Big slap of the water, because he has just left the front door wide open for Sean Hunter. I mean, the hard part about this now is running 10.75 straight off the dock for Sean Hunter. Tony?
All right, so our skier out of Dauphin in Alabama, team member for Team USA, came through with a score of 2 at 10.25 meters, which is significant because it adds 4 more buoys to the United States team total. So as they continue to increase their lead above Canada in the team overall classification. But for the here and now, this is for the championship of the world. Got to run 10.75 meters first and get more than half a buoy at 10.25 meters to take the world championship title. Let's see how he gets along, Glenn.
Yeah, so first things first, he's got to run this opening pass, 10.75 off the start dock into the head breeze. The headwind will help him, but it's still not easy. 10.75 straight off the dock for Sean Hunter. From Alabama, of course, not too far away here from Santa Rosa Beach. Out of 1 he goes, across the 2. He's out of 2. Looking a little bit down course here for 3. Needs a decent 3, and he's got a pretty good 3. Go over to 4. He's getting this done as Sean Hunter, the American skier. He's going to go across the 6, and he runs the 10.75. He's happy.
Yeah.
Well done, Sean Hunter. Well, here's where the advantage of being second off the dock and the runoff comes through. Because 1 boy will take the gold medal here on this next pass, the 10.25.
Yes, indeed. Certainly one of the great talents emerging from the United States, and doing it all his own way so far as his shoulder technique is concerned. Just working his edges, just trying to stay on top of the ski, and he does so all the way through that pass. A little bit pitted out of number 5. That big old smile of his there, just absolutely plain for everyone to see. So now, it's huge. Coming right up.
I think if you had asked Sean Hunter a couple of weeks ago, look, if you only got to get around 1 and get back to the boat boys at 10.25, take the gold medal, I think he would have taken it. I think he'd be happy with the scenario. It's never easy, though. You know that, Tony. You know, like 10.25, especially with this tailwind he's going to have on the gate, it's going to make it tough. But the picture is here. He's just got to get around one, successfully ski back to the boat and go through those boat guide buoys, or go across the wake before them, and he's got the gold medal. Here we go, Sean Hunter for the gold, round one. He just stands
Does he get
up
for the wakes? Yes, he does, and there is your champion of the world in U-21 men's slalom. It is none other than Alabama's own Sean
Congratulations,
Hunter.
Sean Hunter, the US of A. That was the most relaxed one boy I've ever seen at 10.25. It was a game of inches for him, but he made sure he didn't fall off. And that is a gold medal. Smart skiing in the end from Sean Hunter. He takes the gold. Jamie Calhoun of Canada will get the silver. And, of course, Federico Jaramillo, the bronze medal.
Wow. Thank you, guys. Great skiing there from Sean Hunter, and round buoy number one on the instant replay into total celebration mode halfway between the buoy and the wakes. And there we see around dockside the celebrations from his friends, especially those from the University of Alabama. I see Jonathan Lutz. I see a number of members from the Lutz family. There's Carter Reese and a whole bunch of skiers in there. I'm sure he'll take the congratulations as well from Jamie Calhoun. But I tell you what, some great competitive action. And Sean, in amongst all of those celebrations, if you've got a little bit of time to spare, head on over to the shore. We'll do a quick interview. And there we go, confirmed. Sean Hunter, your champion of the world, with his score on 10.25 meters. Jamie Calhoun in second place, and Federico Jaramillo the bronze medal at the World Championship in the U-17 competition. So, wow, some great competitive action out there. Just a remarkable sight to see. There's Rico in the background there, and he's pleased that he's made it through to a bronze medal in the slalom competition. There's your final leaderboard. Sean Hunter with 2 at 10.25 meters, defeating Jamie Calhoun via runoff. Also with that same score, 2 at 10. Federico Jaramillo with 5.5 at 10.75, securing his second gold medal of the week's festivities here at Santa Rosa Beach. Tobias Georges of Argentina, 4th place with a 4 at 10.75 meters. The significant thing about that is it's moved him up in the overall competition. In the overall competition from 3rd through to 2nd, and you saw the remainder of that billboard. So, in just a few moments, we will go on to the jumping event. The U-21 women's jump final coming up next. This is the continuing coverage of the Under-21 World Waterski Championship right here at Pico's World Waterski Center. We'll be back with more action right after this.
Hello, Natalia Bernikova here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
South Walton, Florida inspires everyone to explore freely in search of the next great moment. Because sometimes the deepest memories come from just below the surface. South Walton, Florida. Find your perfect beach.
Denali. No hype, just science.
All right there, so before we go into the jump event, we got world champion Sean Hunter. Man, you must be absolutely ecstatic around about now.
I am beyond excited and out of breath.
Well, okay, so we're gonna take a look at your performance here. We're gonna rack at 10.75 meters your first and last complete pass in this runoff situation. Take us through this.
It kind of was a pretty big headwind coming into that 39. I thought I got a pretty good start. The headwind kind of helped so I could make a few mistakes, but keep skiing through it. I was real nervous, so I felt like my legs were giving out. Each buoy I got 5 to 6 was a little scary, I feel like. But it was good. I'm excited to run it. I knew once I got through that I'm just going to take the one. But man, I was so excited to run the 10.7.
And then it came down to basically a turn around buoy number 1 and to the wakes to win the world championship. I mean, basically, you've only had a few minutes to celebrate it, and here it is, the entrance into buoy number 1, and then you just flattened off the ski. Not an easy task, mind you, at 10.25 meters, but you've had maybe about less than 10 minutes since you've gotten off the water to celebrate the win. Who have you called so far?
I haven't even gotten a chance to look at my phone. I had all Ski Bama jump in the lake with me. I got to see all my friends, family. I've been talking to everybody, congratulating all the officials. Everybody's been so nice. I haven't even gotten to call anybody else yet, but I'm definitely about to.
All right, I'm sure you'll be looking at that imagery for the next few weeks, months, maybe years to come.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, then. Congratulations. Champion of the world, U-21 men's slalom, Sean Hunter from Alabama.
Thank you so much, Tony.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, we're going to rock straight into the women's jump final. We're going to go with Emily Wenzel to take to the water. We've had a smattering of competitors that'll be going at the 5-foot ramp height before we go on to the remaining, 7 competitors in the 1.65 meter ramp height. Emily Wenzel, Charles C. Newman, Kennedy Hansen, Shea O'Brien, August Navarez, they will be the first 5 out, and then the remaining competitors from there will all jump at 1.65 meter height, concluding with Brooke Baldwin, the current leader, going into the jump final tied with a 161-foot leap, or 49.1 meters. All right, so women's jump final next, and I'm even seeing the likes of Jamie Calhoun celebrate, and if I can get Jamie Calhoun here as well, we'll check in with him as well. Okay. All right, as we work into our jumping competition, Jamie Calhoun are hot-footing it over here, and we'll get to talk to him a little bit before we go into the women's jump final. All right. Okay, we've got Jamie Calhoun installed in at the announcing point. Well, Jamie Calhoun, you got into the runoff situation. You are the runner-up in the World Under-21 Men's Slalom Championship. That's not what you wanted, mind you, but certainly a great performance out there to end off your challenge for that world title.
Yeah, I was just happy to be out there. I was just happy to be out there and get the chance to get another shot, get another chance against Sean, and put it all on the line, and it was a lot of fun.
We're looking at your 10.75 meter pass in the runoff situation, getting round buoy number 2. Everything started to look good from here, but what happened after?
I mean, the 39 was good. It was pretty much all commitment. It was my first runoff I've ever been into, so I just had to charge fully out there, and I just didn't get the gate and approach to one ball at 41 I needed to.
And there you go, good fist throw there at the end, and we'll take a look at 10.25 meters. Always a difficult pass to approach, but let's have a look at you rolled in here, and then what happened?
I kind of just got caught behind my feet and was in a position to go to 2. Everything was falling back, and it's kind of downhill from there. The line comes tight, and I wasn't ready for it.
All right, then. That left you with half. And then Sean Hunter came through and outskied that. So what have you got going on future-wise in the immediate?
About to go to school. School starts on Tuesday. I'm going into my last year at Florida Southern College. So we got a collegiate season ahead and few smaller tournaments and maybe Mastercraft Pro, and then Malibu Open, and I'll also get the chance to ski Open Worlds as well. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Excellent. We look forward to seeing that and wish you the very best of luck in your future endeavors. Jamie Calhoun, congratulations,
thank you, Tony.
Runner-up in the World Championship. All right, then. Thank you very much indeed. And we're going to go straight immediately into the women's jump final, where we'll see Emily Wenzel of Germany take to the water, having jumped 39.1 meters yesterday. So, 1 meter 50 ramp height, boat speed probably 51 kilometers an hour, although the jumpers can select as high as 54k or 33.5 mile an hour. Let's have a look and see what Emily Wenzel can do. Actually, in the under 17 competition, took a pretty nasty spill, but has managed to get her confidence back on track with the elimination round, and jumps there. To get her this far, jump in 128 feet or 39.1. We're going to get the distance for her very, very soon on the open attempt, but we're just reeling here with the runoff situation with the men's slalom competition. Okay, so jump number 1, 38.1, the equivalent of 125 feet, give or take. 125 feet on jump number 1 for Emily Wenzel. Looking at the instant replay and looking at the views from underneath the ramp and over the ramp preceding it. Some great dramatic shots here in the IWWF U-21 World Waterski Championships. An accelerated schedule. We were actually looking on our schedule to end off our events tomorrow, but because the impending storm courtesy of Hurricane Ida, it means we've had to accelerate the schedule by 24 hours and trying to get every single event final done by the end of today. So here we go. This is jump number 2. We're taking the full double cut. Those of you supporters that have been watching the jump event in the U-17s will notice that the ramp is in a different position to accommodate for the shift in wind conditions, giving our competitors the best chance for success. Here she comes, Emily Wenzel. Oh, nicely done off the top of the jump, floating in for a brilliant landing. And I'm sure that that one is going to be more than 38.1 meters. She got 39.1 in the elimination rounds to make it into this this section of the competition. Don't see too much wrong with her technique, but it is a pull out towards the right-hand side. Here's the jump distance coming through of 39.5, a 0.4 a meter more than what she needed to qualify with yesterday. Up and over, and will land and ride that one out. So Emily Wenzel of Germany. Looking good, looking strong. As we look out towards the jump-in ramp and see one or two characters out there. I believe that's Shay O'Brien, who is our fourth competitor out, if I'm not mistaken. We've got 5 competitors hitting the ramp at 1.5 meters high, and then we've got 7 competitors after that opted to go with the higher ramp height. And this is where some movement in the overall competition could take place, provided that better scores are produced in this round compared to the opening elimination round. All right, here we go. This is Emily Wenzel, our first competitor out, jumping 39.5 meters. Let's see what she's got on jump number 3. Handle up a little bit high, dropping in hard, and up and over. Would roll out on jump number 3. I doubt whether that distance will be anything comparable to the opening 2, but interesting to find out for certain. Wow, Stone the Crows, 39.8 meters. 39.8 meters, it's the equivalent of about 131 feet. 39.8 meters. And Emily Wenzel, I think, will leave these championships with a renewed sense of confidence with the jumping ramp, considering the knocks that she took in the Under-17 Girls World Jumping Championship. All right, so next competitor out, independent competitor from the United States and originally from the volunteer state of Tennessee. It is Chelsea Newman. Okay, let's take a closer look and see right now. Chelsea Newman. Jump number 1, jump 40.3 meters or 132 feet to make it into this final. Good, decent strike there on jump number 1 and getting pulled up a little bit off the second wake. Certainly very powerful, that boat, the 6.2 litre engined Correct Craft Nautique. A joy to see her out in the water. Was worked hard to make it through to this section of the competition. There is Chelsea Newman off the turn through the second wake, and pretty good place where she hit the jump, but getting right ski pulled towards the boat a little bit. Could have done with holding a little bit more direction off the second wake through to the ramp and into the flight. 39.2 meters, 39.2 meters for Chelsea Newman. The best opening jump that we've seen out of our two competitors thus far. Just took an early shot there on the foreground, seeing Kennedy Hansen. It's certainly going to be a tall order for someone like Kennedy Hansen to come through with better scores with the slalom, the tricks, and the jump being held in rapid succession. Here we go. Up and over, and good pull. Yeah, absolutely. Good, great skiing there from Chelsea Newman. More distance on that one. I think that might actually be her best distance in this competition so far. Oh, yes, 41.2 meters, 41.2 for Chelsea Newman. It's definitely better than 132 feet. That'll be closer to about 140. As a matter of fact, it's a 135-footer, to be exact, for Chelsea Newman. Now, Chelsea Newman's jump distances, because she's only a jump competitor, won't have any impact upon the Open Women's overall right now. For those of you interested about the overall, I can tell you that right now, not much movement has been made since the slalom event. Brooke Baldwin still at the lead with 28.10. Paige Reaney with 27.17. Less than 100 points away. And potential for movement could be made between Kennedy Hansen and Paige Reaney, because Kennedy Hansen is only a few points behind, about 30 to be exact. So an increased distance by Kennedy Hansen. If it's anything significant, then she could leapfrog over Paige Reaney at this time. Let's have a look and see. Up and over, and good dose of speed there. Whether it's enough to carry her out to 41.2 or more, we've yet to find out. So we're off and running with the women's jump championship of the world. .5 meters on that jump, about 133 feet. Her best jump is 41.2. That is enough to take the lead at this time. Whether it's enough to sustain that lead, yet to be determined. Next competitor up on the water will be Kennedy Hansen, and here is where she can make up some ground in the jump event. She jumped 43.5. Not too sure how close that is to a personal best, but anything more than 43.5 meters will be of immense benefit. Whereas we see Elena Ahama from Austria right there next to Carlo Basic. Another skier from Austria, and coaching some of the talent here in the U-21 World Championships. All right, then, here we go. Kennedy Hansen, her challenge for greater overall position starts right here with the jump event. She will also be in the trick and final as well, but let's see what she can do in the here and the now. Here she comes, jump number 1. This is Kennedy Hansen. There you go, barreling into the jump and looking for something more than 43.5 meters. If she gets that distance, it will take the lead as well. If she gets that kind of jump, it will take the lead as well, I should say. So it's a 42-meter jump, 42 meters exactly for Kennedy Hansen. We are projecting a 42-meter jump. It should put her in the lead at this time with 42 meters exactly. In the lead with that distance as we rock on down the lake and check out Kennedy Hansen with 2 more jumps remaining. So, a reminder that you can check in at waterskibroadcasting.com for the latest news on TWBC, and also check out the newest newest episode to drop on the podcast, that episode featuring Vanessa Veek, who was interviewed at the Syndicate Hilltop Pro-Am. Check out that episode on Spotify, on Google Podcasts, and also on Apple Podcasts, as well as waterskibroadcasting.com. Trying to move a little bit more than 138 feet. This is Kennedy Hansen. Jump number 2. Up and over, and we'll push it out just a skosh further. That is Kennedy Hansen dropping in on that particular jump, and I think that's going to be around the same distance. It's pretty easy to see whether there are any significant changes and whether there is a significant increase in distance. Kennedy Hansen. So it looks like Corey Picos is giving some instructions there to Kennedy along the shoreline. I wonder what the distance is going to be for Kennedy Hansen. It should be coming up on the screen momentarily, but 42 and a half, so half a meter more than her previous jump distance. Now, if she wants to move up in the overall competition, she must claw back the 30-point or so gap that exists between her and Paige Reaney. To that end, if she can climb up about a meter or so and get close to a PB or even exceed it, if she can jump close to 45 meters, that could well claw back enough of the difference. So far as the tricking is concerned, where she is in the final, she tricked over 91.70. I don't know how much more she has in a run. So if she wants to make a significant dent in Paige Reaney's second place total, she's got to do it here, and she's got to do it now with one final jump. Let's see what she has. Kennedy Hansen. Oh, good extension off the top. Wonderful flight there from Kennedy Hansen. And good skiing there from her all the way throughout, not only in these championships, but also in the U-17 World Championships, where she is the world overall champion, as well as being the world trick champion and medaling in at least 1 or 2 of those remaining events as well. So, .49, no improvement or no shift in the overall competition, and that might just have sealed the deal so far as Paige Reaney is concerned in the overall competition, but staying in second and Kennedy Hansen remaining in third, because in my estimation that 9,170 point score from Kennedy Hansen probably doesn't stand much of a chance of improvement, which you would need to do to claw back that 30-point deficit.
Yes, Tony, good summation there. That's the overall battle. Because still the tricks to come this afternoon, but you're right. I think Kennedy Hansen is on her way to a bronze medal in the overall. I'm not sure that she's going to be able to get up into silver's position. Her jumping today, very similar to the jumping she did in the under-17s elimination all week. I think that's her fourth jump set between the under-17 worlds and under-21 worlds, and they've all been around that similar sort of distance.
Well, it is the same speed and ramp height after all. So I mean, Augustina Vara, for example, who we'll see in about a few skiers' time, has decided to go with the increased boat speed of 33.5 mile an hour compared to 31.5, which is going to make life a little bit different there for Augustina Vara. And we certainly saw that yesterday when we brought her in. She jumped 46.5, which is actually less, or actually dead even with the jump distance that she produced in the U17s with a slower boat speed of 51.
Yeah, so I mean, the faster boat speed doesn't necessarily add distance. You need to have your timing right. And the one thing I will say about the skiers that skied under 17 worlds didn't get to Famil at the faster boat speed for under 21s.
Or with the ramp at this direction.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Mind you, the under 21 skiers didn't Famil with the jump ramp this direction either, because it was moved on the second day of competition. Here's Shay O'Brien, just a youngster. I think she's only around 16, maybe 17 years of age. She has burst onto the scene in the last 12 months in under 17 girls jump. She's got a best of around 43.5. Got silver medal, I believe, in the under 17 jump final. Young Canadian, looks like to have a big future in the jump event.
Yep, certainly third place in the U17 girls, and I mean, rightly say, she has an enormously bright future, you know. But so far as jumping is concerned, it's just one of those events that you can't really rush the progression too hard against, because I mean, there have been instances in the past, and in certain aspects, I've been a victim of that too. I won't mention the coaches involved, but I was actually encouraged to actually seek the 6 foot ramp height as quickly as possible and try and get jumps. And with short jump skis and a high ramp height, that wasn't a particularly good combination for me, and wish upon reflection that I stayed at 1.65 meter high on a slightly slower boat speed, because that would have increased my probability of actually keeping the upward trajectory of my improvement with jumping.
Yeah, you did right. You've got to progress slowly through the speeds and the ramp height. I know my daughter Courtney competed in the under-17 and under-21 worlds and finished 6th in the under-17 girls jump, but she's never jumped at 54k yet, and that's probably the next step. She's been eligible as well to jump off 5'6", but hasn't done that yet, so it's slowly but surely through the ranks of jumping.
All right, here we go. We have got Shay O'Brien from Canada, who jumped 143 feet or 43.5 meters as the best jump distance to qualify through to this section of the competition. Here she comes, jump number 2. Oh, I'm passing up on jump. What is she seeing out there?
Oh, this is strange. The only thing I can say is that we've got a headwind reasonably, well, that's a beautiful headwind actually. It's just perfect jumping conditions, but it's the first time really that we've had a head breeze at these Worlds, because the under 17 girls jumped, I think the first round you'd say that was a slight tailwind, second round was a tailwind, and yesterday was a glass calm in the under 21, so maybe she's just struggling with the timing.
Struggling with the timing a little bit, certainly, but what I suspect is, I don't know whether you agree with me or not, but maybe the line tension is tightening up on her just a little bit at the end of the turn, because if it tightens up on you that quickly, then it does force your hips a little bit behind and brings your shoulders forward. And if that level of discomfort actually increases or stays the same through the cut into the jump, you might as well just let go of the handle, because if you try and kick it,
Yeah, well, you're possibly right, Tony, with the head breeze. But she's got no choice now. She's got one jump to come. She has to go over. There's no choice here, really. She will not want to come into the under-21 jump final and finish with a 0, with no score. So I'm sure she'll find a way to get over the jump ramp here on jump number 3.
Okay, for my mind, the adjustment here has to be made on the actual pull-out on the three-quarter cut. Got to be a little bit later, got to maintain a little bit higher water speed so that by the time the skis turn, there's less of an impact from the tension on the line, and you're able to keep your hips up and more in alignment. So third and last jump to come. Let's see if she can bring this initial cut a little bit later to lighten up the load, so to speak.
Yeah, that's a big moment here. She's a youngster, maybe jumping really well in the last 12 months. Big improver, but maybe just lacking a little bit of inexperience so far in this jump final. Let's see what she does on jump 3. Here we go. This looks okay. She comes in. Oh, no. She's passed this one as well. I'm not sure what's going on here. Feel for this young lady. Just it's on all 3 jumps in the jump final. She did finish with a medal in the under-17s, but that is devastation, really. Not something you often see in a world's final, is someone passing on all 3 jumps. But she's a young lady with a big future. I'm sure we'll see plenty of Shea over the next few years in the women's jump.
Yeah, that's not the last that we'll see of Shea, in the future, but so we're back right here. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Glenn Williams. I'm originally from the United Kingdom, but based myself in Louisiana, and Glenn Williams originally from New Zealand, and still staying there.
Yeah, hopefully I'm heading back there. If I fail a certain test tomorrow, though, I might be living in California for the next few months, but hopefully that goes well for me. There's worse places to live, I'm sure.
Yeah. San Diego's nice.
It is beautiful, San Diego. It's where my son Curtis is based, and it's a lovely part of the world.
Actually went to San Diego a couple of months ago, as it happens, and then crossed the border to Mexico because for certain things.
Oh, jeez. I think we might stop this conversation now, Tony.
Yeah, it's not what you think. All right, then. So...
Wow. San Diego is an interesting city because I would think it's one of the more wealthiest cities in America, but it is right on the border, and you head into Tijuana and
San Ysidro.
Yeah, it's but it's a nice place to be, San Diego. Certainly enjoy it. I know that's where Josh Bryan, of course, Australia's greatest ever trick skier, is currently living is in San Diego. So. And that's my son Curtis is there as well. It's a good little bunch of skiers going there in Mission Bay in San Diego.
Never had the chance to check out Mission Bay, mind you, in San Diego. I didn't spend an awful lot of time there, but it's a nice part of the world. Probably the most recorded days of unrestricted sunshine anywhere in the nations. Here we go. This is Augustina Vara, who jumped 46.5 meters to make it through to the jump final. Let's see what she's got. Jump number 1. Oh, that was every bit as scary as Augustina has suggested after that landing.
Yeah, this jump could have ended badly here for Augustina. She's made the adjustment from 51k. She's been training it for quite a number of weeks for the under-17 Worlds, to 54 kilometres per hour for the preliminary round yesterday and for today's final. And the speed adjustment can take a little while to get used to. So far she hasn't jumped as far at 54k as she was at 51. But just watching this jump here, see the advice coming from Pepe Miranda, the coach of the Chilean team. Comes into the base of the ramp there. It just stands up too early off the ramp, and she's okay, but lucky to get out of that one.
Yes, indeed. Jump number 1. We'll get that distance to you momentarily. So 44.4 meters on jump number 1. It's not exactly one of her better jumps, but it's within about 2 or so meters of her best jump going into these finals, you know. So that jump brought up more speed rather than of control.
Yeah, well, Augustina's personal best at 51k is 47.9. I'm not sure what her best is at 54k, Tony. I don't know how much time she spent at 54, but if she spent a bit of time, you'd expect it to be further than 47.9. But potentially, if she got everything together, she could actually win this event. It's just hard to make that adjustment from 51 up to 54, so let's see how she goes. 2 more jumps to come.
It only takes 1. Here she comes.
That's going to be further. She's
Better.
pretty happy. Definitely further.
The control was most definitely there on that particular jump, and that's what skiers are looking for more than most, you know. You need to be controlled off the turn, get in position, and don't move too much from there. Because any significant amount of movement off the turn into the jump could mean quite catastrophic results.
Absolutely. I think there's going to be a decent jump here. This is definitely going to be further than what she jumped yesterday. I think this could be up around 47, maybe even 48 metres, but it's a bit hard to tell from our vantage point. Waiting for the distance. .9 metres. Oh, it's an absolute ripper. She knew it. And that's what I was saying just before this jump, that if she gets it all together, she could actually win this event. And that is huge, because that's potentially a gold medal winning jump in this under-21 women's final.
And that is 0.8 of a metre more than what it took for Brooke Baldwin, our number 1 seed, to make it through to the next round of the competition. So you could be on the money there, Glenn.
Well, I mean, she jumped 47.9 at 51k, so it's just a matter of time whether she could get it together at 54. And I think she can go further yet. She's been building nicely through the elimination round and into this final. She's built every jump she takes, she goes a little bit further. So let's see if she can't get over 50.
Yeah, so close to 50, just a third of the length of a standard school ruler away from crossing into the 50-meter range. Let's see what she's got. Jump number 3.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's better.
That's a great jump. Let's watch the body language. She's not thinking it's further, I don't think, looking at her. It looked further to me. But we're just judging distance like you are at home off the TV screen. I thought we might have seen a fist throw on landing here from Augustina, but she's not. She's quite conservative there. So it's possible she doesn't think it, and she would know more than anyone how far it is. So 49.9 on a second. It'd be interesting to see how far this one is.
And picking up the Chilean flag.
Oh, she's missed it. She's missed the flag pass, which is disappointing.
And rocking up off the left ski, coming off the top of the jump there on our instant replay. And
48.6, 49.9 is the lead score at the moment in the under-21 women's jump final. There's not too many jumpers in this final, Tony, that can jump 50 metres, which is what we need. It's probably only Brooke Baldwin, I think.
Wow, big shocker. And the ramp goes up to 1.65 meters right now. So the ramp is now going to be moved from 5 foot high to 5'6", or from 1.50 meters to 1.65 meters. That's going to take a little bit of time, but make sure you rejoin the action in just a few moments as we continue to provide you live coverage of the 2021 IWWF U-21 World Waterski Championships. We'll be back right after these.
Well, welcome back to our continuing coverage of the Under-21 World Waterski Championships Women's Jump. And we've just had a quick break because we had to lift the ramp. And if you've just joined us, we just had a bit of a sensation. Augustina Vares of Chile has jumped 49.9 metres off the 1.5 metre ramp, the 5-foot ramp. So that is a sort of distance that can win you a gold medal in Under-21 women's jump. So that's going to put the mark out there. For the rest of this field, we've got about 6 jumpers to come, all off the 5'6" jump, the bigger ramp. So this is going to be an exciting jump final. Next competitor will be from France, will be Perrine Sonia of France. Then we're going to go to Ines Organot of Austria, Paige Rainey of Canada, Stanislava Porostvatova from the Ukraine, Italy's Geneva Bonapani, and then of course Brooke Baldwin, who was the favourite for this event. Probably still is the favourite event given Brooke's experience, but she's going to have to go 50 metres to take out the gold medal off Augustina Vares. Welcome back to Tony Lightfoot, back in the commentary position.
All right then, some great skiing to come. I just had a quick snack, a top banana. Gotta love it.
Yeah, I noticed also you were consulting with your orthopaedic surgeon as well, Tony, after your elbow injury, of course, you sustained at the US Nationals.
Yeah, that's one souvenir I wish I could have done without. So there you go.
It's a pretty high-impact sport, announcing water skiing. You know, you got to watch out for the injuries.
Easy for you to say. Okay, here we go. This is Perrine Sonia. Jump number 1. Oh, nicely done, though.
Yeah, it's a tidy jump, but not a huge distance, I don't think. More of a sider for her. I think she was a little bit early here. Maybe the headwind held her up. There was no headwind yesterday when these girls jumped. But she's got a score on the board, and good on her. She can build from this on the next couple of jumps.
And now chasing down a jump distance of 49.9 metres just to get within striking distance of being on the podium, because, I mean, that 49.9 metres is the best jump in the women's jump competition so far. Even taking into account that she jumped off 5 foot, these jumpers that we're seeing right now are the last 7 in this event, and they're all jumping at 5.5 feet or 1.65 meters high, which you would expect to be the game changer. But as we've seen, it could be anything but.
37.7 opening jump, 37.7. Very much a warm-up jump for this young Austrian lady. Sorry, French lady.
So certainly a lot of schools of thought to the whole notion of moving from one ramp height to the next. Some people are of the opinion that you jump as far and as much as you can off 5 foot, and then when you get to a certain point, then you go at 1.65 meters. But some are faithful to the whole notion that you can actually get significant distance off the lower ramp height, as we see. Perrine Sonia still a little bit back on the skis, and unfortunately it's sending her tumbling into the water.
Yeah, this is not going the way she would have hoped for, of course. Tidy opening jump, but just 37.7, and then jump number 2 slipped back on her heels and unfortunately didn't ride it away.
Jumped 40.9 in the opening round, or 134 feet, so she is seriously behind the 8 ball there. It'll be worth checking in with the overall if she is eligible for that. No, she isn't. She's currently 13th right now because of a trick score that was heavily subpar for her. So no real movement for her to be made in the overall competition, where she lies in 13th. But we'll see if she can at least claw back enough of the deficit on jump number 3 to make this a respectable performance after jumping 40.9 meters yesterday, or the equivalent of 134 feet.
Yeah, so far not been the set she was looking for. This French athlete. See the French team management, coaching staff egging her on.
Yep, seeing a lot of hand signals being given to her along the shore side. Those signals can really make the difference, Glenn. I mean, they have a perspective on your jumping that you typically might not be able to fully appreciate until you actually see the signal go later, go a little bit wider, slow the turn down, speed it turn up a little bit quicker. Whole load of things.
Well, it's a unique thing, isn't it, about the jump event? You can get coaching between jumps. You don't normally get too much coaching in the slalom trick event while you're actually out on the water. Here we go. It's all on this last jump. It's been a disappointing set so far for this young lady from France. Let's see if she can't get it together on her third and final jump.
Here she comes.
There you go.
Yeah, that's better. That's more like it. But whether that's close to 40 meters or so is yet to be determined at this time. So fall on the second jump, 37.7 meters. But still that 49.9 meter sensation of a jump there by Augustine Navarra is still the lead distance. And if that goes unchallenged between now and the end, what a championship that would be, set on the 5-foot ramp height, possibly.
Yeah, that would be an unusual one, since the under-21 worlds have been around. I'm sure the winner, the gold medalist, has come off the 5.5-foot ramp. I don't know if any water skiing statisticians are out there that could challenge that statement, but 49.9 will be tough to beat for anyone here, and it looks as though there is a chance that the gold medal will go to a lady off the 5-foot ramp. Because Timmy Bradstreet, the Aussie at the World Championships in 2010, I think it was, in Dubna in Russia, almost took that gold, didn't he? I think he finished up with silver, but he went out first at 5'6". He led the event right towards the end, and I think it was only Freddie Kruger at the end that pipped him at those World Champs. Is that right, Tony? I know you were there. I wasn't.
It was actually Chris Wharton that was in second place, I believe, from the Junior World Championship.
No, sorry, I'm talking about the... there was a World Championships in Dubna, Russia.
Oh, yeah.
Timmy Bradstreet went off 5.5, and he led the event right till the end.
2010 with the Junior Worlds, but going 2011. Yeah, Freddie Kruger there with... And
then, of course, while we're talking about Timmy Bradstreet, one of the greatest skiers of all time, in my opinion, although his career ended at the ripe old age of 22, he, of course, won the Moomba Masters with a big jump off 5.5 about the same year, about 2012, 2013, when he had all the finalists after him at 6 foot, but none of them could beat a score off the smaller ramp. So you never know. That could happen here today in the under-21 Worlds with Augustine Navarez off 5 foot going 49.9 metres.
All right, then moving on to our next competitor from a strong line of Austrian jumpers. This is Elena Ahama. Sets, drives. That's a decent-looking opening jump. Great effort.
Got to be happy with that one. Good, tidy opening jump for our Austrian competitor. Built like a jumper. She's a little bit vertically challenged. She's not super tall, but she looks really strong.
Britta Llewellyn was around about the same height, as far as I recall.
Same country as well. So
indeed.
I mean, Austria are famous for jump skiers.
And looking at the instant replay here with jump number 1. little flat coming off the second wake in. We're trying to use the boat's power to propel her off the top of the jump and into the landing. So a decent looking open attempt there from Elena Ahamo. It's going to take something of a minor miracle to get close to 50 meters, or at least close enough to challenge Augustina Varas. Distance coming through 40.7, so she is going to be looking for a significant upward shift in distance to get somewhere close to the lead.
Yeah, 40.7. She's all smiles at the moment. And coach, Austrian team coach Franz Oberleiter, of course, telling her to cut later off the 6, I think is what I saw. I told her to bring it down off this 600-foot ball, which she's pulling out towards now.
Here we go. Let's see what she's got. Jump number 2. Lifting that right ski to get up a little bit wider on the boat. Good tight line off the turn. That's what she wants. Oh, that is the beauty of a jump there. Great speed on the way in. She lands it just about. But a decent effort there. A little bit more sprightly there, Glenn.
Yeah, there's a good jump. She had a little bit later off the 600-foot ball. It meant she was wider and later on her approach, so she could generate more speed. She could work harder into the base of the ramp, and she seemed to kick it fairly well off the top as well. So this should be a decent jump. Probably around 42, maybe 43, I think, but nowhere near the 49.9 she needs for the lead. But a solid effort.
Oh, there you go. Solid skiing there from Elena Ahama of Österreich. So the distance will be shown to us in just a moment or so once we've obtained the distance. I believe it's going to be significantly further based upon our perspective on it, and the distance is actually 45.4.
She's
or
happy.
149 feet.
Look at the smile. She's super happy. I got a feeling that could be a PB.
Getting some signals, some verbal cues by Carlo Basic, who represented Austria all the way through to the U-21 team in the previous incarnation of this event in Edmonton, Alberta, last time around.
Well, we think this is a personal best from this young Austrian, 45.4.
All right, and I
Another
think
good
that
jump.
one could be very close again.
Yeah, similar sort of a jump for a. I mean, 45.4 is starting to get close-ish towards a medal. She gives herself an outside chance of a medal here.
45.4 meters in the previous round would have seen her advance in 4th place.
Yeah. So it's unlikely to get a medal, but you never know. It's in the realms of a podium finish in the Under 21 jump final.
And there is Franz Oberleitner there in the middle of that inset picture along the shore side. As we look at Elena Ahama's distance should be recorded right about now and be transmitted through. There we go, with draped with the Austrian flag. That is Elena Ahama. 44.3 meters, so 45.4 is her best jump distance. And good enough for 2nd spot at this time. We've still got that distance from Augustina Vara with 49.9. We're down to 5 more competitors to go. Should that lead from Augustina stay intact for 3 more competitors, then Augustina would have a spot on the podium.
I think there's no doubt of that, Tony. I think 49.9 will definitely see Augustina Varas on the podium. It's going to take a big effort from one of these girls to even take the lead off Augustina. Conditions really are just almost perfect, Tony, at the moment. That lovely head breeze we've got here.
All right then, so skier on the water, and a skier who could make up some significant ground in the overall competition, provided that she comes through with the goods here. This is Ines Anguano. Here she goes, jump number 1. Decent, a little bit early, mind you.
Yeah, she's a bit early. But it's the first jump, first approach. Probably just needs to adjust this headwind a little bit on her counter cut.
So Ines Anguano currently lying in 5th place overall, about 120 points adrift from 4th. That's currently being held by Geneva Bonapane. Probably won't ascend any higher than 4th, even if she does claw back that gap, because Kennedy Hansen with a 26.70 has about a 450 point advantage ahead of Geneva at this time, between 3rd and 4th. So really it's a 3-horse race.
So we'll get the distance soon. Opening jump for this young lady representing France.
Taking her time getting the distance through. This is Ines Anguano of France. So while we wait for the distance to emerge, we've got Ines Anguano coming in, jump number 2. Setting herself up well with jump number 2. Turns in. Little bit of a shoulder charge with her left shoulder coming off the top left-hand corner. So there are certain small things that she can do to increase her jumps. And all of them start with this pull to the right-hand side, Glenn.
Yeah, she's just not quite getting it together. She's jumping okay, but we haven't got a distance yet. But I don't think it's as far as previous skier, the Austrian, I think, still with the lead of 45.4. Almost a slalom turn there on her turn, and that means she's leaning away with the shoulders out of the turn, and she hits the ramp with her shoulders leaning away as well. Here we go. We've got some distances now.
Distance coming through, 40.7. That was for our previous
That's our previous skier, yeah. Here we go. Let's see how this young lady out of France goes.
All right, let me give you some distances here, Glenn. For Ines Anguano, first jump was 43.6, which is 143 feet. And on the second one, it was 44.5 meters, which is 146. So jumping fairly consistently within 0.9 of a meter.
They're good distances considering she hasn't really got it together yet. She hasn't had a great jump, but she's still getting reasonable distance. It shows that she's capable of going 40. Well, she needs more than 45.4 at the moment to take the lead. She's more than capable of doing that on this third and final.
And let's bear in mind that both these jump distances increased upon her previous round score. The 44.5 meters is about a meter ahead of what she qualified with yesterday. So points are coming in thick and fast now for Ines Anguano. Whoa, look at this.
There you go. We might have a new leader, I think. I think we've got a new leader, Tony. I think our current leader is 45.4. I've got a feeling that's further. We'll wait for the distance.
Is that enough? Is that going to be more than 49.9, I wonder?
No, I don't think so. It's not going to be more than that, but I could see it being 46 metres. 44.8. It's not as far as I thought. It's her best jump, but that was not going to get her a medal, unfortunately.
All right, 44.8 metres, currently putting her in about third or fourth right now. We're looking at the leaderboard. 44.8 metres would put her actually fairly and squarely in third place right now. Right ahead, Kennedy Hansen.
That's just for the overall. Sorry, for the jump at the moment. It's come though, don't we, Tony? So it's unlikely to stay in that position.
Yeah, and despite the fact that she has jumped over a metre more than she did in the previous round, that's not enough for her to claw back the deficit between herself in 5th place and the 4th place competitor from Italy, Geneva Buonapane. Leaderboard right there, Augustina Varas. Bear in mind, she jumped at 5-foot ramp height to give you that distance. 49.9. Then Elena Ahama with 45.4. Ines Angwano with 44.8. Kennedy Hansen in 4th with 42.5. And the rest of them, those results you just saw. You can also go to IWWF.sport and follow the links to live scoring coverage of this, the 2021 IWWF U-21 World Water Ski Championships. All right then, on the water, and a skier who could change some things so far as overall is concerned, provided that she scores more than yesterday. This is Paige Reaney of Canada.
Yeah, a very strong 3-event skier. Has the ability to get on the podium in this jump event, and as Tony said, the ability, if she increases her jump score from the previous round, to jump up a couple of places maybe in the overall battle.
Little on the back foot coming off the top of the jump, not getting much pull off the ramp from the boat as a result.
No, it's not the distance she was looking for. It's a solid enough opening jump. Got her eye in, just doing the 3/4 cut. Seems to be just a little bit narrow. I'm not sure. I think that headwind just holding her up a bit.
On the back foot a little bit, right off the turn, and flattened off just about a half a metre or so before hitting the jump. And just couldn't really extend or push off the jump or fly much further than that, I'm afraid. So it looks like a distance that's going to be probably in the 40s, but probably not significantly deep into range of jumps.
Yeah, 44.5. Picked it well there, Tony. 44.5. It's into the 40s, well into the 40s, but it's not enough. There's been a lot of jumps around that 44, 45 metre mark, but the reality is, I think, to get on the podium, you're going to need 47. At least 46 or 47.
44.5 metres is 0.1 of a metre behind the distance that she needed to qualify with, so no movement from her so far in regards to the overall competition.
I think she will, though. I think that was just her opening jump. She's got 2 to come. She can build from that one. I think we can see a 46 metre jump here today from Paige.
See what she's got. Oh, better. Lots better pull off the top of the jump. I anticipate that jump being a little bit further than...
it is, a little further.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure, though. To me, it all looked pretty good out of the turn, but it's not quite getting off that jump ramp as well as she would like.
Currently, she's less than 20 points away from usurping Brooke Baldwin in the overall competition right now after 2 events. Needing something significantly further with the third and last jump to really stand a chance of getting above Brooke Baldwin in the overall competition.
It's interesting, just watching the coaching. The coaching from Matt Reaney is basically everything's good, you just need to be a little bit later. Bring it down on jump number 3, is the advice from her dad. Well, she's happy. I haven't seen the distance yet, Tony. Have you seen the distance?
We're waiting for the distance to be published, and I think it's going to be longer than distance yesterday. 45.9.
New leader and increased her overall score. So well done to Paige. Let's see if she can't get a little bit more. She can jump 47 here, Tony. I think she could take the lead in the overall. So that's what she needs. She needs to find another metre somewhere.
Indeed, indeed. Let's see if she can attack this third and last jump attempt. We're still looking at that distance of 49.9 metres as the lead distance for her to eclipse. But I don't think she's done that with a third and last jump. But however, she might have found a little bit more distance on top of the jump that she produced on the second attempt to try and leapfrog over Brooke Baldwin. But Brooke Baldwin has yet to jump, and she'll be out.
I thought she was a little bit later on this one. I thought she had a bit more speed, but didn't seem to get the ramp work together. Didn't get the big kick off the top she was looking for.
Just fairly and squarely over those jump skis and not moving too much beyond that. Now, on the first jump, she was behind the jump skis a little bit, and she tried to transition, but the ramp hit her in between the in between that and the flight. Looks like it's 44.7 meters. Not enough for an increase, but you know what? 45.9 meters. It's her best jump of the tournament. It is 1.5 meters more than what she did yesterday. We'll see what that does to the overall competition when the scores are updated. There is about a 30-point difference between Brooke Baldwin and Paige Reaney, but Paige Reaney has actually put some points into her overall back pocket there. The question is whether it's enough.
Yeah, and also, of course, the jump pitch has changed a bit with Augustine Varis's 49.9, because she'll at the moment have the top score in the jump. So we're on to our final three now, so we're going to have our first medal, our first podium finish coming up at the completion of this set. Stanislava Prostova now from the Ukraine. Third to top seed, needs 46 to be guaranteed a medal. Sorry, she actually needs 50 to be guaranteed a medal, but
essentially, yeah, just getting over that 50-meter barrier is exactly what she needs to put her in the top three for absolute least. Here she comes, Stanislava Prosvetova.
Oh, great opening jump. Tidy opening jump from the Ukrainian.
And a good stout pull out there on the 500 and 600 foot cut buoys, getting ready for jump number one. Now, she is one of our slightly built jumpers, which is absolutely great for jumping, because you're less likely to feel the effects of any tall body movements, because you are generally shorter and your center of gravity is closer towards the ski, which gives you more than ample control. We're seeing the Ukrainian coach trying to get away from the line, bring it a little bit later, all that good stuff.
Yeah, he certainly knows what he's talking about, the Ukrainian coach. Of course, we're going to look forward to the number one seed into the final in the men's jump, of course, is the Ukrainian Solmanov. Look forward to that. But right now we're watching the women's 42.5. Not enough. Not enough for anything really, but it's an opening jump. One on the board.
That's 3.5 meters less than what she produced yesterday to qualify.
Yeah, so we know she's going to go further.
So far as her overall competition is concerned, Stanislava Prosvetova currently in 6th place, just really didn't have the best tricking performance out there for her liking. I don't know if there any movement up in the overall competition is indeed possible, although she can get within 35 points of Ines Anguino if she can jump about a metre or so more. Here she comes.
Tidy jump.
Oh, look at that.
I think she's still slightly on the early side out there. I think she can definitely cut later than this, but that's a very tidy jump.
Looking for a distance that will put her into the top 3. She essentially needs 50 metres in order to do that. Anything less than Augustina Vara with 49.5 metres would be the skier that would be on the podium, guaranteed, with two jumpers left to come. Stanislava Prozvetova of Ukraine, training out of the Sentosa facility right outside Dnipro, which itself has held the World Under-21 Waterski Championships about two or so seasons back.
Yeah, it's a lovely setup there they've got there. I know the New Zealand team had competed at those Under-21 Worlds and really enjoyed themselves. It was a great World Championships.
Two more after this.
Let's wait for that distance. No doubt it's going to be further, but it's not quite so sure. 45.2, solid jump, but not enough at the moment. She needs to go at least 46. She needs to get herself ahead of Paige Rini, which is similar to what she did in the elimination round, because that puts her in the hunt for the medals at least.
Putting her within 0.8 of a metre of what she used to qualify into these finals from yesterday. Here comes Stanislava Prozvetova. Coming in, jump number 3. Let's see what she has.
No.
Not quite.
Missed the kick. I think that'll be less. So she'll be a little bit disappointed with this jumping set, the Ukrainian. I mean, it's 45.9 is a decent distance, but it's not quite what she was looking for. Yeah, 45.5. So that means that Augustina Varez from Chile is guaranteed a medal. She'll be on the podium. Just a matter of what colour that medal is, Tony.
Absolutely right.
Got a feeling it's going to be better than bronze. I don't think it'll just be just on the podium for Augustina. I think she's got a shot at the gold here. We'll have to wait and see.
All right, and update in the overall competition. Brooke Baldwin about to take to water in about 1 or 2 skiers, but she still maintains her lead in the women's overall competition by a slender margin, by 50.36 points.
Okay, so it's going to come down to the trick event. I mean, Brooke can increase that lead a little bit with her jump, but I think it will come down to that trick final.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Because I mean, we're looking at Paige Rini's score of 83.90. I don't know whether she's maxing out with that particular effort, but if there is enough room for her to trick higher, maybe closer to close down the gap between that score and 9,000 points, we could see a major change in the overall championship right with the very last performances of these championships.
Yeah, it's going to go down to the wire, which is great. We'll see the similar sort of thing in the men's, I'm sure. As we look to push through these finals today, we've got a hurricane heading towards Louisiana, which is not all that far away from where we are on the Panhandle in Florida. So we're looking to get this tournament done today. The conditions are great. We've had great conditions the last couple of days here for the Under-21s. And it looks like we're going to get through all our skiing. I shouldn't jinx it, but we've got the men's jump coming up next. We've got a nice headwind.
This is our skier on the water from Italy, Geneva Buonapane.
So Geneva, of course, had a personal best in the preliminary round. Tony, you got that in front of you? How far did she jump in the preliminary round? I remember it was a PB.
In the initial round, she jumped 49.1 meters, and she might have maxed out a little bit with that distance based upon what I know of her jumping in the past. 49.1 meters. But if she could come through in the clutch and jump 50, game on.
Oh, absolutely. So this is going to be close, isn't it? So we got a 49.9 from Augustine Vares. We've got this young lady and Brooke Baldwin, who both went 49.1 in the elimination round. There's nothing in this, absolutely nothing in this women's jump final. But she hasn't done it on jump one. She slipped out a bit there, the young Italian. We'll wait for the distance, but it's not going to be 49, I wouldn't think.
All right, so a reminder for you to subscribe to Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube channel to get information and also to get latest updates on when new live content is published, as well as some of the other great content that comes to us courtesy of TWBC. Go to Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube channel to find out more. All right, then, here we go. This is Geneva Bonapane.
Jump number 2, I didn't see the distance on jump 1, but I know it wasn't far enough to get her on the podium. Let's see how she goes on her second.
Here she comes. And you know, I don't even think that second one is up to much scrub either.
No, it's a little further than the first, but she's not getting it together at the moment in this jump final. There will be a few nervous Italians on site right now. The Italian team management will be scrambling to try and get the messages out to this young lady here, exactly what she needs to do.
The first jump was actually 36.1 meters, which is 118 feet. No doubt she's going to get some signal in from the shoreline from Italian head coach Elisabetta Galli.
Well, I mean, the second one's further, but it's still not going to get her on the podium.
There she is. Chest up a little bit more, turn fully the skis, and maybe go a little bit later is probably the message in there.
So it's possible if we don't get a bigger jump on this third one, Paige Rini could end up with a medal in this final. 44.1, so Geneva is struggling out there at the moment. One jump to come. It only takes one.
And this is a skier who actually tied for the lead going into these jumping finals with 49.1.
Absolutely.
So Geneva Bonapane, who probably won't increase her overall score. She's too far back. She's like about 435 points further back behind Kennedy Hansen. So when I say it's a 3-horse race, it's between Kennedy, Paige, and Brooks so far.
Here we go, big moment.
Here we go.
Paige Rini could be on the podium if this girl can't get this jump together. The young Italian into the ramp she goes. Oh, that's better. Better kick off the top. She might have just scraped in there, I think, Tony. It's not going to be anywhere near 49.1, which she did in the prelim, but remember, to get on the podium, she only needs, around 46 meters, I think?
Yeah, exactly. 45.9 is the distance from Paige Reed.
Yeah, so she needs 45.9 on this jump to get a medal. Oh, wow, it's close. 45.6. So she's 0.3 of a medal. She's a foot off a medal here as young Geneva in this final. And Paige Rini is going to get a medal in the under-21 women's jump. And Augustina Vares, of course, is guaranteed a silver. And it's all going to come down to the very last competitor, of course, which is one of the world's great 3-event skiers. It's Brooke Baldwin up next. This is going to be an absolute classic, Tony. She's going to have to really got to jump 50 meters here to win outright. If she jumps 49.9, would have a run off, which is a rare thing in jump.
And of course, if she ties the other distances that are currently below Augustina Varas, then she would actually have the tiebreaker by having the highest distance in the elimination round. But the only way that we would have a jump off is if Brooke Baldwin comes through with a distance of 49.9 meters, anything more, and she's got the title.
This is going to be a classic. Brooke will be at 5.5 foot, whereas Augustina was at 5 foot. Brooke will do 3/4 cuts, whereas Augustina will do full doubles. Brooke has only had probably 2 jump sets on the site, whereas Augustina Varas has been here for a couple of weeks.
All right, then, here we go. Right here, right now, Brooke Baldwin.
Oh, big moment, of course. 3/4 cut. 49.1 was the score in the elimination round. 50 metre flat. 50.0 will get her a gold. Here she goes. Makes her turn for the ramp. Into the ramp she goes. Big kick off the top. Tidy opening jump. Not sure it's going to be 50, Tony, but it's a good solid opening jump.
If it's over 45.6, then she will put herself onto the podium at the extreme least, at the expense of Geneva Bonapane, who currently holds that position right now.
Absolutely. I think, to me, this looks to be around 46, 47. If I was a betting man, I don't think it's going to be 50, but it's still a decent jump. I think it's got her onto the podium on jump 1, Brooke Baldwin.
Going to wait on the distance for Brooke Baldwin on jump number 1. Definitely not going to be 50 meters. I'm going to say it's probably going to be over 45, I would say.
Yeah, I think so. Wait for the distance. 49 meters. Okay, she did that pretty easy, Tony. She did that pretty easy. But finding another meter is not easy either, because she's doing the 3/4 cut, so it's a little bit harder than Augustina, who's doing the double cuts.
And only one podium position is guaranteed right now. That is for Paige Reaney, who is in 3rd spot with a 45.9. It comes down to there's remaining 2 jumps to decide the championship of the world.
Oh, hang on. We are stopping the boat. We have got a slow first segment, which
I believe is a mandatory rewrite with no protected score.
Absolutely.
Now, how do we explain this to the good folks at home? Because there are 3 segments within the timing box for the jumpers. Now, if you are too slow in the first segment, what the zero-off control system is forced to do, if you're coming in too slow, then it's going to have to accelerate at a steeper angle, and as it accelerates up to that extreme angle, it means it gives a skier an unfair advantage so far as propelling them into the jump with higher boat speed.
Absolutely.
The swing is just way too high from too low.
So that is a bit of a technical one. So that means this is when the driver's got to think about what power factor the skier's at, because we've got a big engine on this boat. There's nothing wrong with this boat. There's nothing wrong with the zero off. It's about getting the settings right.
She jumped 49 meters on that opening jump, and that's a non-protected score now. That means she has to come back in and redo jump number 1, starting basically from scratch.
That's right. I don't think it's a major issue for her. I think Brooke strikes me as the sort of jumper that can get 48, 49 metres any day of the week. So she should be able to knock off another 49 metre jump pretty easy. But whether she can go over 50, this is going to be the big test for her. She's doing those 3/4 cuts. Let's see how she goes.
All right, here we are. Jump number 2, 3/4 cut here, just trying to maintain a water speed going into this turn. Drives it on home.
Oh, yeah, another good one.
Yep. But it's as good as 49 metres, though.
I think it will be close, if not 49, it'll be close. I don't think it's 50, though. We'll wait and see. I'm happy to be wrong. A little bit hard to tell from this angle. .48.7. Right in that Brooke Baldwin kind of zone. I'm not sure how far that is in feet for our American viewers, but it's probably somewhere around, probably around 155 maybe feet. One's getting close to 160 feet, and that's sort of the Brooke Baldwin zone. She can do very easily. I'm not sure about 50 though. She's going to have a crack here. If Brooke Baldwin wants to take the gold off Augustina Varas, she's going to have to try something a little bit different here.
2 jumps remaining, the second of which coming up, the first of which is going to come up, 48.7 metres. That puts her right about now in second spot. But she can move up if she can find about 1.3 metres further.
Yeah, and it doesn't sound hard, it sounds easy. I'll just go another metre further. But I think it is getting up towards the top of Brooke's range. Yeah, we believe this is the second jump because she still hasn't exceeded the distance on the first. Here we go. Can she crack up over 50 metres? Can she get a gold medal in the Under 21 women's jump? Brooke Baldwin, up she goes. Well, that's pretty nice.
Look at that.
That is a good jump. We'll wait and see. She's not convinced. There's no throwing of the fist from Brooke Baldwin, but that, to me, will be close to 50, I would think, on jump number... We think it's jump number 2. If it's over 49, it might be jump number 3, of course. A little bit confusing with these rewrite situations. Just watch this one, Tony. There's 49.3 and no rewrite because she exceeded 49 in the first. That is it. She's done. So that means, unofficially, we'll get confirmation. Augustine Varas has got the gold medal. Brooke Baldwin the silver. And Paige Reaney from Canada's got the bronze. There we go. It's up in lights, shining lights on your webcast. So for Brooke Baldwin, I hope she wasn't confused by that because she may have thought she had another jump coming. But, of course, under those rewrite rules, she only had to jump the 49 metres on her first, which she did on the third. So that is it in the women's jump final. Shame about that rewrite on the first. It just confused things a little bit, but at the end of the day, Augustine Varas, off 5 foot, has done something almost unheard of off the lower jump height, has gone out and won the gold medal.
Yeah, wow. We'll do it over there. It's really
5 foot ramp height jumping continues to be alive and well among our under 21 jumping athletes. Augustina Varas with 49.9.9. It's the equivalent of 164 feet. Whenever you feet and inches into perspective, it certainly makes her more significant. But 49.9 meters, your winner against that jump distance in second place, Baldwin, and Paige Reaney in third place with her particular jump distance of 5.9.
Yes, so the Chilean Augustine Varas has taken out the gold in under 17 and under 21 worlds, of course, all in the same week. It's not something that's ever happened before, I wouldn't think. Congratulations to her. Brooke Baldwin will finish with the 49.3. And Paige Reaney from Canada, a little bit unexpected here, with a well-deserved bronze medal with 45.9.
Okay, so as a matter of fact, so far as the jump distance is concerned, with 49.3, that puts 0.2 of a meter improvement upon her earlier first round score. Now, does that seem significant? Well, depends if you're looking in on the overall, which I am. And that probably is going to give her, I would say, about a 60 or 65 overall point cushion going into the final event, which will be Trix and both Paige and Brooke Baldwin, and actually indeed Kennedy Hansen are all going to appearance in the final to conclude the overchip as well. All right then, so men's jump final coming up next. We're going to be changing out officials, and during that time we will take a break. This is continuing coverage of the 2021 IWWF U-21 World Waterski Championships back after these.
It's almost as if your memories have always been here, just waiting for you to find them. All it takes is a little exploration through places both wild and refined. There's a togetherness in this, as if you're tied to something greater, knowing there's so much left to discover. South Walton, Florida. Find your perfect beach.
Sometimes the deepest memories come from just below the surface. You can taste it, see it, hear it. The sensations come back in great rushes or gentle brush strokes. They feel familiar, welcoming, inspiring everyone to explore freely in search of the next great moment. South Walton, Florida. Find your perfect beach.
Well, welcome back. Continuing coverage of the U-21 World Waterski Championships, proudly brought to you by the IWWF and Nautique. Here's our running order for this Under-21 men's final. First up will be Patricio Zohar of Argentina, followed by Carter Lucas out of Canada, Carter Reese, the Californian, of course, from the USA, the big Swede, Tim Tornquist, then, of course, the Italian overall superstar, Florian Path, the young junior world, of course, under-17 champion, Paul Duplan of Freiburg. Then USA Midwest-skier Brett Stackpole. Eduardo Morenzenzi, who is, of course, in the overall battle. Tobias Georges also in the overall battle. We've got Alexander Somolov, of course, who had our biggest jump with 64.7, but he won't be last off the dock because the final two skiers will be off 6 foot, off 1.8 meters. Jonathan Lutz of the US, and of course Luca Rockenwald from Austria. So there it is, folks. That's our 12 finalists in this under-21 men's jump. Looking forward to that, Tony. We should have our first skier off the dock very shortly, Patricio Zohar, who, of course, I think from memory jumped about 55.5 in qualifying yesterday.
Yes, a lot of great jumping to come, and also a lot of potential improvement to be made in the men's overall, and indeed the overall team classification as well. On top of all of that, by my latest reckoning so far as the overall competition is concerned. There is about 220 or so points separating Alexander and Tobias Georges right now in the overall competition. Now, Tobias Georges going into the previous slalom event was actually in third, but he leapfrogged over Eduardo Morenzi and established himself into second place. Eduardo Morenzi relinquishing that position and going into third right now. But those two competitors, Tobias Georges and Eduardo Morenzi, are also going to be jumping as well. So a lot of movement. May not necessarily be the case with the top competitor, but with the competitors below, there could be enough room there to change the overall complexion considerably.
Yeah, that's correct. So Patricio Zohar, of course, the Argentinian, he works and coaches here at Picos Waterski Centre, so he knows this lake very well. Goes out wide on the Morticto. Opening double cut effort.
Jump
makes his turn for the ramp. Into the ramp he comes. Big boot off the top. A little bit of higgly-piggly in the air there, but still a solid opening jump.
Jumped 55.8 meters yesterday, or 183 feet, to be part of this final round of competitive action out of Buenos Aires in Argentina. Patricio Zohar, who trains here extensively, and looking in very, very good shape on jump number one. A good solid effort. Will get the distance anymore. Little flat coming into the base of the jump, but managing to get some deep extension off the top. But I like what he's doing out there.
At 57 metres, that's a good opener, because his best yesterday was 55.8. So he's in better form today than he was yesterday. He just scraped into the final. But that was a much better effort from the Argentinian. Two Argentinians in this jump final, of course. Tobias Georges will be up a little bit later on.
So let's have a look and see what he's got on jump number two, pushing out as hard as he can to the right-hand side, increasing the distance between him and the ramp, where he can accelerate the speeds of over 80 kilometers an hour coming into the base of that ramp.
Yeah, another decent jump. Up somewhere up in the mid to high 50s. Very good, solid three-event skier is Patricio. Not quite as far, of course, there. His 57-metre jump, his opening jump, remains his best.
So 52.3 meters on jump number two. 53.3, I beg your pardon, 53.3. Looks about that distance, if I'm being honest. So 53 and a half, 53, almost 53 and a half meters. So now he's already jumped better than what he did in the earlier round, so he's got to be pleased with that. Now let's see if he can get closer to his truer capability on this ramp of 1.65 meters high. 10 out of our 12 competitors competing on this ramp height, only 2 will be jumping at the 1.8 meter ramp height. Let's see what we've got on jump number 3. Oh yeah, brilliant looking jump, getting better pull off the top, and I suspect that jump could well be hugging the 58.5 meter mark, I would say, Glenn.
Yeah, possibly. It's a bit hard to get to gauge on the distance here. I think he had a little bit more speed here than his first jump, but I really like that opening jump. That 57 meter jump was technically probably a better jump than this one. watching the replay now. Patricio Zohar of Argentina. Yeah, just didn't quite get it together in the off the ramp there, so 57 remains his best.
So I was expecting that to be a little bit further, but no, 54.6. Now we've got how many competitors? We've got 11 competitors less now. We've got Carter Lucas from Canada, who will be trying to pound that ramp at full force in just a moment or so.
Yeah, Carter Lucas, of course, out of the eastern side of Canada. I think he started college now
Augustina Barrow is going to be here with
at Monroe in Louisiana. Had a personal best, 2 metre personal best with his jump of about 57 metres that he went in the qualifying round yesterday. It was a 2 metre PB, so he's in good form, enjoying himself here.
All right then, so here on the commentary position we got Augustina Vara. You're a big old winner again.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Pick up the microphone, there you go.
Yeah, thank you, Tony.
So, what was your approach going into this event? Because you were the last of 5 competitors to go at the 1.5 metre ramp height, and you came through with a jump that basically just blew everyone out of the water, and no one could match your distance from here on in. Let's have a quick look before you answer that question with Carter Lucas on jump number 1. He'll turn away from the boat, little on the back of the ski, mind you, but there you go. Good effort there on jump number 1 as we endeavour to get his distance. But Augustina, your approach going into this event was to stay on the ramp heights that you've always jumped and move the boat speed up. And it seemed to me that moving up the boat speed probably did more harm than good for you between the under 17 and under 21. But you made it work for you eventually, yes?
Yeah, yesterday on the semifinals, I was definitely questioning my decision to bump up the boat speed, but I'm definitely happy I did it because it just made everything a little bit easier. 51, I definitely think that 47.9 was one of my best jumps at that speed, and even though I didn't do everything right that I was hoping to do, I still put together a pretty good jump, so I'm happy.
Yes, as you should be. You are a world champion in U17, U21, a proud Chilean. You've lived in the northwest of the United States for the best part of 15 years, and it's great to have the support of the Chilean crowd, isn't it?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, you're proud to be a Chilean, and I mean you have some great support going forwards. Yes.
Absolutely. There's nothing like our Chilean team. We've been training together for the past few months, so we've definitely built this great connection between everyone and where we support each other, and I'm sure you guys have heard us cheering each other on with our chant and everything, so I'm definitely happy to be a part of that team and represent my country.
All right then, we're going to get a chance to put your instant replay up, so stick around for a few minutes as we get the distances also for Carter Lucas. We're going to get the initial jump there, the jump distance in a moment. But yeah, I mean, what's amazed me about you is you just seem so calm and collected, and we're having a look at your jump here, the 49.9 meter jump. Take us through this particular effort.
Well, this one I didn't really fall on my counter like I did on that first jump, so I had a lot more speed, and also the wind died down, so I had a lot more speed on my counter here, and I just focused on making sure I got those skis around and just keep on edge and work all the way into the base of the ramp. I didn't come off super well, but I just kept pressing against that awesome headwind, and it felt pretty far, so I definitely threw a little celebration there when I landed.
Well, Agustina Varas, congratulations. A second time for your participation in the jump event, on top of winning the World Championship in U17 and getting the bronze medal in the overall in U17 in that, by that measure. Congratulations and best of luck for you in the future.
Thank you, Tony.
Okay,
All right, then,
back on the water now. We've got Carter Lucas. He's had a couple of jumps around that 53 to 54 metre mark. It's all on this last one. He's got good speed here. Oh, not a perfect kick off the top. And he throws his head back. He's going to be disappointed. Had the speed on that one, but he didn't quite get his legs. And, well, he's failed to jump as far as he did in elimination round. He had a great PB yesterday in the elimination round, but it just hasn't quite come together in the... yeah, 50.4. So 53.
Yeah, 53.6 on the middle
will
one.
Be his best.
Yep. So interesting to hear there, Augustina Vara and her approach into jumping. And, you know, I just wish every coach out there had the same approach, you know, because it's a good, safe way to learn how to jump and progress on a good, safe trajectory. You know, jumping isn't one of the safest events that you can do out there on the water, but to mitigate all of the risk, for most of the risk, is certainly a good way of going. So that is Carter Lucas from Canada. We will see what our next competitor can do. Garrett Reese, an independent competitor from the United States of America.
Yeah, Garrett Reese, of course, out of Northern California. Skiing slalom and jump at these Worlds. Made the slalom and jump finals. I'm trying to remember, I think he went to just a shade under 57 metres, if I remember rightly.
Yeah. Absolutely right. You got 56.6 metres in the previous round. Of course, my good friend here, Glenn Williams, actually commentated throughout the entirety of the jump event in the women's and the men's jumping, while we were also concentrating on getting slalom done with overlapping coverage yesterday. That coverage was necessitated by the need to kind of be safe against the hurricane that's about to hit the Gulf Coast in a few hours. So we're looking to end this tournament early, but not before we get done with all 6 event finals. Here we go. This is Garrett Reese. Jump 56.6 yesterday. It's will not get anywhere close to doing it this time, but because he passed up on jump number 1.
Yeah, he lets that one go. There's a bit of a head breeze here now. It's just heard from Augustina Varas, gold medalist in the women's, and she talked about how nice it is, and it is good. It's very good jumping conditions, but it's a bit different to what these guys had yesterday, so just taking a little while to get his adjustment out there, get his timing sorted. Yeah, there's a lot of talk about this hurricane, the pending hurricane that's hitting us. We're rushing to get tournaments through, but I tell you what, at the moment, this hurricane just feels a little bit like normal Easter in New Zealand, to be fair. There's hardly any wind at all. Beautiful conditions. The calm before the storm, I guess you would say. So Patricio Zohar for Argentina is leading this final at the moment with 57 metres. We're only on our 3rd competitor though, Garrett Reese out of the US of A. Next up will be the big Swede, Tim Thornquist, who jumped 58.7 in qualifying. 12 in this final, as is the case in all World Championship finals. We've got the men's jump final at the moment. Of course, we've got the women's and men's trick finals yet to come this afternoon. If you're joining us on the webcast, let's tuck in. We've got about another probably 3 hours of skiing to go. Here's Garrett Reese out of Northern California. Oh, misses his kick a bit. Throws himself forward towards the end of his trajectory. Trying to get as much distance as he could out of the jump, but it's not going to be a big jump, really, by his standards. Not quite getting it all together at the moment is Garrett Rees.
Yeah, Vince, can you give me the ramp view as soon as you have it? All right, then. So looking at Garrett Rees on jump number 2, passing up on number 1. And a decent-looking effort there from Garrett Rees, and getting pulled into the landing. A decent-looking jump. You see that the PVC tubing is bowing, and it could be over the surface.
.7 metres, not the jump that Garrett Rees is looking for. He's passed on the first. He's only gone 51.7. It's about 165 feet, I'm guessing, for US Waterski fans. This has not been the jump set that Garrett Rees is looking for. Had a pretty hard fall in the slalom final early on. Hopefully he hasn't been affected by that at all. There he goes, looks across at the 600 football. Makes his pull out for this 3/4 cut. Here we go. He's got some speed on this one. Can he get some lift? Oh, geez.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Almost goes out the front. Garrett Rees. He was knocking on the front door there. Luckily, no one came calling. No one answered that door. It's not a big jump, though. It's a disappointing set from Garrett Rees. He'll be happy they didn't crash there, but even so, he hasn't got the distances he was looking for.
No, certainly not anything bigger compared to 56.6, the distance that he used to qualify into this section of the competition. The men's jumping final. Ordinarily, we would have this final as the very last event, but because of the situation with Hurricane Ida bearing down upon us, we've had to accelerate the schedule and change some things around to make sure that we have the best conditions available for the skiers at the appropriate time. Okay, 54.1, 54.1 for Garrett Rees of the United States. Let's go on to our next competitor. He'll be representing Sweden. It will be Tim Törnqvist.
Yeah, and of course, where did he end up in the slalom? He ended up around the 6th or 7th spot on the slalom, Tim, with 2 at 10.75. That's his main event, but a bit of a bonus for the big Swede to make it into the jump final as well, so it gives himself a chance at a second final here. It's all concentration. The big Swede, he'll have one of the former greats of junior water skiing from Swedish water skiing, Jimmy Westland. He's on the dock with him, of course. So Jimmy was a bronze medalist at the 88 Junior Worlds in Melbourne, Australia. He's helping out the Swedish team here, of course. He's had a young fella, Charlie Jakuski, in this event. And here we go, big Tim Törnqvist. Trained a little bit at Ski Fluid in Orlando when we were there with Kai Lead, one of the world's best jump coaches, of course. Had about 10 days or so. After the European Championships in Spain, he headed to Ski Fluid to train with Kai Lead. And here he is now in the under-21 men's jump final.
Tim Törnqvist. Ramp at 5.5 feet high. Let's see what he's got.
Passes. Not happy with the setup. Maybe a little bit early, I'm not sure.
Passing up a little bit late on this particular effort, but these skiers being forced to push their timing down a little bit later off the 500 and 600 foot cut buoy to avoid getting stung by the wind as they get ready to turn. Tightening up on the line makes the headwind makes that aspect easier. But everything else certainly has to be reworked there, Glenn.
Yeah, he needs to make a couple of adjustments. I'm sure he's going to be fine, but hasn't quite got the timing he's looking for. Here we go, from Sweden, passed on the first, 58.7 in the elimination round. He has been over 60, I think his PB is about 61, 61 and a half. Pulls out wide of the Nordic Tobo. Jump number 2, the Swedish competitor, Tim Tornquist. Into the ramp he goes, he's got plenty of speed. Not bad kick off the top here.
Oh, nicely done.
That's a good jump. Lost him for a little bit in the camera angle. He's not happy though. He's disappointed in himself, so obviously not as far as yesterday. Let's see if we can't pick up what happened here on replay.
Handle up a little bit high off the turn, going out towards the right-hand side of the... Not a big deal breaker, therefore, but we'll see what happened here. He is getting plenty of advice there from the Swedish coach. Tim Tornquist to handle up a little high off the turn and then just barrels in a little bit more with his left shoulder. But getting more lift and more distance, I fancy.
Yeah, we'll wait for the distance. It's definitely going to be in the mid-50s, I think. Maybe not quite as far as he jumped in yesterday's round. Still no distance. Wow, 59.6. That is a very good jump for Tim. He's going to be happy with that. I don't know, he looked disappointed on landing, but that's a ripper of a jump. Let's see if he can't go over 60 on jump number 3. Into the ramp he comes. He's got plenty of speed on this one. Big kick off the top. Oh, that's another good jump from Tim, and he's happy. He turns to the crowd. The Swedish coach and dad, of course, is yelling encouragement from the bank. We might have our first 60-metre jump of the final.
Yes, absolutely. On the 1.65 metre ramp height, we've seen quite a few jumps. As a matter of fact, we've seen about 7 of them over the 60 metre the 60 metre mark. So we might see another.
Oh, there it is, 60.5. Well done to the big Swede, Tim Tornquist. He'll be happy with that, I think, 60.5. That is an absolute ripper of a jump. Came here to slalom, really. He was bronze medalist 2 years ago at the Under-21 Worlds in slalom, and he wanted to get another medal in slalom, but he's actually, although he slalomed okay, 2 at 10.75, he's ended up, it's been a jumping Worlds for Tim, going up over 60 metres.
All right, the last nervous moments of Florian Pfaff before he takes to the water. We jumped 59.4 in the round previous to this one. Now, Tim Tornquist, Sweden, has just gone over 60 meters, the earliest that we've seen that mark eclipsed in this jumping competition. Now the 60-meter jumps that we've seen out of the original round, the elimination round, belong to the likes of Paul Duplan Freiberg, Brett Stackpole, Eduardo Morenzi, Tobias Georgis, Alexander Somilov. Those were the ones at 1.65 meters high. And then came the 6-foot ramp height jumpers, where we have the likes of Jonathan Lutz and Luca Rackenwald. So those, you can add that. You can add Tim Tornquist to that list.
Yeah, just had a great shot of the Swedish team there, congratulating Tim. Good to see. It's not a huge nation, Sweden, similar Well, it's twice the size of New Zealand, but a small country like New Zealand. So it's great to see when waterski nations like Sweden do well on the world stage. Here's a young guy with a huge future, I think, in 3-event tour at waterskiing. He's running into the 10.75. He's jumping close to 60 metres. He's freaking 10,000 points or close to 10,000 points. Passes that one, jump number 1. Florian Path from Italy.
So Florian Path, who competed in the Masters waterski tournament a little bit earlier on the season and the latter portion of May. And that was certainly a trip of a lifetime there for him to ski on the hallowed waters of Robin Lake in the middle of Callaway Gardens. And you know, it was certainly a challenge to even to make it there. I mean, he travelled with his coach and a good friend of his, Matteo Luzzeri. I'm sure that he is watching and looking over Florian Path right now. Of course, if he is watching, it'd be nice to get a comment or two from our good friend from San Gervasio.
Okay, here comes Florian Path. Back around, he passed on his first jump, of course. Back around for jump number 2. Just getting his eye on the conditions. There's a bit of a head breeze there today, where there wasn't really one yesterday, so just the timing's so critical, of course, for these guys. They've got to get it absolutely right. So here he is, jump number 2, Florian Path from Italy. Men's jump final, under 21 world champs. He passes on that one as well.
Jump number 2, wow. Well, this looks pretty ominous so far. He's got one more jump to come, and he knows full well that he needs to land and score high enough to place himself into the mid-order pack of our jumpers in the open men's jumping competition.
Yeah, he's leaving it down, all down to the last, isn't he, Florian Path? I'm almost wondering if he's put a speed up for this final. I mean, 51, of course, in under 17 worlds. Possibly put a speed up to 54k, and he's struggling a bit with his timing. I'm not sure.
Now he's getting some last notes of advice from Italian team coach Elisabetta Galli so far as how he should turn, how much tension he should have on the line prior to making those skis come round and establish its position with him on top. So now Florian Path, our 5th competitor out on the water. We're almost at the halfway spot in the men's jumping final.
Really bad. I'll just drive as far as I can.
Here we go, here and now. We've got Florian Path. One last jump, a pass on the 2 opening attempts. Take it away, Glenn.
Yeah, last roll of the dice. He's got to get over on this one. He wants to jump close to 60, I'm sure. Pulls out wide on the Nautique towboat. He's up in front of the driver. He looks set up here. Hopefully his timing is good on this one. Really can't afford to pass. Into the ramp he goes. Big kick off the top.
Oh, look at that.
Nice jump. I'm sure he would have loved that to have been his first jump, to get his eye in and then build from that. But at the end of the day, at least he's got a score on the board.
Right, we're just waiting on that distance to come through of Florian Path. If it's over a 59.4.
Oh, it's a good jump. 59.3.
0.3 of a metre behind what he did yesterday, though.
Yeah, and that's disappointing. Everyone wants to go further in the final, I'm sure, than you do in the preliminary round. But It's still a good effort, 59.3. Still leading though, of course, will be Tim Tornquist with his 60-metre effort. The Swede will lead this championship as we get close to the midway point in this 12-man final.
All right, our next competitor to go is actually our first competitor in this final round to have qualified into this section of the competition with a jump of over 60 meters. It is going to be Paul Duplan Freibourg.
If you want to see what I'm doing, I'm working dark side. So if you want to see what I'm doing, I'm working dark side.
So obviously frustrated with his effort out there on the water, knowing that he would have liked to have taken that last jump first and would have been enough to see him build.
I think that's the plan. Okay, we're going to this young superstar now of junior water skiing, of course, the recently crowned under-17 world boys jump champion with 60.1 meters was his biggest jump. Paul, of course, Duplan Freibourg from France. He is puts the speed up to 54k here, so he goes 51k and under-17 boys, and of course 54k. A little bit faster speed, but so far hasn't jumped as far as he did in at 51k. He's still getting used to it.
All right, what has he got with the 3 jumps that he has at his disposal? The current world U-17 boys jump champion.
I think he can go 62, 63 here, Tony. I really do. I think if he's got the right head in the right conditions, he's in the right frame of mind. He's super cocky, this guy's, which is perfect for a jumper. Oh, hello! I tell you what, he almost went out the front on that one. He's got the right attitude, though. This kid, he walks and talks, eats, drinks, sleeps like a top up-and-coming jumper. He reminds me a little bit of Tim Bradstreet at the same age. He's confident in his abilities, and I really admire that. Backs himself, and he has come here to try and win this event. He is not coming here just to compete. And it's possible, you know, Augustine Vares, it's won the double gold, the under-17 and the under-21 gold. It's possible that Paul could do the same thing here. But this one is a little bit close for comfort. He almost went out the front on this jump.
And had to escape out of that jump, 56.7 meters. Oh, look at that. When you see the undersides of the jumpers coming off the top of the jump, you know that he was pushing and probably a little bit too far that time.
Yeah, but he's, he'll say he had it under control. He's all pumped up out here. Honestly, I spent a lot of time watching Timmy Bradstreet develop as a jumper in the junior ranks, and then unfortunately he retired young at about 22 years of age. But this kid does remind me a little bit of Tim Bradstreet with his jumping.
Here he comes, Paul Duplan Freibourg from France. Let's see what he's got on jump. Opened up with a jump, barely halfway into the 50-meter mark.
There you go.
More control.
Yeah, it's still not the big barnstorming jump that he's looking for, but that's a decent jump. It's a tidy jump. But he wants, what he's looking for out here, he's looking for a big 63, 64-meter jump that could win him the title. That's what he's after. He's going to leave it till the third and final, though.
All right, then. So he jumped 56.7, and I highly doubt whether this second jump that we're looking at is going to be enough to push him into the 60-meter range, as he gets advice there from French team coach Sébastien Caen. Probably less about coaching technically rather than giving him some moral encouragement. Wow, 60.5, yeah. 60.5.
So we have a tie. I'm not surprised. We have a tie at the moment between Tim Tornquist of Sweden and Paul Freibourg from France. But Paul's going to go further on this third one, I'm sure of it. I really do feel. I think it's all or nothing on this third one. He's all pumped up. Bit of encouragement from the doc. I don't think he's going to die wondering here. He's going to throw everything he can at this jump ramp and try and get a big one. He wants a 63, 64 metre jump, I think, here. I think he's after gold.
And he's actually going to be first out in the men's tricking final as well. So he's got that going for him.
Here he goes, Paul Freiberg from France. Let's see if he can't bang off a big one here on his third and final. Into the ramp he comes, he's got good speed. Up he goes, there you go, folks. That's an absolute ripper. Oh, the Frenchman, he has flown. That is going to be big, I'm sure. I think that'll be 63 or 64. We'll wait for the distance. Sensational stuff, Paul Freiberg. Love seeing this, the youthful confidence of this young man, just 18 years of age. The French team are going nuts on the side of the lake. They know it's big. 64.4 metres, absolute ripper of a jump. Paul Freiberg, that's a big personal best. That's a big jump at 54k, you got to say. And Paul Freiberg is, he's yelling, he's happy. Oh, big moment in this under-21 men's jump final.
And could he be a late usurper in the men's overall competition? Because he's currently back in 5th place. He's about 200 or so points behind Eduardo Morenzi, who is in 3rd right now. He's just jumped 3 meters more than what he jumped in the previous round. Scrub that, about 3.5 meters more. Plus, Paul Duplan Freiberg is going to be first out in the men's trick final, and if he gets closer to 9,000, maybe 10,000 points, that could vault him into the conversation so far as the top 3 competitors are concerned in the men's overall.
Absolutely. In fact, I think he would have won the under-17 overall, but he didn't slalom so well. He's struggling to run 12 metre at this tournament, so that's what's been hurting his overall. He's been jumping and tricking well. But you're dead right, if he can stand up that trick run in the trick final, which is still to come, he will jump up a few places in overall. Wow, 64.4 leads this jump event. Highly likely that will get him on the podium. It's probably not going to be enough to win the event, depending on how we go. We'll have to wait and see.
Wow. We're going to have a look and see if the men's overall results have been updated to reflect that new best score by Paul Duplan Freiberg. Brett Stackpole, an independent competitor of the United States, coming in on jump number 1. Let's see what he's got there, Glenn.
Yeah, he's a 60-metre jumper, or at least very high 59 metre jumper, Brett Stackpole. Oh, nice opening jump.
Good straight back off the top of the jump there, and just taking that technique all the way down the lake. And I think that jump is going to be close to 60 meters, I would say.
Yeah, I think it will. I think it'll be around 60 meters, that opening jump. Believe he's the men's one national champion in the US. So I seem to remember watching that webcast. He took out that win. 61.5. That's a great jump. Over 200 feet there for Brett Stackpole.
Okay, it's 201 feet, and it's 0.1 of a meter less than what he jumped yesterday.
What a great final we're watching here. Under 21 men's jump final. Paul Freiberg from France leads with 64.4. Brett Stackpole on jump number 1 is into 2nd spot with that effort, 201 feet.
All right, here we go. Brett Stackpole, jump number 2. Jumped 61.6 meters to make it this far in this competition. Has already jumped 61.5 meters to be among our top competitors right now in 2nd place in the jump event. He's got 2 more attempts remaining. What can he do with them?
Oh, nice jump. What do you reckon, Tony? I think that might be a slightly further.
I would say slightly further, but only just.
Yeah.
Not like a big barnstorming 62 or 63 meter jump, but it's going to be consistent. But now he's established some kind of consistency. Let's see what he's prepared to risk to make that jump a heck of a lot further.
.61 flat, so very similar distance, about a foot shorter. Right on the 200-foot mark. 61.5 remains his best. Paul Freiberg from France still leads with 64.4 as we watch the under-21 men's jump final.
All right, making the turn around the island. He knows the distances, 61.5 and 61 meters. He probably has had those distances translated to him in feet. In this instance, it would be 202 and 201 feet respectively. But no matter how you cut it or slice it, he's still going to come through
enough.
with a distance of over 64.4 meters to take the lead.
Yeah, and it's not enough for a podium either. 61.5, 201 feet won't get you a podium in this final. 210 feet probably will though, so he's just got to find himself a little bit further here if he can. Up and over the ramp he goes. Oh! He drops his right ski in the flight as well. I'm not sure why. I think these boys are just pushing a bit here. They're looking to try and get a medal in the under-21 final.
Well, that's a little bit of excitement for us, isn't it?
Still a good jump.
So a great looking ending jump there for our independent competitor from the United States. It's Brett Stackpole. It's 58.2, 58.2 meters. By no means his longest jump, but he'll come away with here with 61.5 meters in the final. His best jump from the elimination round is 61.6. All right then, now we rejoin the overall competition. We have got Edoardo Marenzi, skier number 8 from Italia. Let's see if he can wrench back control of second place in overall. If he can jump about the equivalent of, I would say, 30 overall points more, then he would get back into contention for second overall. But then you've got Tobias Georges, who is in second place overall, going to jump directly after him. It's head-to-head. It's nip and tuck. It's the men's overall right here at the U21 Worlds.
Yeah, it's tight tussle. It's if I was to pick, I would say Eduardo's got more left in the tank in the jump event than Tobias has. Tobias jumped pretty well. I think he jumped just a shade under 63 meters, which for him is a decent jump. I'm not sure. I think Eduardo's got a little bit more. I don't think he's quite up to his full capacity yet, the Italian.
All right, if what I'm seeing is correct, we have an update on the overall. Poultry Plan Freiburg has moved to within 23 overall points of Martin Labra. Martin Labra is in 4th place overall right now. So Paul Duplan Freiburg, by that extension, that means that he is looking for an absolutely sensational tricking score to put himself in the top 3. It's still very much possible. We'll see how that pans out with the next event, the tricks. We're still in the jumping competition. We've got Edoardo Marenzi, currently in 3rd place overall, and looking for something more than 61.9 meters to effect a change in the overall battle. Boom!
Lovely tidy opening jump. Won't be 64.4, which is a current lead, but geez, it's a tidy enough opening jump. Solid 3-event skier, as we know. Super slow replay here. 62.9.
Wow.
That's a big opening jump.
What a way to respond.
Did that super easy too, Tony. Very controlled, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, so far as the overall is concerned, and I do mention this extensively because the overall is so much nip and tuck, there is a difference of about, I don't know, 27 overall points between Edoardo Marenzi and Tobias Georges. So If my calculations are correct, I would say that Eduardo Morenzi has just wrestled second place back away from Tobias Georges on the strength of his best jump distance with 62.9 meters. So here we go, Eduardo Morenzi with 62.9 meters. Currently putting him right now in about second place right now behind Paul Duplan Freiburg.
Here we go, makes his turn. He's got some speed on this one here. Get his lift. Another big jump. Eduardo. Wow, similar sort of hole, I think, Tony. I think it's a similar distance, so we'll wait and see. I think it'll be within half a metre either way of that opening jump of 62.9.
Yeah, I kind of get the impression, though, with his second jump, he left quite a lot of jump behind him on the ramp. His positioning wasn't 100% over the jump skis off the turn. And when it came to shift off the second wake and go airborne, much of that shift was behind him and back towards the jump. So let's have a look at this off the second wake. Tries to move up. And still leaving a good portion of it behind him now. To get full advantage of that, you have to rely and have a little bit of faith in that boat's power, because a lot of skiers, especially when they are jumping behind a boat of that kind of power, which is a 6.2 liter engine from the PCM, they kind of rock back a little bit as if to say that, you know, I need to treat this cautiously. So, 62.9. Let's see what he's got. Let's see if he has faith enough in that engine and its power to send him over 63 meters, because that will really put a cat amongst the pigeons.
Here he goes, third and final. Currently 64.4, he's on 62.9, so he's got a bit of work to do to get the lead. He's fighting for overall as well. He lets that one go. He's too early. It was too early there, Tony. He misread the timing on it. He gets applause. 62.9 is still a great jump, his opening jump, but didn't quite finish the set that he wanted.
And they've got
didn't really build throughout that set.
That pinpoints where the buoys are that they know about.
So there you go, Eduardo Morenzi with a 62.9. That in all probability has leapfrogged him back into second place before our next competitor takes the water, Tobias Georges. All right, back on with our continuing coverage of the U-21 Ski Championships. My name is Tony Lightfoot. We'll have games back on the set very, very soon, but some great skiing ahead of us. We've got the men's and women's ski final. The women's will precede the men in tricks. As we take a look and see our next competitor, will be Tobias Georges from Argentina. Leaderboard recap, Paul Duplan Freiburg with 64.4. Eduardo Morenzi with 62.9. Brett Stackpole 61.5. Tim Tornquist 60.5. Florian Paff 59.3. Patricio Zohar 57 meters. Garda Reese with 54.1. And Carla Lucas with 53.6. Those are your top 8 right now. 4 competitors remain. The first of which being Tobias Georges of Argentina.
Yeah, and I think from memory we went about close to 63 in the elimination round yesterday.
Yes, 62.7 metres.
Yeah, 62.7. Look, I think Paul Freiburg's going to get a medal here, Tony. I'm sure of it. I think 64.4 is a big jump. Whether it's gold, silver or bronze, we'll wait and see. He certainly set the pace, a little bit like Augustina Vares did in the girls. It is possible the under-17 champ could also be the under-21 champ here, but we'll wait and see. We've got about 4 jumpers left in this U-21 men's final, and let's see. Tobias Georges now in the overall battle, of course, as we've mentioned. Tidy
look at
jump.
that.
Look at that. Nice opening jump. He's slalom so well at this tournament. It's, probably hasn't tricked as well as he'd like, but his slalom and jumps gone really well in this under-21 tournament.
All right, then we just had a news flash on the overall comp. Tobias Georges is just barely ahead of Eduardo Morenzi. Care to hazard a guess by how much?
1 overall point, is it 1?
2.
2, that's close, that's nothing. 61.4 opening jump for Tobias Georges. So that doesn't change his overall picture at all. 62.7 from yesterday's elimination round remains his biggest jump for overall.
All right then, so we would probably hazard a guess that to pick up 2 overall points, it will probably take about another half meter ahead of 62.7 meters into 63 meters. I would personally suggest.
I don't even think it'd be half a meter, mate. The 2 overall points is not a lot.
No.
It could only be 0.1 of a meter.
And don't forget that both Eduardo Morenzi and Tobias Georges are will both be featuring in the trick final as well. Nip and tuck.
.64.4, the current lead in this event. It's with France, Paul Freiberg. Let's see what Tobias Georges can do for the Argentinian. Jump number 2, into the ramp he goes. Oh, nice lift.
Oh my word, he almost fell out of the sky.
This either, I don't think. That's the 3rd jumper in this final that has looked to be going out the front, but brought their skis back, Tony. We're grateful for the fact they've brought the skis back under them, but these boys are pushing hard, as they should. It's the under-21 final. There's no room for weakness out there. It's about getting up it and having a crack, isn't it, Tony?
Wow. Remarkable skiing. Well, let's defer to the fact that everything looked good up to this point. By about this point on the turn. The handle a little high, not a deal breaker there. But gets over the skis, drives it on home. Everything looked good. The extension was fine. He tried to press, he tried to push it a little bit too far. And there just wasn't enough wind up there to support him as he came down.
It's interesting, though, because if you look down the lake, it seems like a fairly decent headwind.
But just not enough.
Obviously not enough for what he was trying to do. But they're just pushing for everything. You know, in his mind, he's thinking, if I push out here, I could get an extra half a meter, and he needs every foot, every inch he can get. It's great to see, though, isn't it? This is the glory, you know?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, under 21 medalists, of course, everybody will remember your name forever, you know. It's the glory of sport. So you're going to push hard. Great to see.
Wow, remarkable stuff, really, when you consider that that these competitors have gone through the amount of events that they've gone through in such an abbreviated span of time, whether it be slalom or tricks or jump. You know, we're basically doing a 5-day tournament in the space of four days to make sure that we're not in any imminent danger of Hurricane Ida that's about to hit the Gulf Coast.
Here we go, Tony. Jump number 3, the Argentinian superstar, Tobias Georges. He's got a 61-meter effort. He needs more, though. Jump number 3 into the ramp he goes. Big kick off the top. Oh,
and I think he actually got spooked off that second jump, honestly.
Yeah. I don't think that's any further than his first. It's a nice jump. It's good jumping, but he's not going to go as far as he did in the elimination round. I think 62.7 will remain his biggest for the tournament, and it happened yesterday, not today, when he needed it.
Which means that the overall battle between Tobias Georges and Eduardo Morenzi could come down to the... Whoa, 62.9. Okay,
62.9, so...
That might actually be...
He may have just taken the lead back.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Well, Tobias Georges actually had the lead by 2 points.
Remember, though, when we talk about this overall battle, we're talking about the fight for silver, aren't we? Because
yes,
at
we
the
are.
moment, we still have the Ukrainian Solmanov, who I think is our next skier, out in the gold position. So we're talking about the battle between silver and bronze.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to take a little bit to knock this next competitor out of the gold medal position. He is the biggest jumper from yesterday, of course. The only reason he's not last off the dock is because the last 2 skiers jump off the bigger ramp, the 1.8 or 6 foot ramp.
And just to give you a little bit of an idea of how far he is in overall, Alexander Somolov from Ukraine is 225 points ahead of the next best skier, who is Tobias Georges right now, who has probably increased his point total to maybe about 10 overall points above Eduardo Morenzi in the battle for a silver medal.
Interesting. We're going to bring the leaderboard up, but with a protest over something. Tony is coming. I don't know which skier is protesting, but someone's not happy with something. Okay, there's our leaderboard. Pole Duplon Freiburg 64.4 leads Eduardo Morenzi 62.9, who tied of course, but goes ahead of Tobias Georges on 62.9, which actually I think is wrong. We might get that changed because Tobias should be ahead because he had the better first round score. But back on the water, here is the guy that is leading the jump and the overall at this stage. Well, he's not leading the jump, but he had the biggest jump in the elimination round, but he's leading the overall. Alexander Somolov of the Ukraine. Okay, so back to the ride request. Tobias George asked for a reride on a second jump. Remember, on the second jump, he felt that the boat had slowed, but there was no evidence that was the case, so reride was disallowed.
And Alexander Somolov on jump number 1 will get the distance, but his best jump from the opening round was 64.7 meters or 212 feet. 50.2, not a particularly long jump as far as he's concerned, and wouldn't really help his cause out all that much. Now, the jump distance he's looking to exceed to put him on the podium is anything more than 64.4 meters, which should be well within his range.
Yeah, well, it should be. He went 64.7 in the elimination round, but, you know, any jump over 64 metres is a decent effort, especially for an under-21 skier. So, Paul Freiberg is looking good at the moment for the podium for sure. He possibly even is looking good for the gold. We've just got to wait and see what this young man from the Ukraine can do. Current lead is 64.4, sorry. 64.5 will take the lead. Out wide in the Nordic towboat. Jump number 2, the Ukrainian. Remember, he was the world jump champion at the under-17 Worlds in 2018. He's got a gold medal already in his career. Can he get another one? That's not a bad jump, but it's not far enough, Tony.
Wow. No, not far enough in the slightest, and certainly not going to touch the big jump that we saw from Paul Duplin Freiburg, who jumped a little bit earlier. Who absolutely just stunned the field right now with a distance of 64.4 meters for a new PB. And it's going to take something along those lines for Alexander Somolov of Ukraine to pip him with this particular jump. It could all come down to the very last jump, folks.
Well, it is. It is, because this is the last jump coming. And it's been a disappointing set for the Ukrainian. It's all going to come down to this last one. 57.9. He's Ukrainian advice. This guy, of course, took the gold in Spain at the 2018 Under-17 Worlds. He's the European Under-21 overall champion from about 2 weeks ago at the European Champs. He's looking like the favourite in the overall here at these Under-21 Worlds, but he wants to try and win the jump, or at least get a jump medal. At the moment, it has not been a good set. It's come down to the third and final.
Right you are. Here we go. Third and last jump for Alexander Somolov. Needs more than 64.4 to take the lead and quite possibly the win, and I don't think he's even done it with that.
No, that's a better jump. Probably should have been his opener. Oh, this has been a disappointing set for the Ukrainian. Probably the favourite to win this event going into it, but he just didn't get it together really at all in this set.
It's not as if that he's tired and recovering from the slalom event, because he wasn't part of that picture. So, I mean, this is basically it for him alongside the tricks.
Wow. Wow. So that means that Paul Freiberg's now guaranteed a medal. And I think there's a good chance Tobias Georges could end up with a medal here as well in this jump final. We'll wait and see.
All right, so the Paul Duplan Freiberg, with 2 competitors left to go, is currently the lead. He is guaranteed at least a bronze medal. Could end up with the win if his distance of 64.4 meters goes unchallenged.
Well, I think he's a favourite. I think Paul Freiberg is going to be very tough to beat. I think we're looking now at a situation very similar to the under-21 women's final, where the under-17 champ could also be the under-21 champ.
All right, then, continuing coverage of the 2021 IWWF U-21 World Waterski Championships continues after the height of the ramp is moved from 1.65 meters to 1.8 meters. Be back in a few.
It's almost as if your memories have always been here, just waiting for you to find them. All it takes is a little exploration through places both wild and refined. There's a togetherness in this, as if you're tied to something greater, knowing there's so much left to discover. South Walton, Florida. Find your perfect beach.
Welcome back, folks, to the continuing coverage of the Under-21 men's jump final. We've got our last 2 competitors. We've just had a quick break to put the ramp up to 1.8 metres or 6 foot in height for our final 2 competitors, who are, of course, Jonathan Lutz from the United States and Rockenwald of Austria. Now, the current lead is with France. It is with Paul Freiberg, 64.4 metres. He's the only skier at the moment guaranteed to get a medal. That is the score to beat to take the lead. We believe we've got Tobias Georges in second at the moment with 62.9. And I think Eduardo Morenzi, who also went 62.9, but because of the superior first round score of Tobias, he'll be ahead of Eduardo. But still, 2 very good jumpers to come. Jonathan Lutz out of the United States and Rockenwald, of course, Luca Rockenwald of Austria, all capable of going around that 64-65 metre mark, which of course could get them a gold medal in this under-21 men's jump final.
All right, then I also have a little bit of an update so far as the overall competition is concerned, but we will explain that after we see the first jump from our Second to last competitor out from the United States of America. This is Jonathan Lutz.
Big, tall athlete. Great jump skier, Jonathan Lutz. Big 6-foot ramp. Into the ramp he goes. Oh,
whoa! Hello.
Not for the first time in this final have we had a skier just take a little bit of a peek out over the front of those jump skis. Luckily, nobody's had any problem. Everyone's landed on their skis, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough as an opening jump. It might be close to 60, but I don't think that's going to get him on the podium, Tony, on jump one.
No, not with that one. The way that he had to recover off that jump to prevent himself from taking an almighty crash there on the first attempt. 58.3 on jump number one. Despite all of that, though, it is 58.3 meters, so he's at least got some base of reference to work from.
Absolutely. Just going back to the Paul Freiberg situation, Tony, I don't know if we've mentioned this enough, but he's leading at the moment with 64.4. He was jumping at 54k.
Yeah.
And the rest of these guys are, well, pretty sure the rest of them are at 57k. So phenomenal jumping from the Frenchman.
And it's a great jump in that has put him within less than 25 overall points of taking fourth place away from Martin Labra.
Okay, here's Jonathan Lutz now, jump number two. Needs 64.5 to take the lead in the under-21 men's jump final.
Here he comes.
Well, that's good. That's a good jump.
Certainly
happy
more
with
controlled.
that one. No massive fist throw, so it's obviously not quite as far as he needs, but to me this is a nice jump, Tony. I think he gets it all together. He can certainly build from this on jump number three.
Yeah, the control was very much there on this jump, certainly a lot more than the previous jump, but you kind of get the feeling a little bit, but there is something, some element, something that he needs to work on that is just missing that will put him halfway into the 60-meter range. A distance that he will need to get above Paul Duplan-Freiberg.
Yeah, I think maybe he could just cut a little bit later. He's probably still hasn't quite got his timing together. It's a decent distance though. But he just seemed to have a bit of time there from the wakes to the ramp. Couldn't really drive into the bottom hard there. He's just slightly early. Oh, 56.1. I thought it was further than that. If he had asked me, I would have said that was 60. But this is a disappointing set here at the moment for Jonathan Lutz. And geez, Freiberg, he's starting to look pretty good at the moment, isn't he, Tony?
Yeah, absolutely. With 64.4 meters, with the conditions as they were, plus the fact that he jumped at a boat speed 3 kilometers less than everyone else. Jonathan Lutz, one last time. Jump number 3. Better.
There you go.
Better.
Yeah, the US crowd like that. The fist pump is up. That is, I'm not sure if it's going to be 64.4, but it's a big jump, Tony.
And it's significant for another reason as well. He's a member of the United States Waterski team in the U-21s. Yeah. So that is more in terms of distance, provided that it's more than 61.6 meters.
63.8 meters gives him a second spot at the moment. He's jumped into second spot. He's guaranteed a medal. At worst, he'll get a bronze. Paul Freiberg, though, is going to get at least a silver medal here. So, congratulations to Jonathan Lutz. He's going to be on the podium. But even bigger congratulations to Paul Freiberg, who is going to, at very worst, end up with a silver here in this jump final.
All right, then, as we wait, a quick update on the overall situation between second and third right now. Tobias George is in the lead in second place. He is about 7.07 points ahead of Eduardo Morenzi. Significant thing going forward is Eduardo Morenzi is in the tricking final. Tobias Georges is not, which means that any improvement by Eduardo Morenzi will essentially see him leapfrog over Tobias Georges into second spot. So far as the top spot goes, that belongs to Alexander Simulov, and he is about 220 points ahead of Tobias Georges right now in the overall competition, and unlikely to be caught between now and the end of the competition.
Because if you win it, we want your facial reaction. What? Huh? What?
Shot of Paul Freiberg on the dock there. Well, there's one man left. He is Austrian, of course, Luca Rockenfold. He is the only guy that's going to stop Paul Freiberg from pulling off the under-17, under-21 double here. We watch Paul Freiberg watching from the dock. Great action shots. Into the ramp he comes. Misses his kick on that, spreads a little bit. That's not enough to take the lead, to take the gold medal.
Not at this time, but it's a sizable looking first jump. It's something that he can build from nonetheless. Just pushing his way towards the outside of the right-hand side of the towboat and just keeping the good line tension as he edges away from the boat. Not too much, mind you, not enough to kill his water speed, which he definitely needs. Luca Rockenvold of Austria. Oh, it was quite early and almost hitting the ramp cam there.
$60.9 to open. Not enough, but it's a decent sort of an opening jump. It's too early, as you said, Tony.
Yeah. 60.9 wouldn't even be enough to put him in the top 5 right now.
No, but if he can get his timing right. Pictures on the dock, of course, of Paul Duplon Freiberg, who's leading this event. He will know in about 3 minutes if he's got gold or silver, Freiberg. It's the Austrian at the moment. It'll be a European victory in the under-21 men's jump, no matter what happens here. Makes his turn for the ramp. The big Austrian into the ramp. He comes, a big 6-foot ramp. Another nice jump. He spreads on the ramp. It's not perfect. He's happy, though. Look at him.
Well, he appears to be quite happy with that jump, although
he had the speed. He didn't quite get the lift all together. Freiberg doesn't look happy at all. He's nervous. This is exciting stuff. Maybe he's done it. I looked at him off the top of the ramp and his skis were quite spread. His left ski was quite a way behind the right. And I thought, well, that's not technically perfect, but he seems to think he's got the distance here, Luca Rockenvold, the Austrian team coach, of course. Franz Openleiter, he's given him some work there, some words. How far is that? How far is that, Florida? We'll wait and see. The lead is 64.4. 64.3.
Oh my
folks.
word! Are you kidding me? Oh my giddy aunt!
0.1 of a metre in it. Paul Freiberg, of course, 64.4. Luca Rockenvold, 64.3. This is going down to the wire.
And that's moved him up in overall ahead of Florian Paff. He's taken 9th spot.
You got this! Let's go!
Wow. On the dock, Paul Freiberg. These are great scenes, aren't they? Webcast scenes.
Yeah,
hangs
absolutely.
on by 10 centimetres. That's absolutely nothing. If we were measuring these jumps in feet, that'd be a tide. That'd be a tide.
It would.
Here we go. He needs 64.4, 64.5 to take the outright win. He's got 64.3. This is third and final. It all comes down to this one last roll of the dice. Luca Rockenvold from Austria. Into the ramp he goes. Big kick off the top. Oh, I don't think so, Tony.
I don't think so either.
It's close, though. It's going to be close. It's not a bad jump. But I don't know. The little half fist pump. He's not sure either.
No. He's guaranteed himself a spot no worse than second.
He's got a... Oh, the French think they've got it. They're not waiting for the distance. They're sure of it. Well, this is interesting. I'm not sure how they tell from that far away down on the dock, but they obviously know. Yeah, there's an upper body crush, and it's probably not going to be 64.5, is it, Tony? We'll wait for the distance, but it looks like France are going to have the gold here. 60.6, and an unbelievable turn of events, Tony, because in both the men and the ladies, the under-17 champion has become the under-21 champion. Because
that's
Paul
unprecedented.
Freiberg has picked up the double gold and will join Augustine Vares as the double gold medal winner in jump in the under-17 and under-21 boys. And this is some sort of an upset, you'd have to say. After, we saw, I think, the Ukraine 64-7 in round one. We expected him to do well, but he failed in the final. Unbelievable scenes here, Paul Freiberg, as he takes out the gold medal. Luka Rockenwald will get the silver. And I think Tobias Georgis, somewhat of an upset from Argentina, will get bronze medal. Oh, sorry, Jonathan Lutz, apologies. Jonathan Lutz will bronze medal.
Wow, so your champion on the world is on the dock. That is Paul Duplan Freiburg. Great effort there. Barely defeating Luka Rockenwald with 64.3 meters and Jonathan Lutz, the bronze medalist, with 63.8. Man alive, some great jump. It's a great drum all the way to the end. But we are 24 skiers away from ending this competition. We've got the women's tricks, and then we've got the men's tricks, and there is your confirmation on the leaderboard there. Duplan Freiburg with 64.4, Luka Rockenwald 64.3, Jonathan Lutz 63.8. And there you see the remaining scores there with 62-9, which keeps Eduardo Morenzi in the overall battle, and Tobias Georgis right there in 5th spot.
Worth pointing out, Tony, that really only a foot, maybe a foot and a half separated our top three there. It was a classic final, very close.
Oh, absolutely. Extremely tight there with our jumpers there. And as we get ready to leave the scenes on the starting dock, we've got a few minutes break, actually about 20 minutes. So we will come back to continuing coverage of the 2021 IWWF World U-21 Waterski Championships. Thanking Glenn Williams once again for his participation. Thank you very much indeed. You're a great mate out there on the commentary. And we'll see you in just a few minutes. Don't go away.
No, I think we'll bring Curtis in for the tricks. I think he's got the creds on the trick event. Tony?
Okay.
So I think that might be me for these World Championships, so we will see you whenever we see you.
Yep, you'll hear from me and you'll hear from him. And we'll be back right after that.
In South Walton, Florida, it's almost as if your memories have always been here, just waiting for you to find them. All it takes is a little exploration. South Walton, Florida. Find your perfect beach.
All right, then. We're back with returning coverage of the 2021 IWWF U-21 World Waterski Jump Championship. This is Paul Duplan Freiburg. Congratulations.
Hello, everybody.
All right, then. So, coming into this jump event, you jumped 61 meters. That was one of the better jumps in this competition, but then you just absolutely uncorked and unloaded on your last jump. We're going to get to see that right here, and we're going to try and keep this brief because you're first out in the men's tricking competition. But just tell us what you're thinking of at this time with the last jump.
I was just thinking to have so much speed in the turn, and kick in the ramp. Go as far as I can and take a big lift.
Just look at this. Isn't that beautiful? Especially when it's enough to win.
Especially when with this jump we are world champion under 21.
Excellent stuff. So Paul, you are the world champion. So far as the overall is concerned, you've actually, I believe speculatively, because that there was only 23 overall points between you and Martin Labra, you've gone up from 5th through to 4th in the overall competition. I know it's not top 3 for right now, but maybe you've got some points in the tricking competition to come up. What is your best score in tricks?
I did 9,640.
So you could actually put yourself into the conversation for the top 3 if you trick around about that point.
Yeah. Because
between Martin Labra and Eduardo Morenzi, it's about 150 overall points. So yeah, it's going to be really tight to the end. But you are the world champion. You're the world champion in U17 and U21 as well. How does that make you feel?
That's crazy. Like awesome. And I don't realize yet. It's unbelievable.
And as your coach, Sebastian Kahn, is at pains to say, that jump was at 54 kilometers an hour as well.
Yeah, 54, 165, so 5.5 the ramp. And I beat some guy at 57 and 180, so amazing.
All right, then. Looks like you're on an upward trajectory with your jumping, and we're going to let you get changed to get ready for the tricks competition. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much.
Two-time world champion, under 17, under 21, world jump champion.
Thank you, everybody.
We'll continue on with coverage of this event. This is the 2021 IWWF U-21 World Waterski Championships. We'll be back in about 15 minutes with the continuation with the tricks competition. Do not go away.
In South Walton, Florida, it's almost as if your memories have always been here, just waiting for you to find them. All it takes is a little exploration. South Walton, Florida. Find your perfect beach.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
South Walton, Florida inspires everyone to explore freely in search of the next great moment. Because sometimes the deepest memories come from just below the surface. South Walton, Florida. Find your perfect beach.
Denali. No hype, just science.
It's almost as if your memories have always been here, just waiting for you to find them. All it takes is a little exploration through places both wild and refined. There's a togetherness in this, as if you're tied to something greater, knowing there's so much left to discover. South Walton, Florida. Find your perfect beach.
Sometimes the deepest memories come from just below the surface. You can taste it, hear it. The sensations come back in great rushes, gentle brush strokes. They feel familiar, welcoming, inspiring everyone to explore freely in search of the next great moment. South Walton, Florida. Find your perfect beach.
In South Florida, it's almost as if your memories have always been here, just waiting for you to find them. All it takes is a little exploration. South Walton, Florida. Find your perfect beach.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
South Walton, Florida inspires everyone to explore freely in search of the next great moment. Because sometimes the deepest memories come from just below the surface. South Walton, Florida. Find your perfect beach.
Denali. No hype, just science.
All right then, good afternoon and welcome to the final two events of this, the 2021 IWWF U-21 World Waterski Championships. My name is Tony Lyford, and once again I'm joined in the announcing booth by my compadre for the tricking events. Once again, it is none other than Curtis Williams. Curtis, what's up?
Yeah, thanks, Tony. We've got a hurricane scheduled to hit the southeast of the United States sometime tomorrow. But you wouldn't know it looking around here in beautiful South Walton in Florida. We've got sun shining in the sky, a light little zephyr river head breeze coming down the lake, which of course lent itself to some superb jumping that you called us through, Tony. And we're about into the trick finals, the final event of these World Championships. Of course, it's been about 8 days straight of non-stop junior skiing action. We'll have the 12 best girls followed by the 12 best men. And who do we have up in this final, Tony?
All right, then Arianna Sacco of Italy will get things up and running, our first of our 12 skiers. Then Paula Jaramillo of Colombia. Then Hanna Stropnicki. Then Maria Tsetsura of Ukraine. Then Allison and Taylor Graffwell, respectively, both for the United States. Olivia Shute of Canada. Daniela Verswivel of Colombia. Brooke Baldwin, our 9th skier out. Paige Reaney, our 10th skier out. And then the last two competitors feature Kennedy Hansen and Neely Ross. Now, skier number 9 and skier number 10, significant in terms of the overall battle because Brooke Baldwin currently has the lead in the overall women's competition by 2,792 points. But on 2,735 points, which is about 68 points back, is Paige Reaney. Now, we've discussed this a little bit, not at too great length, because we're pretty much in agreement that it's going to take a very, very minor change in terms of tricky performance from Paige Reaney to affect a change so far as a winning score in overall. But what would you say, how many overall points would you say for every 10 points in tricks?
So, it depends on where that top score lands, of course, among the overall skiers, so whether it's Kennedy Hansen or Brooke Baldwin, but it's probably going to be just shy of 10,000 points, which means that every about 100 points in tricks translates to about 10 points in the overall. So if Paige is trailing by about 60 points, that's 600 odd points she has to make up. The other thing of note is that Brooke Baldwin has had, in Solomon Jump, the tournament of her life. She was superb. This morning in the Solomon final, she picked up 2 at 39. And then, of course, she jumped, I think, a personal best as well, over 160 feet. So if she were to post a big trick score here, not only will she guarantee that she wins the overall here, but I'd love to know what the under-21 women's overall record is. I think that she has a real opportunity to challenge that.
Indeed, and to answer your question so far as where the 1,000 points is in terms of the women's overall, it belongs to Kennedy Hansen, whose trick score of 91.70 holds sway there. And if that trick score moves higher than 91.70, so does the 1,000 points, and it could dilute any points that are created in the tricks events among our other competitors.
Yeah, that's right. For maybe some of the Americans listening who are used to the NOP system, the way tournaments are scored at World Championships or internationally is the top score of each of the overall skiers becomes 1,000 points, we call it. It's kind of like 100%. It's a relative percentage point. So if the top score is 10,000 points in tricks, that's 1,000 overall points. And if you were to trick 5,000 points, that's 50% of the top score. So you'd get 500 points. And everything sort of fills on that continuum. Of course, in slalom, you use buoy counts. And in jump, you use the meters or the feet. So there's moving parts because the top skiers have the ability to squash scores. Now, they can't. If you have 1,000 points, you can't improve your score, but by skiing better, you can push down the score of your opponents.
All right, then. So as we move ahead with the tricks event, we're going to see if we can do a little bit of due diligence and research and find out what the current world overall women's record is in the U-21s, and by extension check in on the men's as well, because the men's trick final takes place immediately after the conclusion of the women as well.
Yeah, looking forward to that. We had a absolutely superb field in the men's. I think we had about 5 or 6 scores in excess of 10,500 points, which is just showing you what it's going to take to even get a medal at these World Championships is a very big score. And the girls too, we got Neely Ross, who's the favourite to take out this event. She's really the only skier in this field capable of going in excess of 10,000. But, there's a lot of really good trickers that can ski, high 8, low 9,000 points, which will put some pressure on Neely. So it should be an absolute cracker of a trick final.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes. And the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on Edge.
All right then, folks, we've got the tricking finals to come. Women's first, then men's coming out straight away. 24 skiers between now and the end of such a great championships from start to finish, not only with the U-21s but also with the U-17s, which began this week-long festival of a tournament water skiing there, Curtis.
Yeah, and what a way to cap it off. I think historically the world champs have always ended with the boys jump final. We're doing something a little bit different today, and I'm excited for it. I think the emotion we see out on the water from our trickers and the big fist throws and the twists and turns, the drama that will unfold for us will be a perfect way to cap off what has been a superb week of skiing here. Of course, the Under-17 World Championships ran through the first half, and now we've sort of had an abridged Under-21s where we've had to pack things into a day less than planned. If you're a fan of towed water sports, you won't want to go anywhere else for the next 2 hours. Ariana Sacco, a skier on the dock. She will be your first competitor in these trick finals. 12 girls, the 4 Canadians, 4 Americans, 2 Colombians, the Italian on the dock, and of course the sole Ukrainian. And of course, been a couple days since they tricked. That was back on Thursday, which seems like a long time ago, really only 2 days. But Soup Trick Thursday, they're calling it in Canada. It was a fantastic day for the young Canadian girls. I don't think anyone was picking all 4 of them to sneak through that final, but they all tricked out of their skins. And of course, the teams event, which we haven't talked a lot about, 2021's, Canada currently sitting in second, trailing the US of A by a pretty small margin. But, you know, the bookies are certainly favouring USA to canter home pretty comfortably in the end.
All right, let's have a look and see our competitor to take to the water first.
Yeah, Ariana Sacco tricked just over 5,000 points to punch her ticket through to this final. I think she has a little bit more left in the tank. She's going to want to throw a big score out. Italy sitting in third in that team's competition. So if she can lift, it'll be huge for Team Italy, who have had a great tournament so far. Here she comes, Tony, for her opening pass.
And she's going to start off with something along the lines of a wake line. Oh, good elevation there. Just enough for the officials to grant the full marks for that particular trick. Each trick has a predetermined void value. A properly performed trick scores its 4 points. Improperly scores 0. Here we go. Edge it out. Backflip. Nails that one. And does she go for another one? Yes, she does. A little bit less in the way of elevation and falls as a result.
Yeah, a so-so hand pass there from Ariana Sacco. It started off well. She, we'll watch the replay, but she lost a lot of time through that wake 540 sequence. She took the time to recompose herself. She wanted to get to those flips at the end, and falling, of course, on that last flip, which perhaps would have been out of time. But still getting through most of that trick pass. You see here, she had a kind of a double take before going into the back and completing the reverse wake 5 front. Good tricking from the young Italian. And with the big toe pass, she could certainly look to improve on her preliminary score.
Such a great tournament so far. We've seen records and potential best performances being thrown in all over the place. And so far as records are concerned, we're trying to determine ourselves whether the performance of Brooke Baldwin in the overall competition is close to a record. We'll try and get you some updates on that as that progresses along, because the current U-21 record, as we look at it and see, is currently held by Anna Gay from the last World Championships. Her overall record consisted of 2 at 11.25 in slalom, 10,530 in tricks, and a 41.5 meters in jump. The slalom and the jump scores have both been exceeded by Brooke Baldwin, which will lessen the need to go over 10,000 points for her in the tricks event, but we'll take a look at that and give you an update.
Yeah, exciting stuff, Tony. Ariana Sacco coming in for her second pass, rope on toe. A decent hand pass. She lost a little bit of points, but she still is on track for a big score, is the Italian. It's been a great tournament for Italy. Again, a bit of hesitation here before she comes in for the toe reverse wake back-to-back, but she's recovered well here. She powers through the rest of those toe run. It's a tidy toe 5 front. She grabs the rope now. She'll have a couple of big tricks to finish over the, balks out of what might have been a toe step trick there for in favor of something a little more quicker and dependable. A good toe run. I think she's going to trick up close to 5 or over 5,000 points again, Tony.
And I suspect that pause at the beginning of this particular run, about 3 tricks in, is actually programmed into the sequence, because she did that a couple of days ago, I believe.
Yeah, no, maybe just short of confidence coming into this event. Perhaps been falling on that toe reverse wake back-to-back a little bit and wanting to make sure she got it done. A lot of points came after that, so she wanted to make sure she stayed on top of the water. Again, I think another solid performance from Ariana. And, perhaps a slight improvement on the preliminary round. I think it's going to land at about the same.
Absolutely. So, some great skiing. As I mentioned right from the get-go, we got Paula Jaramillo about to take to the water next, followed by Canadian Hannah Stupnicki, and then Maria Slucera, along with Alison and Taylor Grafwell, and that represents the top half, the bottom half of our 12 skier final before we go into the top half of our trickers. Paula Jaramillo getting ready for pass number 1 as the towboat tightens up on that line. Here is Paula.
Yeah, great to see her through to the final. She was very unfortunate at the last U-21 Worlds to just narrowly miss out on both the slalom and the trick final. She was last out of both of those finals, and I think in the slalom losing a runoff. So she obviously been working on her tricks since that last event and has come back stronger and, of course, made her way through to this final. She'll open up rope on toe, toes into the head breeze, with the toe 720 to start.
All right, let's see how she gets along here. Toe 7 to get things up and running. The toe 5 back, toe wake back to back, toe wake back to back reverse. A little bit of a slide across the boat wakes there, but managing to stay on form, stay on pace. There we go, toe Waco coming up right there. Stomps the landing, toe wake lino, beautifully executed, a back and a front. And
that's a big toe run, Tony.
Oh, yeah.
One of the best toe passes I've ever seen from Paula Jaramillo, so she'll be very happy with that. There's going to be a few question marks for the judges. We'll watch on the replay. She is a little bit jerky, with the line on this toe 7, toe 5 front sequence. But the key is to watch the ski. If the ski keeps moving, it doesn't really matter what the body does. I think, unfortunately, she's going to end up losing that toe 720, which will be a big blow to her score.
All right, just looking at her once again through each of the tricks that she performed from one after the other, including the toe 5 front. A little bit of a partition spin there if the judges really had a...
Yeah, things look worse in slow motion, of course.
Yeah,
and the judges always watch it back at live speed. Good toe line O to finish. She looks almost raised the arms. There's a bit of a mini fist throw there halfway through the run. So good work from Paula Jaramillo. Stand-up toe pass. And looking to see if she can trick up close to 6,000 points.
All right, just looking at our skier about to take to water in just a few moments. It'll be Hannah Stupnicki of Canada, an individual Canadian skier.
They had a superb performance to make her way through to the final, and looking to see if she can improve on that. We have some scores coming through now, it looks like. Ariana Sacco, unfortunately, a little bit back from her preliminary score. I think she probably lost a few things to time, was a bit slow through those runs, so 4,220 points. This now, of course, is Paula Jaramillo, pass number 2, the hand tricks to finish. A solid stand-up toe pass, needs to back it up with a good effort here. Goes over the rope to start, the wake 540s are good. Wrapping into the line, now out. She'll cut out for the first of her flips. It's been a good start to this run. She needs to get 1 or 2 more tricks under her belt here. Just really misses the top of the wake on the rotation on that reverse flip. So a little disappointing from Paula. It wasn't quite the score she wanted, but I'm sure she'll be swimming back into the bank now for a cold beverage.
Mm-hmm. All right, so looking at Paula Jaramillo. Blistering pace there on this second and final 22nd run, and the Jaramillo family between Luisa and Federico, and indeed pretty much all of the Jaramillo family covering themselves with glory here in these championships and the U17s and U21s, so and they're doing it with the kind of joviality and the kind of relaxed way that all of us should really aspire to, I would say.
Yeah, it's fun. It's great to watch. It's the sort of people that remind you of why we do the sport. It is just for fun, really, after all. And they're the kind of people that you want to ski with, you want to train with, you want to be around. And of course, 3 of the 4 siblings heading off on Monday to Arizona. So Arizona, the state of Arizona will be so much richer to have the Jaramios around skiing there.
Right, you are. All right, then, let's see what we've got here. We've got Hannah Stupnicki. We're going to try and get some point scores for you reported as we continue right along with the tricking competition. Also keep you updated with whatever news that we have on the outside in regards to Hurricane Ida. But let's have a look and see what Hannah Stupnicki can do, who qualified in this tricking final with 55.70. Let's see if she can do something a little bit more substantive.
The Canadian opened up rope onto a beautiful toe 720 to start. She has great balance over the ski. You see she stays on axis right through these toe tricks, and that's what got her through this final. Oh no, just falls back on the toe 5 front and tried to rush through that. She probably needed to take a second there in that toe back position to get back over the ski, and unfortunately it might have been a case of the old commentator's curse there. I was just commenting on how good her balance was, and unfortunately slipping back, but it was such a superb start to this run. I mean, this toe 720 was, picture perfect. And everything was going so well for Hannah. Until here you'll see, does the toe 540, the wrap in, and just slips back onto her heels, throws herself into the back position, thought she had recovered, and then popped front and was still a little bit too far away from the boat. Disappointment for Hannah. The good news is she's a very young athlete. She'll have many more under 21 worlds to come. This is, I think, a big experience building moment for her. Yeah, score coming through for Paula Jaramillo, 4,480 points. So again, not quite what she wanted. I think what you'll find from some of these girls earlier on is they're going for slightly harder runs than what we saw in the preliminary round. They want to throw out a bigger score. They know that to have maybe an outside chance at a medal, they need to sort of, throw out the A run. The B run won't cut it. And so we're going to see some of these girls go down early, but that's the white-hot pressure of a under-21 World Trick Final.
Right, you are. And also, why not take the opportunity whilst you're watching us here on the Waterski Broadcasting Company's YouTube channel to subscribe, and also click on that bell icon a couple of times to get informed immediately when new content is live online or been uploaded.
Yeah, I'm a subscriber, Tony. And if you're a fan of tow water sports, I don't know why you wouldn't be. Have we got, speaking of the happenings in world water skiing, have we heard any of the results from Bell Aqua in California? I know the California Pro-Am on the Pro Tour stop is going on right now. I think the pros are probably starting to have their prelim rounds right about now. There we go. Vinny in the control room is actually watching right now, so we're in the women's slalom at the moment. If anyone else is channel surfing. Hannah Stupnicki now comes in for a hand pass. Disappointment on pass number 1, but this is really all about experience for the young girl. Opens up with a beautiful wakeline 540 and wraps in here for the wakeline O. She'll kick the back foot in and give us a few more tricks to finish. It looks to be a solid hand pass here for her. Very crisp, clean wake 540s. You could frame by frame that, Tony, and you'd still wouldn't find any reason to fault it.
Oh,
so
yeah.
A great hand pass from her.
Yeah, certainly a great handle pass to follow on after that. And just throw a backflip in there for good measure.
Yeah, I'd say that's the trick she's working on, and when she comes back in a couple of years' time, I'd expect to see a few flips in this hand run.
Yeah, certainly, and we'll probably be ending up towards the top end of the field going into a final round, quite possibly. So Hannah Stupnicki, a skier that we'll be looking out for into the future. And we'll see what her point score is when that result is released. So we're 3 skiers in. We've got 9 skiers to go, and the first of those 9 skiers is going to be Maria Shutsera from Ukraine.
Yeah, you know, Ukraine would have fancied themselves as a team to pick up 2nd or 3rd at this World Champs. I'm not sure they quite had the depth to win the team's event, but they haven't really fired completely as a team. There were some upsets in the tricks in the preliminary rounds, but Maria Shutsera made her way through to the final. And with a big performance, they could possibly leapfrog Team Italy for that bronze medal in the teams. That'll probably be the big goal for Maria on the water. Passionate team skiers, the Ukrainians. Of course, pretty much all trained together out of that Sentosa Waterski school in Dnipro. And just a replay of the beautiful hand pass of Hanna Stopnicki, putting on an absolute clinic out there. Here now, from the Ukraine, is Maria Shutsera.
Okay, here comes Maria Shutsera from Ukraine, now setting up that boat speed. Skiers can choose any boat speed they like, any line length they want. Even have the option to weigh the boat down one side to the other, should they so choose, up to a specific weight for this particular type of boat, which is the Correct Craft Nautique. Wake line back-to-back. Here is that wonderful wake line back-to-back reverse. I just can't get enough of that one.
Yeah, it's a very cool trick, and like I've said probably a few too many times in the webcast, I love variety. You know, I think trick skiing as a sport suffers from having repetitive sequences, and that's why international tournaments like these are so much fun to watch, because you get people that come, you know, from different coaching styles, different backgrounds, and we do see a lot more variety in the sequences that are thrown out. And the wake line back-to-backs are a very cool trick, and it's just something of a novelty these days. I think a lot of juniors still learn the classic sort of wake line back, wake line front sequence, and we still see a lot of wake line O's at the junior ranks, but don't see a lot of wake line back-to-backs around the scene these days. Difficult trick, you know, spinning, rotating, and landing, you know, in a reverse back with one leg on the ski.
All right, so we're seeing a transition there for Maria from Ukraine there, and at the end of a successful pass, the skier is more inclined to pull out to the side of the boat and then climb inside the back, where they can remove their trick ski, replace it with something else, change the line, and change the boat speed, and a whole lot of other stuff that you can do to affect the boat's characteristic and the characteristic of your own skiing in order to give you the best chance of success out there in the water. So here we go. This is Maria coming in from Ukraine. Let's see what she's got for her second and final 22nd pass. I suspect it's going to be toe trick and a toe 7 front. Take it away, Curtis.
Yeah, notice the heavily strapped up knee, which will make it difficult on these toe tricks, and unfortunately goes down there right on those tricks. So huge disappointment for Maria Shutsera. She will not be finding her way onto the podium at these World Championships. She was an outside chance at picking up a medal in the overall, was Maria, but needed to improve her trick score greatly and was unable to do that today. Just opens up with this toe 720, falls back, and then is unable to get out of it, and falling away from the boat and then to the side as she tried to throw herself forward during that, what was supposed to be a toe 5 back. Just back to the California Pro-Am, Tony. It's sort of a great problem to have, isn't it? I was just thinking it's such a shame that some of the girls in particular, Jamie Bull, who's your under-21 World Slalom champion from this morning, and Brooke Baldwin in particular, you know, have a clash this weekend where They're unable to go to the California Pro-Am because they're skiing at the World Champs. But it's been probably a while since the Waterski calendar has been so packed that skiers have had to make those hard decisions. It's a great problem to have as a sport.
Absolutely, going forward. So yeah, it's a good problem to have, as you say, and well.
Yeah, we have some revised scores, and of course a score for Hannah Stopnicki up there on the board. All under 5,000 points, so less than what they tricked the preliminary round, and it won't be enough to pick up a medal here. So a little bit disappointing from them, but they were going for big runs to stamp a big score out in this final. We move now to the two American sisters back-to-back in this final. First up will be young Ellie Grathwohl, of course the two girls out of Texas, who are very strong toe trickers. Looks like Ellie will be opening up with her hands.
All right, here we go. Allison Grathwohl coming out of St. Marcus in Texas. You'll see if she can set up that boat speed up well and proceed into the pass. It looks like it is going to be something along the lines of a wake line 5 front, half spin towards the back. Here she comes. One of the more difficult tricks to be really, really consistent on. Going in for a abbreviated step sequence now, working away towards the wake with the wake 5 front, wake 5 front reverse, wake 5 back. And now edging out, backflip, cases the second wake, surface 360, couple of sides, no worries there.
Yeah, this is beautiful to watch, Tony. I'm certainly inspired by watching this, and I hope a lot of our viewers around the world are inspired. I think the level of trick skiing we have seen during these championships has been phenomenal. We've seen new boundaries pushed in terms of cuts to make the final, in terms of winning scores, in terms of podium scores, and I've got a laundry list of tricks that I'm looking forward to trying when I get home. It's probably my favorite event, tricking, and it's really fun to watch the level these young athletes are getting to. Sort of becoming almost a gymnastics-esque sport, isn't it, Tony, where the best athletes are at a very young age.
Yeah, and I mean, there has been a certain renaissance that's taken place with women's tricks. I mean, we went into a little bit of a discussion earlier on in the competition, and, there was a time where the world record by Torun Larsen stood for, like, the best part of a decade, and then all at once...
Actually, I think it was almost 25 years, Tony. The longest standing world record of all time.
And then you had Erica Lang, and then you had a couple more competitors. We had Neely Ross and Anna Gay, and then Erica Lang again. And then it's kind of like switched a little bit there. And then you throw into the mix Janina Bonneman and a whole bunch of others, and you got the makings for a totally revitalized event.
It's been, on the pro circuit or at World Championships, it's been my favorite event to watch for probably a good 5 years now. I mean, these girls are so competitive. They're so close. You never know who's going to win on any given day. And I can't wait. Of course, TWC will be bringing you the Open World Championships later this year, and I cannot wait for what will be an all-time classic trick final, hoping that Erica Lang, who's out with a bit of an injury, will recover by then so she can compete and try and, push these other young girls. This is Ellie Grathwohl coming in, rope on toe, a great stand-up pass on hands. But this is where most of her points are. She's a very smooth toe tricker and can do a lot of high-scoring tricks. A bit shaky there, but she's recovered well. Look how well on axis she stands through these sort of toe wrap-in spins. Over the line, she'll have one or two more tricks to finish. It's looking good from Ellie Grathwohl. It's a big toe run. And the smile says it all, doesn't it, Tony?
I personally think that's enough for the lead. Just looking at those two stand-up runs, some great skiing there from Allison Grathwohl. And I mean, you said that she's a little bit of a shaky tricker. Now, take a look just before she goes in for this first trick, which was a toe seven front. Well, a little bit before that, she actually shook her wrists before she went in and tried to get the nerves out, and then went in for the toe five back and then toe eight back to back. And I mean, the sequence in here looked very, very smooth and very, very clean, Curtis.
Yeah, it's superb. I certainly wouldn't call Ali Grathwell a shaky tricker. She's very well balanced. There was a point through the middle there where the arms started flailing around quite a bit just to regain that balance. But this was a great tow run, and she'll absolutely be in the lead after that. I don't think there's too much question about it. We have the first sort of 5 skiers really did fail to fire out there, and this score, I think, could be in excess of 6,000 points.
Yeah, right, you are. I would suggest that it's probably going to be closer to maybe about, I would say, based upon what I've seen before from her, it's probably going to be very, very close to about 6,100 points, maybe about, I don't know, maybe about 60, I don't know, maybe about 6,000 points, somewhere in that range. I mean, she did qualify through to these finals with 59.80, so if she can hit that total, maybe a little bit more, then it puts herself in good stead.
Yeah, and from one Grathwohl, we move to the next, the older sister now, Taylor, on the water. Dad Kurt there gets to stay on the boat for one more skier. It's a proud father moment, I guess, having both your daughters ski back-to-back in the final, the big dance at the World Championships. This is Taylor Grathwohl. She'll be opening up with the hand tricks.
All right, let's see what she's got then. Setting up the boat speed, getting everything in a forward motion. There we go. Ski line back and then twist to the front. Wake back to back, wake back to back. There's its surface back to backs. 5 front, 5 front reverse. Oh, and getting into the rope and unfortunately unable to continue on from there. So that is a Taylor Grathwohl grimacing a little bit from that fall, but tried to get ahead of the line there and unfortunately paid the price.
Yeah, you watch that 2U trick timer bottom right of the screen, still counting down about 7 or 8 seconds after she fell. That was sort of, back in the days of the hooter, that was one of the most demoralizing things, was to fall quite early in your run and sit there in the water and about 10 seconds later hear the horn go off. Started off so well, did Taylor Grathwohl, but this will not be a trick score to remember for her, falling here on this reverse wake 540. Just went a little big in the end and caught the edge. Speaking of 2U, one of our official sponsors, I've just had my first ever 2U bar. It was pina colada flavoured, and I can tell you it was a lot tastier than the pina coladas I was enjoying on the banks yesterday afternoon, and I'm sure a lot more healthy too, Tony.
Yep, I've never really had a hankering for pina colada, but a 2U bar, pina colada flavoured. Try and put your teeth in there. But yeah, it was pretty good. I love 2U bars, and they have a wide variety of flavors. You can check them out by going to 2usnacks.com. I personally like the mint dark chocolate. All right, so let's have a look and see, shall we? Getting ready for Taylor Grathwohl on her second and final 20-second pass. Would have changed up one or two things, changed the ski, changed the line, getting ready for toe tricks.
Yep. So Ali Grathwohl will retain the lead once we wrap up our first 6 trickers here. So with the final half of the final, she will be marked to beat. And we're starting to get some sort of picture of where those podium positions will lie. You know, based off the prior scores, it's probably going to be up around 7,000-8,000 points. Score coming through for Ali Grathwohl, 5,500. This now is Taylor Grathwohl, rope on toe, opens up with a nice toe 720. Of course, with that early fall in hands, though, she's unlikely to challenge the lead. Still good effort out here on the toes, though. Counting herself well as she moves towards the end of this second pass. Last act for her at these World Champs, and goes down on the toe line O. Not her day on the water, but a good effort to be here in the finals, and a good day on the whole for the Grathwohl family, and both girls in the trick final.
All right, looking at her second and final 20-second pass, got up to a pretty good pace. But unfortunately, going down rather early on both 20-second passes, and were not Well, not total the amount of points that she needed to get into this round of the competition for starters, but certainly won't get anywhere closer to where she'd typically want to be. All right, then. So next competitor up, we're on skier 7 from Canada. It's going to be Olivia Shute.
Yeah, I mean, let's not discount the role that nerves play, here in the pressure cooker situation of a under-21 World Trick Final. I mean, these are not all seasoned competitors. By definition, these are junior skiers. They haven't had quite as much exposure, all of them, to these kind of situations. Of course, Neely Ross has been sort of skiing pro events since she was about 10 years old, so I don't know that it's such an issue for her, but, nerves are a crazy thing. I mean, sometimes you don't even feel them. You sort of feel normal, you feel happy, you feel going into it, and you'll have just these falls that sort of never happen in practice. I'm sure if you ask Taylor Grathwohl, she'd tell you that, she probably hasn't fallen on that reverse wake 5 front in years. But here at the World Champs, nerves can do funny things to skiers out there on the water.
Absolutely right. So here we go. Next competitor up, it is Olivia Shute.
Yeah, who's tricked really well. All tournament, she skied in the under-17s as well and was a strong contender in that trick final. And looking to see if she could pick up potentially a medal here at the under-21 World Championships. She has the tricks to throw out a big score. She'll open up with some step-over tricks for the young Canadian. Turns to the back. This will be a wake line 5 front to start. And throws the leg over a couple more times. Pretty regulation start this run for Olivia. A couple 5s here. And solid tricking from her. She'll have time for maybe one flip at the end as the timer counts down. The reverse as well. Sticks the landing very clean. And good opening pass from her. That's really all she can do out there on the water, and not a lot to fault from that 22nd run.
All right, good looking effort there for Olivia Shute. Seeing the skiers that she's seen right now, and with most of them not coming close to where they tricked in the previous round, she's probably figured out by now that probably going with something like a B run rather than a full-on A run could well be enough to send her through towards the podium if things continue the way that they are. And just subtly going from one trick to the next, not in any need to rush, mind you. It is 20 seconds, but she's more likely to gain points if she's still on top of the water rather than in it.
Yeah, I think this is the same run we've seen her do. I guess this is the 4th time we've seen Olivia Shute do this hand pass, and hasn't changed things up. But a lot of skiers will come in with 2 passes. They'll have options, but for a lot of people, it sort of messes with you to go to a B run. I mean, you start second guessing yourself on certain tricks. So a lot of them will just have a trick pass and they'll commit to it, and there's no sort of thought of changing it between rounds.
All right, so the next skiers that we got to come afterwards are Daniela Veswaeval, Brooke Baldwin, Paige Reaney, Kennedy Hansen, and Neely Ross. Now, out of the four last competitors, 3 of them are involved in the overall battle, and there could be some significant change there depending upon how things go with each of those skiers, whether they'll take the opportunity to move up in the overall competition with a better score, or whether they let each other kind of take the reins in the overall. Brooke Baldwin currently leading the overall ahead of Paige Reaney and ahead of Kennedy Hansen. The skier that has the 1,000 points in overall is Kennedy Hansen with 91.70.
Yeah, and I think that's probably where that podium will land. Of course, we'll see, anything could happen. This, of course, is Olivia Shute coming in rope on toe. Starting up with the very nice toe 720. Looking the good so far is Olivia Shute on the water. A good transition here between the toe wake back-to-backs into some toe surface turns. It's not lightning quick. It's not the speed and intensity we'll see from Neely Ross, but it's efficient. She's not pausing at all between tricks. And 2 stand-up passes from her. She's given everything she's got out here this weekend. I think it's the 4th time we've seen her trick. And great to see her finish her tournament with a smile on her face.
Wow. Yep, 2 stand-up runs there. It will definitely put a smile on her face and those of her supporters. So our 7th skier out, Olivia Shute. We're leaving 5 competitors remaining. Daniel Verschweifel and Brooke Baldwin, Pedrini, Kennedy Hansen and Neely Ross. But, I mean, it's hard to really pick apart and be overly critical with something like this pass, Curtis, because, I mean, she just motored from one trick to the next and didn't put much of a foot wrong.
Yeah, I'm running out of superlatives, Tony. It's been a long week, but this is fantastic to watch from Olivia Shute. Very tidy toe tricking. And, you know, Canada is doing such a good job of producing these strong female trick skiers over the past few years, and looking forward to this next set moving up through the ranks.
Yep, and they've certainly had that knack over the last few years of taking some skiers that are a little rough around the edges, you know, in the juniors, and just really working with them consistently year after year, you know, and then coming through with a polished product. And some of these skiers, I mean, just appear out of nowhere, and they're world beaters, it would seem.
Yeah, they have a great infrastructure to Team Canada. They have a lot of government support. They take things very seriously. They bring in sort of exercise science, sports science people in to work with their junior teams. And, you know, they're building a great program there out of the Great White North. This now is Colombia's Daniela Verschweifel, who has tricked superbly all week. And another one of the skiers who has skied in the under-17 competition as well. And she is capable of tricking, you know, right up around 8,000 points and taking a medal in this event. No doubt about it.
All right, let's have a look. Ski line back. Now edges aren't outside the wake. There's one flip. There's the reverse. Just you go for the flip twist, which is that trick, which is good. Flip twist back to front. Nicely done. Oh, yeah, Mo back to back. Here comes the reverse. If she can pull that off, our beautifully executed run there. And coming into this round of the competition, tricking 65-30. And if she carries on this pace, that could be closer to 68 or maybe even 6,900 points.
I think over 7,000 if she backs up a big toe run. That was a much better hand pass than what she did in the qualifying. She landed that last mob. She did lose a little bit of time through this flip sequence, but because she's really only got the 6 flips and that ski line back to start, it should all still be within 20 seconds. So great opening effort from Daniela Verschweifel. You know, I picked up a medal in the under-17 tricks, and looking like she could be a chance at picking up a medal here in the under-21s as well.
That's easy. Don't have to worry about a release now.
Getting all the angles there.
All right, then. So looking at the dock, we've got Brooke Baldwin, who placed second in the jumping event and did a pretty superb job in the slalom event itself. But the task is by no means complete so far as the tricking is concerned. We wait for her to take to water. Implications for the overall championship as well abound. But let's concentrate on Daniela Verschweifel.
Yep, big moment for Team Colombia and South America. Their last chance of picking up a medal here in the under-21 World Champs, at least in the women's event. Daniela Verschweifel looking good so far as she moves through a rope on toe pass. She did a fantastic work on hands. Needs to back it up, though, with a full pass here on toes. It's moving well, though. She goes over the line. She's got 1 or 2 more tricks to finish. Outside the wake, a big toe stone back-to-back to finish. And she is happy out there. That's everything she's got. And she could just sneak her way onto the trick podium.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, looking at those tricks there, we're actually looking at the instant replay for pass number 2 or pass number 1. We're trying to get the instant replay on pass number 2, but Daniela Verschweifel Beautifully executed run there from start to finish on both fronts, as a matter of fact. And I mean, I said that her runs could actually be very close to 67, maybe 68, 100 points. But looking very, very confident, and got a really, really big boost by that little performance there on pass number 1 there, Curtis.
Yeah, look, it'll come down to timing. You know, everything's always timing in the trick event, and of course, you know, whether the judges saw any tricks that they had questions on. To me, it all looked pretty good. It all looked pretty fast, and if she has everything here, this score is going to be close to 8,000 points. You know, it's such a good hand pass. Now, our next competitor, Tony, you've been doing a little bit of math behind the scenes here, and I think we've got some pretty big news.
Which I'm more than prepared to reveal as soon as our next competitor takes the water. Her name is Brooke Baldwin. It concerns the World Under-21 Women's overall record, and we're going to delve into that a little bit once she gets on top of the water. Because the women's world overall Under-21 record currently stands right now at around 2,253 points. And she can actually break that record if she scores more than 7350 points, based upon the 2 at 10.75 meter run that she got in slalom this morning, and the 49.3 meter jump that she got earlier on this afternoon.
It's been a superb tournament for Brooke, and looking to cap it off here with a medal, perhaps even a gold medal in the trick event. Of course, a gold in the overall, and perhaps a world record too. She opens up rope on toe. Looking good so far. Of course, 73.50 is something she can do relatively easily, but it's going to take a lot of tricks from her. She can't fall early, can't afford to make that mistake. Looking good here as she moves towards this toe pass. She's got a toe line, to finish. Over the line 1 or 2 more times. She flicks back, a toe line back to back. That's a big toe run, Tony Lightfoot.
Huge, huge, huge run there. It's a great, great skiing there from Brooke Baldwin. She's halfway into this tricky performance, and she absolutely stomped that run. High tempo trick to start off with, toe 5 back, opting to do that instead of a toe 7 front, which I'm sure that she's more than capable of doing. But values are staying with some quick tricks at the beginning instead of going in for a relatively slow maneuver to start off with. And probably a reason why it's relatively smooth is you're looking at examples of her spinning into that toe leg, taking a lot of time to recover, but recover she does. Toe wake line towards the end, toe wake line back, and then towards the end, toe wake line back to back with a huge amount of elevation towards the end, taking the snap of the line. And she must have a really good release person in the boat, because I would say a good portion of people would have let the rope go at that point, tightening up that much.
Okay, score coming through for Daniela Verswivel, 7,070 points, which is just ahead of Olivia Shute right now, so not quite as big as I thought. Perhaps she lost a couple tricks of time. I mean, just that last flip alone was at a time on that hand run. That's 100 points less. Good opening toe pass from Brooke Baldwin. We think she's got one hand on the overall trophy here, both for Team USA and herself individually. And with the big hand pass here, we think that she is on track to break an under-21 world overall record.
All right, indeed. Looking at the scores that she's needing. Well, the scores that we've gotten from her so far, 38 buoys, based upon the women's world overall calculator. 38 buoys, which is 2 at 10.75 meters. She scored that. She jumped 49.3 in the earlier round this afternoon. She's got that. The only thing she hasn't got is her trick points. We'll see if she can go over 73.50, which would give her 22.53.41 and would break the world record by about 30 points.
Okay, here we go, Tony. She's into the hands. A couple tricks to start, into the flips now. A few flips away from gold medal in the women's overall is Brooke Baldwin. It's looking good so far. She's got 1 or 2 in the tank, maybe. The Mobes to finish. One more flip, I'd say she's done it. Over the line, oh yes, Brooke Baldwin, we think gold in the overall, your new leader in the tricks and potentially a new world record, and what a way to finish her tournament here at the Under-21 Worlds.
Oh, absolutely grand stuff there with some flips scheduled towards the end. Started off with the ski line back. Now, a lot of schools have thought abound so far as where you place the ski lines in relation to your flips. Some skiers actually place the ski lines after the flips, but it's a very hard to transition from high adrenaline tricks such as flips into ski lines. She did the opposite, though. Went in for the ski lines first and then went into a flip sequence. Then continues on and goes out towards the end. A flip twist back-to-back, the back-to-back mob. Beautifully executed, well recovered, and probably has a side slide or two. There we go. There's the 5 back. More than a couple of side slides, as a matter of fact. Waco at the end. Just throwaway tricks just to fill the time within 20 seconds, and there you go. And she just...
Yeah, I'm not sure it's going to be, up around personal best territory. She was a little bit slow through the middle sequence of that run, but it's certainly enough to improve her trick score from the first round and sort of cement that place on top of the overall podium. It's going to take nothing short of a miracle now for Paige Reaney or Kennedy Hansen to catch her. And, we think potentially a new world overall record. Of course, that'll go through a review process, so we won't know officially for some time. But exciting to see even in the conversation.
Most certainly. All right, so.
Right, we move now to Canada's Paige Reaney. We think now she's probably... hanging on to second place in the women's overall, of course, looking to take the lead here and pick up a medal in the women's tricks. We will know soon what it takes to get a medal. This is our third to last tricker in this final. Opens up, rope on toed as Paige Reaney. Needs 2 full stand-up passes. The caliber of skiers to come is very high. This is fast from her. She's whipping that ski around. Needs 1 or 2 line over tricks to finish. It's looking good so far. She's over the line one last time. A toe line back-to-back to finish. Gets caught up on the rope a little bit. It's going to be interesting to see how the judges interpret that one. But, dry here at the end of 20 seconds. You can't ask for much more than that.
Oh, absolutely.
She didn't slalom or jump quite as well, but she'd be pretty close.
But there you go, looking at Paige Reaney getting through these tricks there. Toe wake lino, good elevation there. Working her graviton trick ski from one trick to the next. Toe wake line back to back. And does she have anything more? Toe wake front, a couple of toe sides. Easy as you like.
Yeah, good pass. Actually, very similar toe pass to Brooke Baldwin. I think they're pretty similar caliber trick skiers. And needs to back it up here with a big hand pass. Of course, Neely Ross on the dock, the out-and-out favourite to win this event. But if Paige Reaney puts out a big score here, you never know what can happen in the trick event. It's not over until the last skier comes back the dock, is it?
No, absolutely not. And even when the last skier is skied, there's still that 30-minute review period.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come down to that.
Well, here we go.
I think if I was appointed czar of the rules committee, that would be one of the first things I get rid of, is that 30-minute review period. Big score coming through. Brooke Baldwin, your new leader, 8,220 points. And we think a new pending world overall record from her.
All right. Yes, indeed. Brooke Baldwin with 8,220 points. I'll give you the updated world overall score, the record based upon that new information that has just come to light.
Yep. Paige Reaney on the water, though, looking to see if she can't pick up a trick title here at the U-21 Worlds. Open up with the hand tricks, a few Wake 540s. She'll have a few flips to finish the run. It's probably not quite as big a run as we saw from Brooke Baldwin, but she's fast. That's the main thing. She can fit some extra tricks and times. What's she got to finish here? The reverse half twist is good. The clock's ticking down, though. She's running out of time. She falls on that move, and no. Brooke Baldwin will be picking up a medal, I'd say, for sure now. And it'll be a nervous wait for Paige Reaney. She has pretty much hit this buoy, though. We'll watch the replay.
Ski line back to back, then twist to the front, and then just twist to the back, 5 front, then to the back. Because 540-degree spins from back to front are traditionally disjointed from each other, the officials do allow a position in order for a reverse trick to be scored.
Yeah, I'm quite interested to watch a replay of this last mob. It does look like she may have hit the start buoy at the other end.
There we go. There is one more trick before she does the flip.
Look, I mean, I think she's already fallen off there before she's come in contact with that buoy.
Week.
Another thing to notice is you'll see a lot of these skiers coming back on pass number 2 are waiting quite a long time to start. I think, you know, with the lake level quite high, with all the rain we've had, it's quite rolly at the start of that pass. Although she actually did start quite close to it. But see, if you start late down the lake, that's your right as a skier, but you know, if there's an issue of running out of length of lake at the end of the pass, that's on the skier.
Okay, so let's bring you up to speed whilst we're looking at Paige Reaney go through her pass. Brooke Baldwin, 82.20, increased upon her previous round score by a good margin. Actually, by about 600 or so points. Actually, 800 or so points. She has increased her value in the women's overall competition by extension, and by having 8,220 points, she scores 2,330.68 overall points for a pending world overall record in U-21.
Well, thank you. The human calculator next to me, Tony Lightfoot, has figured all that out. It never was too sharp in math class. Kennedy Hansen on the water. Had a great tournament under 17s, of course, won the tricks and the overall. She's looking to pick up medals in both of these in the under 21. Does most of her training here. She'll feel at home at Shortline Lakes behind that ski nautique. And this is a lightning fast tow run. She is moving from trick to trick at breakneck speed. He goes over the line, the toe line O, toe step back, a big toe line back to back. And, you know, pretty cool customer is Kennedy Hansen, not showing too much emotion out there, but that was I thought, a very strong opening toe pass.
Yes, very, very strong indeed. Starting off with a very high leg position there on the toe 7 front. A lot of schools of thought abound with this as well, whether to bring the leg a little bit lower than the knee or a little bit higher than the knee.
Yes, it's a great toe pass from Kennedy Hansen. You'd be forgiven for not realizing this is playback at about 50% speed, because such was the rate of knot she moved through from trick to trick. And beautiful, clean toe line tricks. She was able to, you know, pretty much take up the line and move from trick to trick with very little hesitation. Good tricking from the young American.
Your pictures are really good.
All right, extremely good tricking. As a matter of fact, she currently has the 1,000 points overall high score.
It's pretty funny how many people actually texted me like last
Wow,
night.
score coming through for Paige Reaney, and it gives you some idea of how big a score she was on track for. She's sitting in second place right now with 7,910 points, even with that fall at the end of her hand pass.
And because of that score being less than 83.90, which is the score that she brought in from round 1, she cannot improve upon her overall score, which means she can't improve beyond where she is in second, which could potentially mean that.
Yeah, Brooke Baldwin, I think we can say with a high degree of confidence, is your overall champion. I mean, she set, we think, a pending world record. So, I mean, that kind of tells you everything you need to know, isn't it? So Paige Reaney will not improve from second. Kennedy Hansen still on the water, could still theoretically improve, but I think you'll find that score in the preliminary round was a personal best for her. So it's going to be pretty difficult for her to build upon that.
Okay, so far as Kennedy Hansen in the overall competition is concerned, she is on 26.70.85, and Brooke Baldwin, by comparison, is 28.78.16. That's the overall points within this competition. So
yeah, daylight between them, really. So
exactly,
considering she's already tracked a personal best, she will stay in that bronze medal position, which is a great performance considering that she is still young enough to have skied the under-17s earlier this week. Here she is, Kennedy Hansen moves into the flips. She's very close here to picking up a medal and perhaps the lead here in this girls' trick final. One or two more tricks, I'd say she'll have it done. It's good so far, the flips from Kennedy Hansen. A little bit of a delay there, but she's into the mobe. Has she got one more to finish? It's a rushed approach. She goes down. Still, though, I think she may have done enough to challenge the lead. It's going to be right up around the scores we saw from Paige Reaney and Brooke Baldwin. It's going to come right down to the wire here in this girls' trick final.
Oh, absolutely. And Kennedy Hansen has been one of the revelations of these championships, really. Not only did she trick to a world championship title in the U17 girls and place in at least one other event in that overall package, she actually won the overall as well in the U17 girls and helped the United States grab that team title when it looked for a moment that Chile could have just snuck in and taken that title, but because of her increased trick score in the tricking final in the girls, she put out a great amount of distance between USA and Chile.
Yeah, and those are back-to-back junior world overall titles. I would say very few people, perhaps no one ever, has gone back-to-back in the overall competition. It's the hardest event to win, in any competition, so very impressive from her being able to repeat those victories, and all the way back in 2018 and then again in 2020. She, I think, is going to be right in the mix. It's too close to call. We know Brooke Baldwin is getting a medal. We don't know the colour yet. But about to take the water out of Canada, your hotter-than-hot favourite, the defending champion in this event, none other than Neely Ross, who has been superb. Of course, the current world trick champion. She took that title in Malaysia in 2019. She'll look to defend it later this year in Orlando. But here skiing in her last under-21 Worlds, wants to pick up some more silverware for what I imagine is a very crowded mantelpiece.
Oh, absolutely. We've got Neely Ross, who has been one of the greatest trickers that we've seen among the women's competitors in the last few seasons. And you're going to see why with toe tricks right from the get-go. You'll just take a look at these surface spins and just wonder how she stays up on top of the water. It's absolutely mind-blowing. Shaking it off just a little bit before she enters the course. There we go. A toe 7 front. Toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, toe 8 back. This is about as subtle as it gets here for Anna Gay, because in about 4 seconds she's already putting 6 tricks in that space of time. There we go. Toe 8 line O, toe 8 line back to the front, toe back, toe 8 line back to back, toe 8 front, a couple of toe sides. Brilliantly executed there.
Yeah, and she made it look so easy too. I mean, she's just done a toe run that was, much faster, much cleaner, and much higher points than any other girl in this field. And to Neely Ross, it was just another day at the office.
Oh, yes, sirree.
It's just beautiful to watch. She moves through these sort of toe surface turns at breakneck speed. But she just looks so calm as she moves through all these tricks. Never really seems to bobble or get off balance at all. It's, practice this run 1,000 times as Neely Ross, and at this point it's almost second nation for her.
Oh, beautiful, just allowing that ski to just rip over that toe line. And when she went in for that toe Waco about 2/3 the way through that pass.
Wow. Big score coming through. Kennedy Hansen, even with that early fall, looks to have taken the lead, which means we think she'll be picking up a silver medal at worst. Of course, it will all come down to this final 20-second effort from Canada's Neely Ross. You'd have to think, 3/4 of the way through this hand pass and she will have the gold. You can get ready with some sort of winner graphic, Vinny. absolutely. Like 2,000 points at least.
All right, then. So it comes down to our final female performance in this U-21 World Waterski Championships right here in Santa Rosa Beach. Final pass.
That's right. Neely Ross. You know, we've been sitting in, cruising along in fourth gear through this trick final, but we're about to slip it into the top gear.
Right, let's...
Bringing things up to a new level. Neely Ross, one of the greatest female trick skiers the world has ever seen. Can she add one more trophy to the cabinet? The Ross family has built an extension on the house to house them all, I'm hearing. 20 seconds away from another gold medal is Neely Ross of Canada. She opens up with the Mobes. A few more tricks, she'll have it, I'd say. It's good so far. The big front flip, she sort of takes it a bit easy on that landing. She wants to make sure she gets through all these tricks. One or two more. She goes over the line now. I'd say we can just about call it Neely Ross. She's won the gold medal. Oh, she does it again. She keeps winning. Oh, the fist goes up. Sensational tricking from the Canadian. Gold medal in the girls' trick final. The silver we think will go to Kennedy Hansen and the bronze to Brooke Waldman. And what a way to cap off this under-21 World Championships.
Still got one or more event to go, the 12 skiers that are in the men's tricking final. It's been an absolutely scintillating display of tricking. We're going to take a look at the instant replay for Neely Ross. And once again, just absolutely just ripping through 2 20-second passes. And
yeah, it's great. She kind of knew the score she had to beat was only 8,000 points. This won't be her highest scoring run of all time. I think she kind of slowed down a little bit through these flips. It wasn't quite as fast as we used to seeing, particularly here, this front flip. She softened the knees and sunk in more on the landing, almost a little bit of a butt check. Wanted to make sure she did not fall. Wanted to get right through this run. She didn't have the pressure of an Anna Gay or an Erica Lang or a Janina Bonneman pushing her. She just did what she needed to do to get the gold. And get the gold she has indeed. I mean, we haven't got a score yet, but this performance should be at least 1,000 points clear of the rest of the field.
Just look at that there with the wake 5 back. Just a really, really subtle trick, but she performs that exceptionally well. A ski line to the front, and just absolutely going through every single trick to perfection. Not much you can pick apart with this run. I mean, there's the Mo back-to-back spins to the front and does the kind of front flip that would send most people to hospital. But I tell you what. So, wow.
Yep, the Canadian team has come alive out here on the water. Big cheers from the banks as Neely Ross, we think, has picked up a gold medal. And we've got a little addition, some shade behind us here, Tony, as Canada relishes a gold medal, we think, in the women's trick event. And unfortunately, I don't think we'll see them pick up the gold in the teams. I think USA, particularly with Brooke Baldwin's improvement, will have cinched that victory, but a strong showing from the Canadians, as usual, at these World Championships.
All right, there we see Neely Ross around dockside. We're going to stay with visuals whilst we wait for the final score to come through from our officials. But we're going to go straight into the men's tricking competition. Our first skier out is Paul Duplan-Freibourg of France. Let's see what he's got for us with 2 20-second passes. Paul Duplan-Freibourg.
Yep, this young Frenchman's stocks continue to rise. He has been a sensation in the jump event. Probably hasn't been his best tournament on the trick ski or the slalom ski. He sort of failed to fire on slalom, but he wants to finish strong here. Oh, no. And the woes continue for Paul Duplan-Freibourg in the trick event. We have a score coming through. It's over 10,000 points for Neely Ross. She is, like we said before, your women's trick champion. It's almost getting a bit routine at this point for Neely Ross.
Neely, 1080.
Yep, and 10,080 points. And you know what? Exactly the same score as yesterday.
Oh, she's consistent, I'll give her that.
I'm probably looking at the webcam fast right now. In fact, with that looking.
Yeah, she'll be disagreeing with all the comments we've made, Tony. Of course, it was great having Pat O'Fon on screen in the box for an interview after his trick event. I certainly learnt a lot hearing him walk us through his run. Paul Duplan Freiburg, of course, on the water, and look, can't win them all, I suppose. He's had the tournament of his life in the jump event. He won the under-17 jump, and then sort of as a, certainly not a favourite, as a bit of an underdog, won the under-21 men's jump of more boat speed than the rest of the competitors. He was only at 54k, so the rest of the top skiers were at 57. Unfortunately, though, you know, he was a good shout in the overall coming into this event, but hasn't done enough to get himself onto that podium. I think he was sitting in 4th place before this trick set.
And yes, there's the leaderboard there for the women's. We got Neely Ross, we got Kennedy Hansen and Brooke Baldwin all in the top 3, Paige Reaney in 4th, and so on and so forth. What that fall does for Paul Duplan Freiburg, it means that he's going to have to settle for 5th overall. Can't leapfrog over above Martin Labra or indeed Eduardo Morenzi or Tobias Georges at this point. He needed something over 9,000 points realistically to do any of that. So I'm saying right now that between Tobias Georges and Eduardo Morenzi and all of those, I would say there is only movement. The only movement that exists in the overall competition now exists between Eduardo Morenzi and Tobias Georges. But let's have a look and see if Paul Duplan Freiburg can round off his performance with a bit of flair.
A name to watch in the future. When we put the speed up to 57k, he will be unstoppable in the jump event. Looking to finish strongly here. Just confidence in this trick event. Early fall in hands. Has not been his tournament on the trick ski. But, you know, showing some of his class here to finish a beautiful toe line 5 back. And then his work was done. You know, it's time to celebrate for Paul Duplan Freiburg, and he certainly earned it after some great skiing across the last 7 days.
All right, then. So looking at Paul Duplan Freiburg, and yes, I certainly agree with you there, Curtis. I mean, he's going to be absolutely out of this world whenever that boat speed goes up for a jump in the future. And as long as he maintains his focus, so far as overall is concerned, he's going to be pretty much a force to reckon with there as well. So when we see skiers like Adam Saddlemeyer and Martin Coleman and all of those, you know, start to work their way out of the World Championships, at least in contention for the overall, I think the overall of men's overall is going to remain very, 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 very good, with the likes of Paul Duplan Freiburg in the mix.
Yeah, the overall battle at the upcoming Open World Championships will be phenomenal. It will be the highest standard and the most depth, certainly, that I've ever seen. I mean, you've got Joel Poland, who just set a world record, Dorian Llewellyn, who got agonizingly close. There was some boat path issues, but he exceeded the world record. You've got several defending champions still in great form. Martin Coleman, we've seen around on site. Felipe Miranda, who's been swimming boys all day. Of course, Adam Saddlemeyer as well, the former world record holder. And then, you know, Paul's older brother, Tristan Duplan Freiburg, is skiing superbly across all 3 events. So going to be very competitive as we look at trickers still to come. Our last final here at these World Championships.
All right, so there's our running order. We've just seen Duplan Freiburg. We're going to bring on Eduardo Morenzi. Now, so far as the overall is concerned, okay, so we've got Eduardo Morenzi. He has got to trick better than he did in the prelims. He tricked 81.80 to leapfrog Tobias Georges in the overall competition. Tobias is in 2nd, Eduardo's in 3rd. A significant moment here.
It is. He's skied very well this weekend, particularly in the jump event where he jumped a personal best, and looking to put some heat, not just on Tobias Georges, but also Alexander Samolov in this overall competition. He didn't trick super well to qualify. Things are looking better now. A little bit of a aggressive toe line O, but it's going well so far for the Italian. He's got a couple tricks to finish. Beautiful toe line back-to-backs. He goes over the line for a toe line 5 back. It's a big toe run. Oh, wow, what a 20-second effort from the Italian. and he doesn't just want to pick up a silver in this overall. He is gunning for gold.
Oh yes, absolutely. But where he's standing right now, so far as that overall position goes, he's fighting for second essentially, because Alexander Somilyov is probably the presumptive overall men's trick overall champion, because he has 2,898 overall points. I mean, bear that in mind. That's just a little under 1 points away from being perfect, mind you. Tobias Georges with 2,678 is like a country mile back, and Eduardo Morenzi just skosh behind him with 26.71.51.
Yeah, long shot, absolutely. But he has a lot of room to improve in trick. I mean, he just scraped into this trick final. You know, on his day, Eduardo Morenzi can trick up close to 11,000 points. And if he could do that today, I mean, maybe it's still not quite enough to catch Alexander Samilov, such as his lead and jump. But, you know, he has a lot of ground to make up here, and he's looking to make a statement, of course. That, of course, is the score it's going to take if he wants a medal or to win this trick event too. So whichever way you cut it, the goal for Eduardo Morenzi is something over 10,000, as close to 11,000 as he can possibly get.
Most certainly.
Of course, for him, that means perfection. Nothing short of it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, let's come on. I mean, he's got to go through this pass and score everything that he's got set up. He's got to produce everything in the kitchen sink here. Now, just to give you a comparison, 1,000 points overall score is 10,830 by Martin Labra. And Eduardo Morenzi is about 245 points back there. So the potential is there. If he gets over 10,000, if he gets over 11,000.
Yep. Moving through these flips at a great rate of knots. Cases the wake a bit there, but this has been fast from Eduardo Morenzi. It's a good run. He's got a couple front flips to finish. If he can get a couple more tricks in time, it'll be over 10,000 points. A bit of a bobble on that ski line trick. He goes over the line one more time. He falls. Could that last trick be the difference? It's so competitive, this boys' trick final. I mean, that was a big run from Eduardo Morenzi, but that last ski line 5, oh, if that's the difference between a medal or not in the men's trick final, he will be absolutely kicking himself out there on the water. I mean, this was so fast to start this run. He transitioned from flip to flip with no hesitation. I mean, it was the perfect foundation. He looked great here. He goes through his last couple, back landing tricks. There he goes, the big front flip. He'll follow it by the reverse. It was a good smooth transition here between the two, and everything was looking so good. He did trip up here on the ski line back to back. You see it here. He sort of tripped on the rope a little bit and then just lost his balance a little bit here for this last trick. The ski line 5 back. He's off axis, and in the end can't it away. And could that trick be the difference?
It could be. I think it'll be enough to put Eduardo Morenzi into second ahead of Tobias Georges. Now, Tobias Georges has absolutely no defense against that whatsoever because he's not in the trick final. So, in terms of second and third in overall, I personally feel, I don't know whether you share that sentiment, that he's probably tricked enough to go over 81.80. And if that is the case, then Eduardo has moved into second place overall.
Absolutely. I mean, this score should be right up around 10,000 points. It's going to depend on some judges' decision. Of course, he's fell on that last ski line 5. The ski line back-to-back was perhaps questionable. Score comes through for Paul de Plan Freiburg, not one that he will want to look at too closely. As coming at a call now, we have the sole Canadian in this men's trick final. So the last act for Team Canada, who've just picked up a gold in the women's. It is Sean Krause out of Alberta, Edmonton. He'll be opening up rope on toe.
All right, so let's have a look and see. Coming to you out of the province of Canada, where the cows are plentiful and the beef is beautiful. This is Sean Krause.
Yeah, big toe run from him. He gets out of shape on that last toe trick. I think he was just about the end of his run anyway, but He's certainly accounted himself well on pass number 1, has the Canadian.
Yes, indeed. Making his first appearance in this event 2 seasons ago over at the U-21 Worlds, I believe, in Shalom Park in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And not looking too bad, I would say, especially with that toe 8 back-to-back reverse and then spinning and just working his way into his axis. Doesn't go for the toe 0 out and toe 0 back in, mind you, but able to keep a good pace on that run. Toe wake line back, and does he have the toe wake line back-to-back? Edging in, boom.
Yeah, he showed good balance here to recover from that. He got a little bit, out of balance coming up the wake. He seemed to almost trip up on it, but he still was able to throw the ski over and just sort of hang out in that back position until he was able to come front. It's possible he's lost a trick or two at the end of that pass because of that bobble, but it's still a solid toe run from the young Canadian.
So, like you say, very, very solid opening pass. We got the first score through for Paul Duplan-Freiboer with 49.60. Keeping an eye on stuff that's going on around the world at the California Pro-Am. Whitney and Manon scoring 2 at 10.25 meters over there at the California Pro-Am. So they're cranking it out there as well.
That's great skiing. But I tell you what, right now, I'd much rather be watching the under-21 men's trick final. Sean Krause coming in for his last act. Last act for Team Canada. He's gone down on the reverse mode. Disappointment for Sean Krause. And he will not be making his way onto the men's trick podium. Unfortunately, just landing a little too far into the boat, and you see the ski digging in. And very uncharacteristic fall for Sean Krause.
All right, that's basically Canada's last act going into the team overall competition. And I mean, the United States were way out in front before Canada came into play in these finals. So I don't know if you're prepared to call it, but...
Yeah, another team's victory for the United States of America. And we think Canada will pick up the silver medal. Could be a little bit of movement around the bronze position, Tony, yet, but right now I think Italy's sitting in that position.
Yeah, just taking a double check on that for Italy's classification. Yes, Italy are currently lying in third place, and but however, there are 2 competitors left from Ukraine that could usurp them if they can come up with better scores than 8,440 and 10,770 respectively from the 2 skiers that they have on this list. There is a lot of movement to be made.
Yeah, that's right. I think the main mover or shaker will be our next competitor. Of course, Ukraine's Damir Filaretov. For Alexander Samolov to improve, he certainly could trick more, but he doesn't have, maybe a few hundred points at most, whereas Damir Filaretov probably has a little bit more left in the tank. Tricked well to make the final, but I think he's capable of more.
All right then, so 8.660, an improvement for Eduardo Morenzi, and provisionally we have him finishing in 2nd overall ahead of Tobias Georges.
Yeah, he's been taking the cleaners. I don't know if it's because those runs were a little bit slow in the end, or that toe run, he lost a few tricks to time, but I was picking a much bigger score. He's obviously lost a few tricks as Eduardo Morenzi, and while it's good, it gets him that silver in the overall. It will not be enough to get himself a medal here. You can't help but feel in this trick final. Damir Filaretov, the Ukrainian, now opening up with his first hand pass. He goes over the line. One more time, a beautiful ski line. Oh, into the flips now is the young Ukrainian. The handle rises up. He's got a couple more. The clock's kicking down. He needs to race here. And a good hand pass falls on that last trick. The reverse back landing, and he knows how much that's cost him.
So yeah, let's take a look at this run and put it under closer examination there. The ski line back to get things up and running, and tricking at such a high tempo and such a high pace. Wake 5 front into wrap, going straight into the Wake 5 back. There we go, the ski line back to back and to the front, and I think he has one or two more ski lines before the end of the run. Good transition there with that ski line directly into the flip. It's very, very hard to even notice that he even transitioned from a ski line at all.
Yeah, you know, line control, we've spoken a lot about this week, but a lot of these Eastern European skiers have superb line control, and a great example of that there, that transition seamless between ski line O and the first flip.
All right then, so on dockside we've got Matias Gonzalez about ready to go for Chile, and the looks like we got a late notification there from one or two of our folks around dockside with trying to shamelessly plug their Instagram accounts.
Yeah, I'm looking at that start dock, and you'd be forgiven for wondering whether this is the under-21 Worlds or the under-14 Worlds, because we've got some very young competitors still to come. Again, a score coming through for Sean Krause, of course, not one that he'll want to look at too closely.
Yep, 4090. So let's have a look and see what Demir Flaretov, if he tricks over 84.40, if he puts plenty of points beyond that total, then it could see Ukraine close the gap between themselves.
He's got a mountain to climb though, Tony, but after that fall in hands, he needs everything out of this toe pass, but it's going well so fast. He's so fast and so clean on these toe wrap and tricks. He goes over the line. He's got some big tricks here to finish. Spins the big toe line 5 back, does the Ukrainian, straight in toe line back to back in reverse, and he just got out of sorts there towards the end. He was trying to move so quickly and falls on that last toe line back to back. Well, good effort. I'm not sure it's going to be enough to improve his score from around. He's going to be right up around our lead in the 8,000s, we think.
All right, certainly put everything into this one. A lot of energy from one trick to the next, and just spinning his way on the surface. Toe 5 front and toe O out and toe O straight back in the space of about 3 or 4 seconds. He'd done about 4 or 5 tricks. Toe wake line O, and then just worked his way out to the toe wake line back and spun to the front. And I think he tried the toe wake line 5 back, which had a lot of trouble recovering from before going into the toe wake line back to back. And I think he had one or more tricks. I think that was almost a throwaway, because he knows how to pace himself, and he knows exactly where he is at any given time during 20 seconds. So I think that was more or less a throwaway at about 19.5, 20 seconds there.
Oh, he was hoping for a miracle. You're right. They have very good awareness of where they are in the 20 seconds. And he knew that he had no time to stop and recover before throwing that last toe line back to back. It was now or never. He went for it, and unfortunately wasn't able to land in a position where he could ride it out. Beautiful toe line 5 back though, and he just immediately throws himself over the rope for that toe line back to back.
No.
Jovial all the way to the end, and it's so great to see this out of the Colombians. They're a breath of fresh air for this event, aren't they?
Yep, they've been fun to watch. Certainly going to miss having them out on the water. Federico Jaramillo, he picked up a gold medal in the under-17 slalom and a bronze this morning in the under-21 slalom to match his twin sister's efforts in the women's event, and he will be looking to stake his claim here in this boys' trick final. If he gets up around personal best territory, he could take the lead in this event.
Toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back. It's reverse now. Surface back to backs. Just trying to control that line, just trying to stay on point here. Toe wake O, here comes toe wake line O. Oh, and a little bit late there on that toe wake line O. So even at this early stage, the chance of him actually tricking any more than 84.60 are pretty much non-existent at this time, but he's going to have fun whilst he tries.
Yeah, disappointing there for Federico. Things started off pretty well for him through this tow pass. And just, the premium that is placed on speed by these trickers. I mean, it's not really even the tricks you do, it's just how fast you can do them. And there's no room for hesitation. He gets a little bit off balance towards the end of this pass, but he has to soldier through and throw that tow line O, knowing that a huge score will be required to make the podium today. I mean, we had 5 skiers over 10,500 points.
Wow. Just came in just a little bit short there on that toe wake line O, and that's about the only display of negative emotion that we've ever seen from Federico so far in these championships. But I'm sure that's based upon the fact that he fell on something relatively simple for him. All right then, so we're here. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He's Curtis Williams. Say hi to the good folks, Curtis.
It's been a pleasure to be here this last 8 days. I've loved my time in Destin and Santa Rosa Beach. It's some of the most beautiful beaches in the world. So if you've never made it down to Corey Picos' ski school or this part of the country, I'd highly recommend a journey down, some world-class coaching, and of course, and maybe you're not even a skier, maybe you just want to drink some Coronas on the beach.
Yes, indeed. That's opposed to getting Corona elsewhere.
I think I might be finding some weight belts, Tony, and strapping myself down. I haven't got enough beach time in this week. There's a coming in, but tell you what, these beaches are so nice. I'll sit there in a hurricane and enjoy it.
I'm having a hard time believing this score, 8.440. That's exactly the same score he produced yesterday, Damir Flaratov.
Look, it was quick, efficient tricking. He'll be ruining those couple of missed opportunities. Of course, that last tow line back-to-back and maybe a couple tricks afterwards and falling on that flip, because he was setting himself up for a really big score, which could have put Team Ukraine into the medal conversation.
All right, let's have a looky then.
Young Federico Jaramillo, last act for him at these Under-21 World Championships before he gets on a plane and goes off to college. He's had a fantastic tournament on the slalom ski. Not the best of tow passes, but wants to finish strongly here with a great 22nd effort on flips. Looks good so far. Slight hesitation, but still racking up the points as Federico Jaramillo goes over the line here. He'll have a couple tricks to finish. Ski line back-to-back is good. He's got a couple more. A ski line flicks to the back. And you know what? He'll be happy his work is done here at these World Championships.
Yes, definitely. I mean, he's going to go away out of here a happy camper before he heads on over to Tempe, Arizona to study at Arizona State University. Certainly one of the more picturesque and most beautiful campuses you will ever get to see. I don't know where have you ever gone to Tempe? Haven't seen it?
Oh, I've not had the pleasure, but now the Jaramillos are there, I think I might have to make a visit.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll probably pop in for a drink or two, or maybe a ski or two. Who knows?
Yeah, they ski on a lake that is something like 10 times saltier than the ocean. They're at Firebird.
Yeah, that's a Firebird Lake, but they also, depending on how well they get along with the good folks down there, there's that lake called Crystal Point, which is right next to Gilbert in Arizona, which isn't too far away. So
yeah, which is a great transition actually, Tony, because our next competitor to take the water out of the United States of America, of course, has a house at Crystal and does a lot of the training there, particularly through the colder months. Will, of course, be young Jake Abelson, who I am very much looking forward to taking the water. It's not really been his weekend on the trick ski. He's been subpar by his admittedly insanely high standards. But Jake Abelson, an interesting position here. He's early on in the running order. He's going to try and set a score for the boys to chase.
All right, then chase it he will. I mean, you've got Jake Abelson, you've got Matias Gonzalez. I mean, they're so young, you know. I mean, it's tricking used to be a game for if you're in the older teens, into the early 20s or that kind of thing. But then you're looking at Jake Abelson and Matias Gonzalez, they're just like young phenoms, aren't they?
Yeah, I was actually walking down, I ran into Sergio Font after the trick elimination round. I asked him if he could teach me to trick like Pato, and he turned to me and said, nope, you're too old.
Yep, flat out, no argument.
Okay, Jake Abelson opening up rope on toe. Has fallen short of his best, in all previous sets throughout this tournament. He was very unlucky to miss out on a medal in the under-17s. But if he gets it together, he is capable of tricking in excess of 11,000 points. Starts with the toe wake back-to-back. And looking to see if he can find the time to cram in some big tricks in this run. A little bit shaky through that toe wrapping sequence. He's moving around a lot there. Needs to regain his composure. Over the line, though. These are big, high-scoring tricks from Jake. Toe line, oh, he falls, and the gold medal chance, I'd say, is gone. Jake Abelson, he's a young man. He'll come away from this tournament with a lot of experience, and we'll see him back in years to come. But disappointment for him, and with that fall, you'd have to say, he's probably out, not necessarily out of medal contention, but certainly out of contention to win this event.
Yes, indeed. And you mean this toe wake line O that you're going to see him perform towards the end is a trick that is just difficult enough on its own to describe. Toe wake 360 with a step in the middle. But as you see here, it is a total axis trick. If you move too far forwards or too far back in either direction, and I think it was actually a toe wake line 5 back, but whoa. But I mean, just take a look at that. He lost his axis coming into that trick, and then by the time he pulled to try and initiate it, it was going all over the show.
Yeah, that's not a trick that Jake Abelson typically falls on. You can see him sort of looking up in disbelief after that early exit in this trick final. Disappointment for Jake, but he is such a good hand tricker. Even though it's his chances of winning this event are pretty much gone, I'm still looking forward to watching this next pass.
All right, so the tricks that he has on his second pass, I think it's chock-loaded with flips, isn't it? I'm sure he's got a couple of mobs thrown in for good measure.
Yeah, a bit of a gymnastics background, Jake Abelson. He's very good at the flips. Spends a lot of time out on the water, of course, honing his craft. You see his old man Richard there in the boat. Helps having, two parents who are both, very accomplished skiers in their own right. And I know over the past year or so, they've been spending a lot of time skiing with Jimmy Seamers, former world overall champion and record holder. And he's coming along as a 3-event skier as well as Jake. I got to see him ski at the US Nationals a couple of weeks ago, and he's only doing single cuts in the jump, but geez, he has a look and has great technique. So I think as he gets older, bigger and stronger, Jake Abelson could be a name to watch in the overall ranks as well.
All right, let's see. He'll set his boat speed up. It's a little slower than what we've typically seen out of our male trickers in this final, because he is a heck of a lot lighter. Let's have a look and see what he's got. Mo back. There's the front flip. Here's another front flip. That's 4 flips so far. That's number 5. Here comes number 6, the half jack. There he goes in for the ski line 5 front to the back. Ski line back to back. Beautifully executed. Let's see what he's got. Wake 5 front.
What a run.
Nice.
Put your
There
hands
we
together. That
go.
is world class from Jake Abelson. It's a shame he fell in toes because that was an absolutely phenomenal hand run. I mean, it's so fast, particularly through this the front flip sequence. He didn't miss a beat. He would land each trick and transition immediately into the next one. And he did so many tricks at the end of the run there, but I have a feeling quite a few of them were in time. Watch now this front flip. He lands it, tight line. He's already cutting into the next one. Same here after the reverse. Doesn't miss a beat here. He does get a little bit of a delay as he comes in for the half jack. Still, though, superb tricking from Jake. It's a shame about that early exit and toes because this could have been a big score from the young man.
Oh, absolutely. And just look at him with the 5 backs again. Some relatively straightforward tricks, but just keeping the handle nice and close and just beautifully rotated there with the ski line right at the very end of 20 seconds. And I'm sure that will pile on the points. Not as much as his first pass, mind you. He fell about maybe about somewhere between 2/3 and 3/4 a run. But I mean, this is experience for him, and he will use it to aid in his future glory out there on the trick event.
Yeah, superb hand pass from Jake Abelson. And judging by the yelling and screaming and cheering and shouting I'm hearing from the Lake Banks, Tony, we must have the young Chilean, Maddie Gonzalez, coming into course. More scores coming through. Federico Jaramillo, 7,500. Again, short of what he was capable of out there. That fall early in the tow pass, similar to Jake Abelson, sort of ruling him out of medal contention.
All right, let's see what Matty Gonzalez can produce. He produced a performance that was good enough for the U17 boys tricking final, and also gotten on the podium as well. Let's see what Matty can produce here.
Yeah, it comes in rope on tow, the silhouette on screen. Matty Gonzalez, the young man out of Chile, looking to pick up a repeat performance here, get himself in the medals. He didn't have the best of scores qualifying, but this is a great tow run for him here. He's got one or two more tricks to finish. The tow line back-to-back is good, and what a run. The fist goes up, and he is set here for a 10,000 point plus score.
Oh yes, and looking at some of the messages coming through, all of them encouraging Mateus Gonzalez to come through with an exceptional score out there on the water. Some great skiing. I mean, just look at these tricks. Very, very close to the wake. Very, very fast, including the tow wake back-to-back and its reverse. And just staying ahead of the line. Now, the wind is still there. It will still tighten up the line. And that's another school of thought as well, because while a lot of skiers prefer to do the tow pass with the tailwind because that makes the line lighter, at the same time, if you're doing tricks at this high rate, you want that line to come onto you and come on strong to you and tighten up very quickly for tricks like a tow wake O and the tow wake lines to recover from.
Yeah, that's right, Tony. You know, pretty nice out still. You know, you wouldn't know there is a hurricane looming in to the southeastern seaboard of the United States. And hoping the weather holds. I'm looking forward to a bit of beach action this afternoon. I don't know, you've been here pretty much from sunrise to sundown. I'm not sure you've had a chance to go to the beach yet, Tony. You do a bit of body surfing out there?
Not my scene, unfortunately, and I mean, after I get done with a day, I just want to plop myself quietly on a sofa and just think about what I have to do for the next day.
Okay, a score coming through for Jake Abelson. We'll share that with you. And just here is Matty Gonzalez after a stand-up tow pass. If he can back this up with a big hand run, he could get himself in medal contention, capable of tricking in excess of 10,000. Jake Abelson, you see the score there flash up on screen, will not be picking up a medal here at these U-21 Worlds. That fall and tow trick's just too costly in the end. Here we go. Matty Gonzalez opens up with the Mobius. The young man, it's like he's floating on top of the water out there. He's so poppy off the wake on these flips. A little bit of a delay there between tricks and landing quite hard. And he goes down, cutting in the back position. Disappointing for Matty Gonzalez. Not able to repeat his heroics from the under-17s. Again, a good score, but will not be enough to get him on the podium. And the door really has been left over for our final 5 competitors.
Yes, and just look at him go through these moves. Just uncanny ability to go from one side to the next and just really reduce the amount of transition time between each trick. And I mean, you've only got 20 seconds to produce these. I mean, there's no use standing on ceremony. And right here, you're just looking towards the front flip, which he just absolutely nails. Just little hitch there with his chest, and then he tries to edge on out for like a 5 front or maybe a 7 back or something like that. But Mateus Gonzalez won't be tricking anything more than about 88.90. But we just had a later score come through. Jake Abelson with 44.40. Now, you're saying to yourself...
Okay, 8,440, yeah, Tony.
Fun?
8,440.
8,440. And we've had another score with 8,440 as well, and that's from that Ukrainian guy, Damir Flaratov.
Yeah, that looks more like it. We've just had Jake's score revised up, but these are unofficial scores. We're trying to get them to you as fast as possible, but you know the danger with that is that we will report some things that later are changed. Of course, our judging team are working feverishly over here in Corey Picos's garage to get you these scores, and they're trying to punch them and get them into you almost real time, but every now and then there has to be a slight revision. So Jake Abelson in the lead, 9,320. Still, though, it will not be enough with the caliber of skiers still to come. We're into our final 5, Tony. All 5 of the skiers left to come tricked in excess of 10,500 points to get this far down the list.
Starting off with Mexico's Pablo Font coming into the course, and he'll start up with toe tricks for his first of 2 20-second runs. Let's see what he's got behind that correct craft and Nautique tow boat. He's setting up the boat speed. I think the boat speed is going to be somewhere maybe about 18.6, 18.7 mile an hour, may even be closer to 19 mile an hour.
Yeah, probably not that fast, but Pablo Font, his uncle Sergio in the boat releasing for him. We saw his cousin Jake just moments ago, and other cousin Pato still to come, so a very family affair for Pablo today. And this is lightning quick, this toe pass. He is whipping that ski around, slips a little toe slide in there while he's cutting into the wake. Such is the efficiency that this young man brings to the trick event. A huge toe line 5, and he goes down. His head was in the water. I thought he may have recovered, but the hit was too much for him. So disappointment for Pablo Font. Certainly doesn't rule him out of the medal conversation, but it's going to be very difficult for him to trick enough to win now.
And really just looking at his tricks towards the end, I mean, whenever someone throws a toe wake line 5 back, they're within, I would say, about 3-4 seconds away from the end of that run so far as the time is concerned. There aren't that many skiers out there that risk putting in the toe wake line 5 back or even the reverse, except for someone along the lines of Alexei Zernasek, you know, slap bang in the middle of the run. That normally comes towards the end, being one of the more difficult and more higher risk tricks there. So he's got that going for him, and we're just looking at the tricks that came by him at the end. Toe wake line back to back, beautifully executed. Now a standing toe wake line 5 back. Just getting it a little bit of a bubble there, and falling on the recovery there, Curtis.
Yep, scores continue to trickle in. Matty Gonzalez, 8,680 points, puts him in second right now. Again, we think in excess of 10,000 points to make the podium here in this men's trick final.
Right, and a quick change of ski, quick change of line. The skiers have a whole slew of options that they can use to customize their pull behind that boat. They can lengthen the line out. They can change the ski, change the boot, you know, and do all kinds of stuff. Shift the weight a little bit from side to side, and we're going to see what he does now. So far as selecting the perfect line length, what that does is obviously the shorter the line, it brings you closer in towards the back of the boat and naturally brings the wakes in closer to you, which is great if you want fast transition times between tricks. However, it does narrow the table on there, so if you're doing some quick spins, and it really narrows the area in which to do that. Conversely, if you bring the rope out a little bit more, widens out the tricking table, makes life easy, takes a little bit longer to get to the wakes, mind you, But you can compensate for that a little bit by actually raising the boat speed. So a lot of things that you can do to set up the perfect tricking wake for yourself.
That's right. Pablo Font, 20 seconds away from ending his campaign at these Junior World Championships. It was a solid toe pass, but he did fall towards the end. It's looking good, though. He's just motoring through these flips. I mean, this is fast, it's low, it's hard. They're line drives almost, and he goes over the line here a couple times to finish. It's a good hand pass from Pablo Font. It could be a score up close to 10,000 points. Unfortunately, with that fall and toes, he's going to lose quite a bit, but solid tricking from the young Mexican.
All right, solid effort here from Pablo Font, including that mode back-to-back, getting good elevation and using that KD trick ski that was designed by his sibling.
Yeah, I don't know how much input Pato has in the trick ski, but they do have a great stable of pro trickers and trickers of all ability level on those KD trick skis. I personally think they have some of the best graphics, which I think a lot of the intermediate skiers appreciate. But certainly a lot of high-end input. I know Wayne Bryant down there in Australia. Hopefully he's tuning in to this. He's a bit of a trick skiing tragic like myself. I think he does most of the design on these skis.
And actually, the breaking news that I had from the Nationals is that Russell Gay at Masterline and with Quantum has actually acquired the distribution rights for the KD trick skis for the United States and I believe North America as well. So maybe more and more of those trick skis will become available to us schlubs out here.
Yeah, it's great to hear. I think it's such a small sport. We don't have a lot of manufacturers of trick skis, so it's great to see everyone working together and really just trying to produce the best products. I know, D3 has been sort of, I think, the industry leader for many years now and sort of the default, I think, for any skier, really. If in doubt, I think you should probably be on a D3 in all three events. Because they're just so consistent. They continue to produce beautiful products. But it is great to see a little bit of competition out there and a little bit of innovation across all three events.
All right, then, here we go. Coming in on pass number 1, Alexander Samilyov, the presumptive world U-21 men's overall champion.
And what an impressive young man he is. He jumps so well, and of course he's been strong across slalom and trick indeed as well. It's a good opening hand pass from him, the Ukrainian. He needs to get every last drop out of the tank here if he wants to bring home the gold in the tricks to match his overall and add to his shelf. It's a good finish here. Big ski lines at the end. Oh, well, he was about 4 feet in the air on that last ski line 5 back, Tony.
Yeah, and tricking like a man who's just aching to get another medal, beyond the realms of the overall competition. And if he can produce somewhere along maybe about 11,000 points, maybe scraping a performance around about that area, he could put himself potentially on the podium.
That's right. I think he would have been disappointed with his jumping this afternoon. He had the longest jump of the tournament at 212 or about 65 meters, which is why he's sitting pretty in that overall competition, but really failed to file today in the jump event, and I don't think he even ended up on the podium in the end. But he will, we think, pick up the gold in the overall, and certainly has the goods to do so in the tricking event as well. I mean, he has the highest scoring tow run out of anyone in this field. And an upstanding young man as well. I mean, I think we know a lot of the Eastern European competitors will typically, when they get to sort of that 18, 19 years of age, come over to the United States for their studies, university, to keep their skiing going. But Alexander Samilov is quite a smart young man. He's actually opted to attend the most prestigious university there back in the Ukraine. He stayed back there to kind of put school before water skiing, and it's great to see him make that choice, but still be here and competing on the world stage and being very competitive as well.
Yes, indeed. And he mentioned that he's got an extremely high toe pass.
Yeah, score coming through of just over 10,000 points for Pablo Font, your new leader. And that is the mark to beat right now to get yourself onto the podium. So his toe pass in the first round He had one trick out of time. Had that have been in time, it would have been over 5,000 points. There are very few people in the world that have ever done a toe pass over 5,000.
He tricked exactly 4,700 points with the toe pass, and now taken away from 10,770. That meant that his handle pass was 6,070 points, leaving 4.
That's right. This is a big toe pass here. He whips that ski around. It's lightning quick.
Look at this.
Now, this trick you see from very few people in the world. He has a toe line O, and then he goes over the line and does the reverse. There's not many people in the world that do that. Toe line 5 back is good. He'll have a couple toe line back-to-backs to finish. That's the trick that was out of time in the first round. This pass, though, looked quicker. Could it be in time?
I think it would. I think it's going to be well within time, maybe about half a second from time's expiration. But I tell you what, look at these tricks. I mean, he spins there into the toe 5 back and then toe wake back-to-backs. You know, there are a number of skiers that have decided to heck with the toe 7 front. I'm going to go with tempo first and go straight into the meat of my tricks, and that's exactly what Alexander is doing here.
Look, this is beautiful. Toe line O, straight back at it, reverse toe line O. Now, there are probably only 4 or 5 people in the world that can do that sequence of tricks.
Absolutely, including the toe wake line 5 back, and not too many people can safely get through the pass with the toe wake line 5 back alone. But I tell you what, some great skiing there from Alexander Samilov of Ukraine.
Yeah, we think probably your new leader in this event. I think that's going to be similar to his first round performance, perhaps even a little bit higher. Depends really on where the time lands. You know, the tricks were all done, I think, to full credit. It's just a matter of timing. Well, you can hear the crowd. It must be time for another Chilean, our last Chilean of this tournament. And what a sensation this young man has been all week, Tony.
Yes, indeed, and part of the Chilean team that are currently lying in 5th place in the overall team classification in the U-21 pushed the United States hard in the U-17s that concluded about a day or so ago. And our skier on the water, who is the U-17 world overall champion and the tricking champion in that same category from Chile, this is Martin Labra.
Yeah, you know, these last 3 skiers all capable of tricking in excess of 11,000 points. Martin Labra, of course, has the Chilean and I think by extension or the Chilean national record. It's just a shade over 11,000. Needs everything of that today if he wants to win this event. Cuts in now for the half jack. A nice smooth transition here as he goes into the back landings. All high-scoring flips. Just the back to front to finish. You'll have a couple over-the-rope tricks here, you'd have to think. Quick ski line back-to-back. Some 540s at the end. He drops the handle last wake 5 front. Still, though, I think he's done enough to put himself right in medal contention.
Absolutely, no worries there for Martin Labra, falling in maybe about half a second or a second from the end of that run. But I mean, the majority of the tricks that he had planned, he produced from side to side. There was the mode back to back and the mode back to back reverse. Currently in 4th place overall, is well out of the reckoning for improving his performance to get any higher in the overall competition. But he wants to end off in a flurry and put himself in a position where he could get on the podium for a medal. And in order to do that, he's going to go clean as you like with the toe tricks coming up next.
Yeah, I mean, you saw a disappointment from him. I mean, he knows with, Felipe Franco, Pato Font on the dock, he needed to throw out a score over 11,000. Although he's probably only lost one trick here right at the end of his pass, you know, the margins here are so small that he will not trick, we don't think, over 11,000 points now, which just leaves the door slightly ajar for Pato and Felipe still to come.
All right, then. So with one or two more skiers to come, and neither of those two competitors are featuring in the overall competition, I think it's fair to say that at this point, after seeing Alexander Samilov with his tricking performance and what we're seeing.
Yeah, score coming through for Alex Samilov. A little bit down from what we were picking, I'd say. There was that bobble midway through the toe pass. That would have cost him a little bit, so not able to back up his big score from the prelim. Still 10,290. He is your new leader. And, could potentially pick up a medal here on this event, which is 3 scores still to come.
All right then. So, as I was saying, Martin Labra probably well behind in the overall. I think it's safe to call Alexander Samilyov's presumptive overall victory ahead of Eduardo Morenzi and also Tobias Georges in the top 3.
Yeah, I'd say so. Martin Labra comes in for his final act. Chile's last act of these World Championships. They have been, I think, everyone's favourite team on site. The spirit, the camaraderie of it all. And looking to cap it up with a big trick score here. This is a great opening sequence from Martin Labra. He's wasting no time at all into the toe steps here. Over the line, toe line back. He's got a big toe line back-to-back here. The reverse is good. He'll pop to the front, a couple of slides. Toe line 5 back, right on the hooter. And that is a big run. Oh, with the toe line front there at the end.
Oh, yeah, absolutely on fire. And he's had a good week here, I tell you. I mean, he's won World Championships. He's helped Chile elevate themselves to being one of the true powerhouses now of under-17 team skiing. And, you know, he's got a bright future ahead of him, and I'm sure that he'll feature heavily in the senior team as well, as they now ready themselves for the World Championships coming to Lake County not too long away from now.
Yeah, it sneaks up fast on you, doesn't it, the end of the year? This is a great toe pass here from Martin Labra. I mean, look at the control, the speed. I think he's probably going to lose a trick or two at the end of this run. I don't know about that last trick. The toe line 5 hopefully is in time. He does do that little flick toe slide right before it, doesn't he? He's trying to eke out points from every last second and then one last trick to finish at the end. It's a great toe run, though. Sensational tricking from the young Chilean. And I think he's probably done enough to get himself right into medal contention. He has to exceed Alexander Samilyov's 10,200 if he wants to guarantee himself of a medal in this trick final.
All right, right you are. 10,290, that's a score that's just come through for Alexander Samilov. Not quite as big as his score as 10,770 points yesterday, but still a commendable total nonetheless. We've just seen Martin Labra trick. 2 more competitors to go. And here's a skier from Peru that's about to water that had a real lucky break yesterday so far as his tricking performance is concerned. We were halfway into his run, and then the conditions really turned pear-shaped, and the officials...
lucky... Sure, maybe. I think he was a little hard done by as well. I mean, that's a tough situation to be in. I mean, he kind of had to sit on the start dock in some pretty cold rain for, an hour and a half, really. Look, he warms up there with the toe line back. Look at the confidence and ability of this young man. That coming into course, he does a toe step back. I mean, it gives you some idea of what we have in store. Felipe Franco, the Peruvian, I think South America's greatest ever tricker, at least in terms of top scores, coming into course here to open up his campaign. This is a great start here from Felipe Franco. He starts with a toe wake back-to-backs. He wants time here at the end of the run to get a lot of toe steps in. Comes to the front now. The big toe line 5 back is good. Toe line back-to-back. He's shaky. He's lost some time, but he's got the to reverse. He'll come front, toe line front. And, well, wow. Things got a little bit off script there towards the end, but he really gave viewers a bit of a display of the power he has in that toe leg. I mean, absolutely stomping out some huge toe line tricks.
And I think he might have actually gone 1 or 2 tricks more than he did in the initial opening round with toe tricks. But it's great to see him hold his position and hold his axis all the way through, including going in straight into that toe wake O. Then doing the toe wake line O to continue on with the run, toe wake line back, and then standing toe wake line 5 back, boom, straight in there. And just look at him bring that ski over the line with a huge amount of force. And there is the toe wake line.
Unfortunately,
back to back.
You'd have to feel that bobble has cost him this last toe line front in time. Yeah. I mean, he took a long time to transition between toe line back-to-backs there. But still a good pass. Unfortunately, with Pato Font, world champion on the dock, it really takes nothing short of perfection from these other guys to really put the heat on him.
Yes, and within about the next within about the next 1 to 2 years, the skiers in Latin America will be getting ready for the Pan American Games, which are going to take place in Santiago de Chile. Now, whenever you factor in skiers such as Mateus Gonzalez and Pablo Font and Martin Labra and Felipe Franco and Patricio Font and all of those, I mean, the Pan American Games is held in really, really high regard in Latin America, and this could be one of the most watched event in the Pan American Games if they...
Absolutely, and how strong is Latin America in men's tricks right now? I mean, they swept the podium in under-17s. They're looking, likely they could do the same thing again here. And a big part of that effort is Peru's Felipe Franco, 20 seconds away from a medal here at the Under-21 Worlds, potentially a gold if everything goes to plan for him. Great opening toe pass with a couple of little bobbles. Needs everything out of this hand pass, though, Tony.
Yes, absolutely. Starting off with the mode back-to-back, and it's reverse. Look at this. There's the front flip. The reverse. He's got 4 more flips he can do. 2 more flips he can do. I beg your pardon. Here's the final one. There's the half jet. Ski line 5 front. Ski line 5 back. Ski line back-to-back. Oh, yeah, look at that!
Wow. Absolute scenes out here on the water. I love it. I live for this. The fist throw at the end of 2 stand-up trick passes. And the raw emotion from Peru's Felipe Franco. He's done everything he can do out there on the water. He's going to have a score, I think, well over 10,000 points. It could be close to 11,000 points. Depends on, where things land in time. But he's put the heat on Pato Font still to come. This was a great opening hand pass from him. He did lose a little bit of time. I think he's going to struggle here on the last few tricks. They weren't all the cleanest landings. Here he goes over the line. Beautiful, full credit, big height ski line tricks. The ski line 540s were good. He lands that last 5, goes over the ski line back-to-back, and here we go. Here comes the big fist throw from Felipe Franco. He has picked him up a medal, we think, here at the Under-21 World Championships.
All right, and as we work our way towards the end of the list, we've got Patricio Font about to take to the water. We've already essentially called who's won the overall competition in the women's and the men's. And now what about the team?
Look, I think Team USA has walked away with this one once again. I think they probably had a pretty good lead on Canada, and that was extended by some great tricking by Brooke Baldwin. So I think we can probably call that one as well, Tony.
Yes, indeed. Ahead of Canada, and Italy are finishing a commendable third place, considering the amount of skiers that they had at their disposal.
Big score coming through. Martin Labra, your new leader, 10,920. That guarantees him of a bronze medal at least. And you can see why he was ruining that fall on that last Wake 540. That would have pushed him up over 11,000 points. Here we go. We are 40 seconds away from crowning your next world trick champion. Will it be Chile's Martin Labra? Will it be Peru's Felipe Franco? Will it be this man on the water, Patricio Font? He has taken the world of trick skiing by storm over the past few years, opening up rope on toe.
Look at this. The surface back-to-back toe, 5 front toe. Oh, look at this. Not going for the tried and true toe and toe out, but favouring going straight into the more advanced tricks that he has in his repertoire. Look at him. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, big run. He took some of those lower scoring tricks out, so we get the big toe lines there at the end, and he knows he's done enough on pass number 1 that he is sitting pretty to take out this title. Pato Font has been just on another planet to the rest of world trick skiing over the past few years. He's so fast, he's so clean. He's gotten this down to a science, trick skiing. It was really interesting talking to him in the booth the other day. Of course, I think he let slip that he has a world record run he's been working on. So we could perhaps see that world record, which has stood with Alexei Janashek for about 12 years now, taken down by Pato Font. And he is looking to pick up another world title here today in the trick event. This was such a good opening toe pass. I mean, he transitions from trick to trick so quickly. He did get a little bit off balance here at the end on that toe line front, but he flicks to the back and has a couple of little throwaway tricks at the end, and the big fist throw from Pato Font.
Oh, absolutely amazing. No two ways about it. And Pato Font just going from trick to trick, just not stopping one iota. And as you rightly said, he actually took out some of the tricks that he'd used in the past to actually score his high point runs, such as the Toho in and Toho out. And there is going to be a video review for Martin Labra's score, so 10.920 is...
Pato Font, you know, he just has a bigger run than the rest of these guys. If he stands up this pass, it should be a gold medal. He's quicker too. You know, he's able to get, you know, an extra trick in time to pretty much any other skier in the world on this hand pass, and that really has been the key to his success and his consistency. You know, he doesn't have to do the big tricks to win. He just has to be fast. Can he pick up another gold medal to add to his ever-growing collections? Mexico's greatest ever trick skier now, Pato Font, on the water. Comes in now, opening up with the Mobes. Off to a good start here is Pato Font. He turns to the back here for the half jack. A good transition. He's straight in here to the back landings. This is quick. This is lightning speed from Pato Font. He's just about done it here. He's over the line. Geez, he's bobbled on ski line 5 back. That's cost him valuable seconds. He's going to finish the run, but it's too close to call, I think, as we wind down the clock here at the Under-21 Worlds. I don't know, Tony. It's going to come right down to the wire. My gut says Pato has done enough, but we can't call it. It's anyone's game. We've already got a score of 10.920. Felipe Franco, we think, is tricked right around there. Who is going to take home this gold medal? An uncharacteristic loss of form from Mexico's Pato Font.
And let's give you a point of reference here, because he tricked 11,430 points yesterday with a few more tricks on the end of this pass. So if that gives you an idea of where his points stopped being counted from, ooh, it's going to be tight.
Yeah, let's watch the end of this pass again, Tony. I'm very interested to see whether the ski line 5 back he's almost fallen on is full credit. You know, this one is good. I think it is. He's just kind of landed away from the boat, so he still gets the points for that trick. What's happened here is this last trick here at the end of time, the ski line O he does, probably now out of time, where it typically would have been in time, or at least the ski line back-to-back has been pushed out.
Wow, it is nip and tuck, I would say.
Well, you know, that concludes the skiing action here at these World Championships. It's been a fantastic week of water skiing, particularly the trick event, I think, has lifted to new levels in the junior ranks. I think we're going to stay on here for a few more minutes so we can give you the results. But thank you all for tuning in. It's been a pleasure to bring you all this water ski action, and what a finish to this event. Too close to call in the men's tricks. It'll come down to the judges' pen and the judges' knife, where they dissect these last few tricks from Patricio Font.
Scores are up.
Okay, so we got on a score for Franco Belmont. We've got 10,270 points, which leaves us with just one more score to come. Now, so far as the trick results are concerned, of the point scores that we've had so far, we got the likes of Alexander Samilov with 10,290, Pablo Font with 10,070, and we just had that score coming from Felipe Franco Belmont with 10,270. I mean, barely 20 points separate Felipe Franco and Alexander Samilov.
Right, so it's that bobble, isn't it, Tony? Yeah, and that toe pass, he lost some valuable time in between those toe line back-to-backs, and that has probably cost him a world trick title. I mean, the margins are so thin here in this men's trick event. It takes basically perfection. My gut feeling still says that Pato Font has done enough. He's lost some points. It's still going to be right up around 11,000 points, I think, from him. We're going to get a revised score potentially for Martin Labra. He's under video review, but we think he's your leader right now with 10,920. Still, though, has Pato Font done enough?
Well, Well, the full story is yet to be written with the men's tricks and indeed the U-21 World Championships. We've still got 2 more scores to come. We're going to stay with our continuing coverage of this event. But what's the main story for you out of all of this week?
I think it's Team Chile and their almost historic victory in the teams. Martin Labra, Augustina Varas have been absolutely fantastic. I mean, Augustina with that back-to-back victory in under 17, under 21 and setting a new Chilean record. And it just gives me such hope for the future, the strength of teams that not only Chile, but a lot of the Latin American countries have produced for this Worlds. It's obviously a big growth area right now in the sport, and I can't wait to see what the likes of Chile, Argentina, Colombia, and Mexico can achieve over the next, 3, 4, 5 years.
All right, for my money, I would say the story of these championships is definitely the consistency of Kennedy Hansen. I mean, she defended her world overall title in the juniors successfully this time around, and she got the trick title as well. So, I mean, congratulations to her. And she also performed admirably in the U-21 section of the competition, where she helped the United States of America dominate once again in the U-21 competition.
Yes, I think Kennedy Hansen's trick run will be the stuff of Chilean nightmares for many years to come. You'll hear, Pepe Miranda rolling around at night yelling out her name.
Yes, indeed, and some great stories here. And did I hear that a new women's overall record has been?
Yeah, I'd love to get confirmation on that. That's what we think, Tony. Math never be my strong suit. You're a substitute teacher, but I don't think you're a math teacher, so we're certainly not qualified to give you too much information on the overall event. But I think Brooke Baldwin has set a pending world overall record in the under-21 division. Sensational skiing from her across all 3 events.
Fantastic skiing. Now, so our producer, Vincent Stadelbauer, is there in the control room. We're going to take a quick look at him alongside Alicia Bagnoli and the working with a crack team of broadcasting professionals. We've got the likes of Jonathan Waldron. We've got Ricky Ward. We've got also as well Connor Pauly and Kelvin Kelm. I mean, I'm mentioning his names at the risk of actually missing out 1 or 2 people, but I tell you what, they've come through in the clutch every single day, every single time. TWBC rolls along.
Yeah, big calendar events for you guys. The work's not done. I think you're maybe only about halfway through your calendar this season, Tony. There's going to be a lot more broadcasts to come. It's a jam-packed Waterski season. We're trying to get you these trick results as fast as they come out, but maybe while we're waiting, you can give us a little bit of a preview of the events to come up in the calendar.
All right, then. So far as our events coming up, it's going to be the first weekend in October. We got the Malibu Open, and then we move from there to the Open World Championships, then the Mastercraft Pro, and then right after that in November we got the Greater Miami Slalom tournament, and there may actually be some other events interspersed in amongst all of that. And from what I understand, once we get the final scores, the tricks, and once everything is tabulated, we're going to go into our presentations, which will take place around the pavilion area, and we will try and stay with that if entirely possible.
Yeah. One last thing I'd like to make mention of while we're on the air and while I've got my soapbox, Tony, is I just want to say a thank you, a bit of an appreciation to the international skiers that made their way to this event. It's a really tough time to travel with COVID for people from a lot of countries. There's been some really big sacrifices made by a lot of our athletes to get here. A lot of people, they leave tomorrow or a Monday, and when they get home, it's not as simple as just walking in the door and seeing the family or going back to school or work. It's 2 weeks in quarantine for a lot of people around the world. So, these events are the World Championships. I know there are a lot of skiers that are based out of this area, but they would not be the same without the international skiers that have made those sacrifices. So we appreciate everything. We know it's been hard for a lot of you, but it was great to see so many international competitors at such a high level at these World Championships.
I certainly agree with you there, and So just hearing some communication through my ear right now that we're trying to get the scores out as quickly and as efficiently as possible. You know, the world titles are on the line here, so we have to make sure that everything is done by the book, by the letter, Curtis. And
well, we don't need a Dewey beats Truman situation on the TWC, do we, Tony?
I like that historical reference. Thank you very much.
Come. Brody, come. Brody. Brody.
So, wow. We've still got a healthy crowd of people here along the shore side. We'll be bringing you, I believe, the award ceremonies. I mean, we've virtually crowned 5 world champions so far, and then we're about to give the awards for overall in women's and men's and the team. But there's just that one event that's missing. It's the men's tricks, and it's the one that tends to take the longest to decide.
Yeah, photo finish, or at least the water skiing equivalent. We've had to sort of make sure we have this absolutely right. So the judges are working. I think there was a review on Martin Labra. It's obviously quite close between Martin and Pat O'Font, so we want to get you those scores as soon as possible. My heart's racing, Tony. I cannot wait. I think it's going to be close. I still, my gut says that Pat O'Font has done just enough.
Yeah, I'm of that persuasion as well. I mean, we've seen some great scores of over 10,000 points. We've seen Pablo Font with 10,070. Alexander Somilov with 10,290 points. That score that's held under review right now with 10,920, just a skosh under 11,000 by Martin Labra. Then Felipe Franco with 10,270. One score missing. That is from Patricio Font. We're just waiting on that right now. We're trying to vamp from here.
Yeah, that's right. But it has been, 7 non-stop days of fantastic water ski action. The junior championships are a great window into the future of the sport. And this week's going to go by. It's looking very bright. Participation is up. Talking to some people on site, I think sales of, towed water sports type equipment, whether those are skis or boats or ropes or vests, are up over the last few years. So things are looking bright, I think, in the sport right now. So great to see. I think one of the silver linings of COVID is it's put a re-emphasis on, activities you can do close to home, sort of with the family, and water skiing has been a big beneficiary of that. I know boat sales in particular have been through the roof. If you look at the resale market right now on used boats, they're at historic highs. There's actually some wakeboard boats that are 2 or 3 years old that are selling now second-hand for more than they retailed for 3 years ago.
Wow. That's definitely something to consider as well. Now, as we continue to fill up a little bit of time between now and the release of those trick points, let me give you our list of officials. Your chief judge in this 2021 IWWF U-21 World Championships is Nikki Lee. ACJ, Bob Harris, homologator or technical controller Jerry Jackson. Scorers Maurizio Concha and Virginia Assorti. Our judging panel consisting of Martin Freuland, then Elena Cunart, Felipe Luau Villarreal, Natalie Perez Bernal, Marianne Persons, Emil Ritter, Robert Ritter, Jeff Smith, Guy O'Ferran. Our drivers consisted of Mario Pagozzi, Emmanuel Domini, and Scott Greenwood alongside Mike Ross. And our scorer is Diego Restrepo.
Yeah, thank you. These events aren't possible without all you officials. I'm hearing a lot of cheering from down at the start dock. I don't know if we're quite ready to call it yet, but I've got at least an inkling of who's won according to the scoring, Tony. What's the word from the control room here? Can we name a winner? course, we hope that everyone stays safe in the incoming Hurricane Ida. You can tell I'm sort of running out of things to talk about here, Tony. But
yeah, so am I.
Yeah, you're heading back to Louisiana. You're a Louisiana local, and I think that's where it's heading. What's the plan, mate? Are you batten down the hatches?
Yeah, pretty much, because the hurricane is actually heading towards the Louisiana coast at breakneck speed. So a lot of people haven't prepared well. And ladies and gentlemen, we have the call. Your 2021 world champion in men's competition, Patricio Font, with 11,430 points.
That's huge, because that means that run, had he have not bobbled, would have been worth in excess of 12,000. He was going for a huge run. Martin Labra will pick up the silver, and Alexander Samolov the bronze in the men's trick event. What a final, an all-time classic for the ages. And joining us now, we have the man of the hour himself, Patricio Font. Pato, bit of a nervous wait for these scores. Usually you like to win a little more comfortably.
Yeah, I was kind of nervous. On toes. Toe in front was a little sketchy, but my dad didn't let go, so that was good. And then I don't know what happened in hands. I felt good, and then I almost fell on ski on 5 back, but I'm happy I won, so that's what counts.
Okay, we're re-racking this pass, and we're having a look at the toe tricks initially, and just looking pretty strong out there with the toe 7 front, and then working your way into the toe back-to-back. Go with the remainder of the pass.
There was headwind, so I knew the line was going to be tight most of the way. I felt pretty good. Toe 5 front was pretty good. My toe lines, I felt pretty good. And then here's toe line back-to-back. I moved a little bit here. The line wasn't that tight. And then reverse was pretty good. Toe front was pretty fast. And toe line 5 was way better than 2 days ago. And toe line front, I just missed the line a little bit and landed heavy.
Brilliant releasing there, of course, your old man on the boat, Sergio Font. I've found that it's almost more nerve-wracking being the release person than the skier in some situations, but I mean, how big a part of all your training is your old man?
I mean, he's been my coach since like day one. This is my hand pass. I felt pretty good. I went a little bit too fast and too hard right there. I don't know. I think I felt good until front flip, and then here I have no idea what happened, but I didn't let go, so that was pretty good. Ski on back, I haven't done in like 5 years, and then I did ski on 5 and fell on wake 5 back, so I was kind of mad, and I didn't know any of the scores, so I was confused on if I won or if I didn't win. So,
wow, it must have been very stressful towards the end there, just sinking into the water and like thinking, have I done enough? You know, and I mean, it's very rare that you've had that sinking feeling, but I mean, you're the world champion. You're a world champion here in the under-21s. Must be a great feeling. I'm sure that a good few of your supporters will be cheering you on. Don't you agree?
Yeah. I'm. Griten.
All right then. Let's bring on Neely Ross as well, because she produced a performance here, and. You know what? Why don't you interview her during the course of this event?
Yeah.
We're going to try and re-rack your passes. You tricked over 10,880, so we'll see if we could take a look at your effort. And let's have a look up on the screen. We're going to see your opening pass, which I believe is toe tricks. Go.
Okay, so my toe pass felt pretty good. I wasn't trying to go super fast. I was trying to just go at my own rhythm, go slow. I knew I needed to stand up. This part of my run, I felt solid. I felt decently fast, I guess. I wanted to do a good toe line O, and then the rest was all just muscle memory, I guess. Just trying to be as fast as I can and get the last trick that I can get in time.
All right, then we're going to move over towards the handle pass, which is the next run that we'll see right here. But at this point, you must have felt your chances were good to take the title.
At this point, I was feeling pretty good. I had a tailwind, so I definitely got a little bit wide on my flips and lost the rope a little bit. Front flip, I didn't do the best, but I kept moving. And then the rest, I don't remember at all, honestly. Here, I was just thinking to myself, like, finish the run, be smooth, and get through it because I knew that's what I needed. I knew I was a little bit slow and I wanted to finish strong, I guess.
And finish strong you did there. So you won the world title, and great to see you. Great to see you do that. So what's going? I don't know what they're trying to say. Do you have any idea?
No idea at all.
No, no idea.
Well,
no.
Well, congratulations to the two of you. It's been a pleasure to watch as a Waterski fan. You both came home as the favourites in the end, a little more comfortably nearly than Pato. He liked to, give his family and supporters a little bit of heart problems there towards the end. But congratulations to both of you, and what a way to finish this World Championships.
Oh,
thank you, Curtis.
All right, then.
Thank
So
you,
we've got our
guys.
prize giving next, and this is continuing coverage one more time of the 2021 IWF U-21 World Waterski Championships. We'll return right after these.
In South Walton, Florida, it's almost as if your memories have always been here, just waiting for you to find them. All it takes is a little exploration. South Walton, Florida. Find your perfect beach.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
South Walton, Florida inspires everyone to explore freely in search of the next great moment. Because sometimes the deepest memories come from just below the surface. South Walton, Florida. Find your perfect beach.
Denali. No hype, just science.
In South Walton, Florida, it's almost as if your memories have always been here, just waiting for you to find them. All it takes is a little exploration. South Walton, Florida. Find your perfect beach.
Hello, Natalia Bernikava here, multiple world champion, world record holder, introducing the new Edge trick binding. 3D printed plate creates for more control and support on the water. Plus, this binding is very unique because we have two options. Option 1 with toe clamp and heel clamp dedicated specifically for hands. Option 2 with the releasable plate could be used for hands and toes, and the binding suits for all levels. For the upcoming season, it's time to get on edge.
South Walton, Florida inspires everyone to explore freely in search of the next great moment. Because sometimes the deepest memories come from just below the surface. South Walton, Florida. Find your perfect beach.
Denali. No hype, just science.
It's almost as if your memories have always been here, just waiting for you to find them. All it takes is a little exploration through places both wild and refined. There's a togetherness in this, as if you're tied to something greater, knowing there's so much left to discover. South Walton, Florida. Find your perfect beach.
Sometimes the deepest memories come from just below the surface. You can taste it, see it, hear it. The sensations come back in great rushes or gentle brushstrokes. They feel familiar, welcoming, inspiring everyone to explore freely in search of the next great moment. South Walton, Florida. Find your perfect beach.
In South Walton, Florida, it's almost as if your memories have always been here, just waiting for you to find them. All it takes is a little exploration. South Walton, Florida. Find your perfect beach.
International Waterski and Wakeboard Federation. I would like to thank again the Picos family for putting not one but two back-to-back world title events in a week, and to Waterski and Wakesport Federation for their support. A special thanks again to Nautique, our official waterski towboat, for providing the very best boats and all the technical support throughout this week. I also want to congratulate all the winners and applaud all the teams, officials, families, supporters for making the trip to Santa Rosa Beach despite all of the challenges that we faced for the pandemic worldwide. You, the athletes, have taught us very valuable lessons today. We saw courage, we saw resilience, but most of all, we saw sportsmanship, the strength of character, and I admire you. I have thoughtfully enjoyed my stay here at Santa Rosa Beach and look coming back very soon. I can't wait to see most of you and perhaps at the next IWWF Championships in just a few weeks' time here in Florida. Thank you very much and have a great night.
Now we're going to do the appreciation awards really quick. So if you want to get both of those out here. I think you're going to know these two guys. So the first one is going to go to just a representative. It would be USA Waterski and Wake Sports, but it's going to be Corey Picos, I think we're going to. And the next one for hosting both championships is our very own ski school. We hope you guys enjoyed being here in our backyard, Adam Picos.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, continuing on with our appreciation award, and these are special medals for our volunteers. Steve Hansen, where are you, Steve? And our next medals, actually I'll mention these two together because they're quite well related. Rodrigo and Felipe Miranda. He'll be around. Toti Miranda.
We would not have been able to run this event with the weather coming in without these two. So just one more round of applause, please.
Our next medal of appreciation goes to Tom Nathan.
I don't know how many hours this guy sat in the safety boat, but we really appreciate it. The last one, I'm stealing the mic from Tony for a reason, so we were like, you know, it's hard to only have 5 medals for this, and it's obviously going to need to be shared, but who here is just loving the live webcast? We're giving it to the whole webcast crew. So well deserved. Last minute with the skeleton crew. They ran 2 lakes at the same time and switched it over in the blink of an eye. So I get up at about 5:15, 5:30 every morning, and their trailer light was on every morning. So just hats off to you guys. You worked your butts off. Thank you.
Right then, so as we continue on with our awards, let's bring on the technical officials. Our chief judge for these championships, Miss Nikki Lee. Assistant Chief Judge, Bob Harris. In this country, he's a technical controller. Elsewhere, he's a homologator, Jerry Jackson. Also, I'd like to bring up Kate Adrianson. Chief Scorer, Diego Restrepo. Another of our scorers, Maurizio Concha. Our final scorer is Virginia Sorti. And working our way through our judges panel, and I will mention them collectively. Elena Kunert, Emil Ritter, Felipe Leal, Gail Theron, Jeff Smith, Marie-Anne Persons, Martin Frolon, Natalie Perez, and Robert Ritter. And ladies and gentlemen, where would a tournament like this be without our drivers? Chief driver, Mario Pagazzi. The remaining drivers, Manuel Domini. From New Zealand, Mike Ross. And last, but by no means least, from the United States of America, Scott Greenwood. And apparently I get a medal as well for some reason. I'm not too sure whether Keith is here, but he does receive a medal for being safety director. Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you once again, our jury panel in this, the 2021 IWWF U-21 World Waterski Championship. Give them a big cheer! Now, we get to the nervy bit. The award presentations, our first awards, will be given out for the women's slalom event. In third place and winner of the bronze medal from Colombia, Luisa Jaramillo. Presenting the medals, Javier Julio, the Vice President of the International Waterski and Wakeboard Federation Pan Am region. In second place and winner of the silver medal, Brooke Baldwin. And now, presenting to you, winner, gold medalist, and world under-21 women's slalom champion, it is none other than Jamie Bond! And now, let's be outstanding for the Canadian National Anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you your medalists once again. In third place, Luisa Jaramillo. In second place, Brooke Baldwin. And your champion of the world, Jamie Ball. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the awards for the men's slalom event. In third place from Colombia, Federico Jaramillo. And ladies and gentlemen, the championship of the world came down to a runoff, and in second place from Canada, Jamie Calhoun. And ladies and gentlemen, the winner of that said runoff, the champion of the world, gold medalist, and your winner, Sean Hunter. Now, please be outstanding for the Star Spangled Banner. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your award winners. In third place, Federico Jaramillo. In second place, Jamie Ball. And your champion of the world, Sean Hunter. And now our next award concerns the women's tricks. In third place, representing Canada, Paige Rini. Okay, my mistake. I obviously got the wrong set of results here, and let's see if I can make up for that mistake by telling you that in third place, representing the United States of America, is Kennedy Hansen.
Yes, tricks, yes.
All right, look, obviously I looked through the wrong set of results here, unfortunately. So in third place, actually. Yeah, now I've got to print your sheet finally. Okay, in third place is Brooke Baldwin. It therefore means that in second place is Kennedy Hansen. And ladies and gentlemen, winner, gold medalist, and champion of the world with a score of over 10,000 points, it's going to be Neely Ross. Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you once again your medalists, and I promise these are accurate. Brooke Baldwin in third, Kennedy Hansen in second, and your world champion, Neely Ross. All right then, so we go on to the under-21 men's tricks. Third place, bronze medalist from Ukraine, Alexander Somelio. Ladies and gentlemen, second place winner of the silver medalist from Chile, Martin Labra. And now presented to you, winner, gold medalist and champion of the world in men's tricks in under-21 with a score of 11,430 points. It is none other than Patricio Ford. champion of the world, Patricia Font. Now we're going to go into the jump results. In the Women's Jump Championship of the World, third place bronze medalist from Canada, Paige Renee. Ladies and gentlemen, second place silver medalist from the United States of America, Brooke Baldwin. And now presented to you, winner, gold medalist and champion of the world in under 21 women's jump with a jump distance of 49.9 meters. It is none other than Augustina Varas. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your champions, your medal winners. In women's jump, Paige Renee in third, Brooke Baldwin in second, and your champion of the world, Augustina Vara. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the awards in the men's jump competition. In third place, representing the United States, third place and bronze medalist, Jonathan Lutz. Ladies and gentlemen, runner-up, silver medalist from Austria, Luca Rackenbach. Ladies and gentlemen, winner, gold medalist and champion of the world in men's jump under 21 with a distance of 64.4 meters. He is none other than Francis Paul Dupont-Freiburg. jump event. Jonathan Lutz, Luca Rockenwald, and your champion of the world, Paul Duplan Freiburg. All right then, folks. Now we come down to our overall champions of the world. In third place and winner of the bronze medalist in women's overall from the United States of America, Kennedy Hansen. Runner-up, silver medalist in second place from Canada, Paige Reaney. And now presented to you, winner, gold medalist, and women's world overall champion, with a score in the final round, which is provisionally a new world overall under 21 record. She is Brooke Baldwin! Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your medalist in the women's overall competition. Third place, Kennedy Hansen, your runner-up, Paige Reaney, and your champion of the world, Brooke Baldwin. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we go on to the men's overall competition. In third place and winner of the bronze medal from Argentina, Tobias Georges. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, silver medalist and in second place from Italy, Edoardo Moranti. And now presented to you, winner, gold medalist and champion of the world in men's under 21 overall. He comes to you from Ukraine. His name is Alexander Samilio. Ladies and gentlemen, present it to you, your medalist once again. Tobias George is in third, runner-up Eduardo Morenzi, and your champion of the world, Alexander Samilio. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we go into our final award, which is the team, Jose Antonio, you have a message for our skiers.
Thank you, guys. As usual, I get to do the fun stuff. I don't know if you know, but these medals were lost, and they just arrived a few minutes before the award-winning ceremonies on Wednesday for the under-17. Unfortunately, a portion of those medals were lost, so we don't have the team medals for the under-21s. So literally, we will give you a rain check, and we will send it to your specific federations, okay? We are sorry for that, but there is nothing we could do. Thank you.
But I'll tell you what, we're going to have an award ceremony anyway, right? For the team? Oh yes, absolutely, because in third place in the team competition in the U-21s, let's give it up please for the team from Italia! And ladies and gentlemen, second place runners-up and winners of the silver team medal, the team from Canada! And now, presented to you, winners, gold medalists, and champions of the world in the team competition in the Under-21 World Waterski Championships. It is the team from the United States of America! Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your team medalist. Italy in third, Canada in second, and your champions of the world, the United States of America. Well, I guess that's it, isn't it? The Under-21 World Waterski Championships are officially a wrap. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for all that you do, all that you continue to do for the sport of tournament water skiing. And give a big round of applause to yourself, the officials, and everyone that was a part of these championships. Surround yourself with your friends. Make good time of the friendships and every relationship you can cultivate here at these championships. This doesn't happen often. On behalf of TWBC, Caitlin, the organisers, the skiers, the officials, everyone that's involved in these championships, I bid you farewell, and in my typical outgoing saying, it is ciao for now.